Welcome everyone to another edition of Living Simply, to Airy Sky Readley's video log. I am Airy Sky. Welcome everyone. Welcome. So I want to tell you we have a great interview this morning. I need to change my shirt and stuff, so give me 1 second. I'll be professional. Let me do this, of course. So this morning we have an interview with Reverend Mike, who's a hammer. Excuse me for a minute. Can't basically be in camera right now because, it's getting kind of warm. So I'm going to do two things this morning. One is I'm getting dressed really quickly. And two, I got to open the window to cool down the place. That's right. I don't know how cool it is this morning, 57, so it should be fine depending on the sun. But it is 8 a.m., so welcome to the Rita show this morning. This morning, I'm going to tell you I've known Reverend Mike for years. Let's see, is it raining out? What's the weather like outside this morning? No sun, so that's good to know. We'll see if it gets toasty. So, as you guys can see, there we go. Probably Mother Fanny, if she's on, will be like, you're wearing that since yesterday. But you know what? It's fine. So, Mike. Reverend Mike Allen is going to be with us this morning once he tunes in this morning, and gets his thingy in the back studio set up. We will be going live with him. I'm using Firefox this morning, so I'm waiting for Reverend Mike to click on the content this morning because we're going to be discussing prepping and ham radios and the thing about ham radios. Right. So while we're waiting, do I get some more coffee or do we not? So basically, when it comes to the studio, you know. So basically, I sent him the link, and that will basically let me know. Oh, here we go. Add to stream, and let's see. Let's see if here. Hey, Mikey, welcome.
Thank you.
So I was giving a little bit of people some information. We got people coming in slowly. We've known each other since 2009. We've had our ups and our downs, but we still hold it together like siblings.
Oh yeah.
I see you cleaned yourself up this morning when it comes to the
old man's beard.
You
my ham friends now saw me the other morning. She said, you look like more Amish. She says, where's your stupid hat? Your hat and black coat and boots. He says, well, let them in the carriage.
I was thinking the same thing when I looked at you. I was thinking, the other day, Chloe, she said to me, I wonder what would happen if she jokingly said if Annie saw it, Mike, and Annie would be like, oh my God, bad Mikey, bad with the beard, because you know how she was with that humor, bad Mikey.
Oh yeah.
So I sent you that info anyway this morning. Maybe you can get through to her. You have a way of getting through to people, anyways.
Oh yeah.
Being who I am, being born different. Annie got mad because of, So, anyways, we've known each other, a little background history for you guys out there watching. Me and Mike's known each other since 2009. So, we're ministers of the ULC. This morning, did you get to a part where I basically said it seems you and I are still around, but most of the reverends we knew kicked the bucket. I mean, I still can't believe Reverend Carl kicked the can.
I know. He used to be more fun to pick on.
Oh, I know. I remember his wife messages me from time to time, Denise, on Instagram and stuff. I still can't believe he died. Literally, everyone thought it was weird that Aaron kicked the bucket. The number one guy that has all these people, and he's always nice to everyone. goes from, what was it, heart disease or something. It's like he was like, what, 57 or something,
Oh,
52. I
he's
can't
about my
remember.
age. I think he's about my age. That's a
Yeah.
shocker. But
Whatever happened to that?
with
Whatever
the
happened?
huh?
I said, go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Anyway, Carl and I, we used to sit there and pick on each other every morning. She says, "Did you have your coffee yet?" I go, "Yes." Grr. She says, "Well, take your anti-grouchy pills." He's called me the old buzzard. He's called me the old buzzard.
He was a hoot by himself, you know. But another one that I was going to ask about, whatever happened to that one guy that was that minister that was gay, you know, that liked to sing alongs. I mean, he lived like in California or something. He was like, along the way, remember him? He was like Reverend Michael something. He would be like, I need money because of I need money for a motel. You know, he was going from California to Buffalo.
Is that Michael Collins?
I think Michael Cons or something. Yeah, I mean, whatever happened to him? Did they get rid of him or something? He always was
I
good
don't
kid.
know. I don't
I,
know.
I remember he called Aaron a greedy SOB one day, and Aaron turned around and took a picture. I got it still, the picture on my computer. Aaron's holding his shoes with holes like this in it, you know, saying, "You want me to give you money, but I can't get to the store to get new shoes that has holes like this in it."
Oh man.
Really, Aaron let him have it. You know, Aaron's like, every day you're freaking, oh my truck was broke into, my U-Haul. I need money. You know, it's like, dude, you know how it is, right?
Oh yeah. Then you had the other, the old witch.
She's still there. Is she gone?
I don't know.
I've not been around for so long. You know, I see all these new people, but
Well,
I
they
don't
said.
know.
Well, they sent me an anniversary.
They did that too. July, I think it was like July 3rd for me or something. It's like 13 years, 14 years. I said 2009.
Oh,
When
I
was
mean,
yours? Was yours? Yours has been longer than me. When did you start yours?
2007, maybe eight.
Um, no, well, I was 2009, but still, you know.
Well,
Uh, so me and Mikey are talking about our minister things while we warm up. You know, we're gonna be talking about prepping today. We're going to be talking about ham radio. Did you get that note that I sent you about the MERS? Because I know you were saying,
yes,
yeah, I mean, yeah, it was funny because everyone, Mike's a radio operator. I got to see him show his thing. Chloe was wondering what that computer program was you were using because she was like trying to Google program. I said, Michael, send it to me, you know, to share it with me, you know, because I was looking at um, the guys that want to help me with my test, they said, you know, when it comes to ham radio, they said not to go with the $20 Baofeng or 22 as good morning, moderator Zoe. I see Zoe's with us this morning. Good morning, Zoe. Welcome. Zoe was looking forward to this show. She said if all goes well and she loses a little weight, she'd like to do a Christmas stocking thing where we all get together, you know, like you, Mike, and me possibly, and her and several others, and we'll send Christmas stockings to each other, and then we open them on live YouTube at Christmas time. I'd love to send Mikey a Christmas thing. Maybe I'll get him one of those those little sharpening stones with the little blades, you know, and then the shaving cream, and he could be like,
ah, wait, suicide. Call Harry Carey.
you do know, you know. She says, welcome, Michael Allen, you know.
Thank you, Zoe.
So, Zoe, Michael, and I have been friends for years. So, let me just warm up. First of all, a lot of people are asking, you know, what got you into ham radio? I mean, I fell in love with these, as you know, the scanner because of Uncle driving nuts, insane Donnie.
Bless his soul. I'll tell you, that guy. The whole time he used to call me the heifer. You heifer.
Yeah, he used to say, he calls me, hey, Hot Rod, you're a heifer. Hot Rod, you're a heifer. Hey, dog, you're a mopper. You look like a mop top, mop top, mop top, you know. He never gave Aaron a nickname, you know, and he's always just like, he's like, how's your Filipino bovine today, you know? Filipino bovine.
Oh, How I got into ham radio? Very easily. Shortwave radio. My backyard was nothing more than wire antennas strewed all over in my backyard. My mom looked up a couple times. My dad looks up. He goes, "I see how the heck you built that thing."
You
It
built
worked
your
out pretty.
own radio towers, what you're saying, as a
No,
child?
no wire, copper wire across the yard. I had like 115 feet of one wire. I didn't even measure it out for frequencies or nothing. I just let it roll.
Hold on, I gotta ask, because we're up there in age. You're a little older than me, but this wire was connected to tin cans. Hello, hello.
Oh, no! With that wire antenna, just take a piece of copper wire, and I just strung it around the my backyard, from tree to tree and everything else. That was my first. Then a
So
friend,
it wasn't the tin phone.
no, no. With the shortwave radio, I can make contact. Hear, listen to stations around the world, and I used to have a book somewhere around here. I still got it somewhere.
I assume because you were interested in you built your radio and something, you built more radios in the future,
Oh
that
yeah.
your family gave you like a radio kit or something. I hope you didn't be like that kid like in those Allstate commercials. Or remember the old days? Dad got mad when I wanted to know how to dissect his radio. He was more mad when I dissected the drill.
Oh,
So you didn't dissect the radio and figure out how to put it
no,
back together,
no,
yard.
no.
So
I bought a Kenwood shortwave radio. They looked exactly like my HF radio I got in there also.
high
And
frequency, yes. I looked up the wording this morning.
and it was so fun to listen to the stations. I used to listen. One time I listened to Australia, New Year's Eve day before New Year's, and I went around the world celebrating New Year's Day in New York and back over to California, and that was fun. But the most fun I ever had, I got a little fight with. Well, the station radio, Saigon, Hanoi, supposed to send me a little card, verifying I didn't make contact. I go, don't you guys ever answer your damn mail? Here's your card. Don't ever talk to us again. Well, I used to get mail from Russia, Radio Moscow, and uh, it was always open. I knew who it was. It was the government listening.
The
See what.
government asked you, but if it's Saigon too, it'd be the same thing, yeah. But it's interesting. I mean, is it like ham radios, or is it actually a radio station that produces music and you just
Radio all over the world. BBC Radio, British Broadcasting Service.
so basically all you need is a short band radio, which is like, see, one of the prepper tools I keep telling people is buy one of those little shortwave radios for like 170. Make sure it's battery capacity, not rechargeable. And then you hit scan, and it'll scan the world's radio band. So that would help most for
Exactly.
people. I don't know if police scanners have that built in for a world band. I don't know. I
No,
haven't
no,
found that out,
no. Then a friend of ours who's out of Sign Key, another ham, Bill, he's been a ham for years. Got me interested. So I started playing with this radio and started talking to people around the world.
Once you got your license, of course. I mean, you didn't just go
No,
get on the
uh-uh.
airwave.
No, I did because he was sitting right next to me. I was
Oh, okay, so he's the license. He'd be like WW669 or whatever, and
whatever,
yeah.
whatever. And it's fun. It's interesting.
I gotta ask you, Mike, with all your hams that you've done over the years, that one with Russia was awesome, and thank you for the interview. Have you talked to the cosmonauts in the space station? I hear you can do it at certain times of the day if
Yes,
it goes there.
yes.
How is that? I really would like to know.
It was fun. You got an open window. It's like a window
Right,
over
because you have to
maybe
go
about
over Cuba, I think.
no, it's over the horizon. They're racing like zipping across the sky. You got to catch them just at the right point, and it's fun. It was interesting, Talked to them there, and got a card somewhere from them, and from this space lab. In fact, I talked to that guy.
What are these cards? Do they mail them to you, or do
They
they
mail it.
digitally
They
send
mail,
them?
no, they mail it to me. They mail it to me, and it's fun. It's interesting. I got cards from around the world. I've talked to guys in New Zealand, to Australia, Japan. If I hear one more Japanese station, I must have worked every station from Yokohama all the way up to Hokkaido into Tokyo. And it's always fun talking to those guys. The
They
first,
are really good. No offense, they are really good fisher people too with their tenkara
oh
rods.
yeah, and most of the guys I talked to in Japan, the first I ever talked to was a guy on my little ampy stick. It comes out of
Right.
where the heck does this come from? Oh, digitalradio.com. You have to have a license. You order it, and they put it together right there. Hello, Gigi.
Yeah, see that's she says Christmas stockings on StreamYard. I'm just going through comments while we're talking, I can actually highlight it. I was gonna ask you about radio brands because I hear Kenwood and ICOM is the number one brands to go with radios. I don't know anything about ICOM.
Icom is very, very good. Very expensive too.
Did
Yeah.
you see their newest radio sells? They sell a little SIM card, right, for these radios, and you can have up to 500 of these radios. It's like $18 per service for AT&T. But what happens? This is my question for preppers. Mike already knows the answer, probably. He can answer it anyways. What happens if the cell phone service doesn't work during, say, a lights or power out situation? What then? How is your radio, your 4G radios going to work?
That I don't know.
Well, how does the hammers? Let me ask you this for ham radios. I assume you guys out there. I know you have the computer. Then you said, yeah. I assume you have your old radio equipment. You didn't get rid of it.
No, It's still around. I still
Well,
use it.
what I'm asking is do you also keep a handheld that's not a $22 Chinese piece of crap for a backup in
Oh
case
yeah.
power goes out?
Yep. We got Yasu. I forgot the name of the number offhand. The most expensive ham radio on the
Tin
market.
can ham. Tin can ham. See, Zoe had to say that. Tin can ham.
Well, the most expensive radio right now is an ICOM 905.
Yes, I know. It's 14 to 16 grand. I saw it. I was told to get the 9 or the 718 to start with. They said that's a great starter one, the basic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Basic. Yeah. Even an ICOM works out
Well,
very well.
I was gonna say Zoe's looking for a Christmas present for me. You can always send me an ICOM, honey. Zoe's the one I told you about. Sent me the booze.
But uh, during emergencies, I've worked the '89 earthquake in Loma Prieta. I stayed up for like 3 days straight.
Probably eyes glued with toothpicks, and you're like, I got my
Oh yeah.
coffee.
Oh yeah. When someone told me, he says, Mike, 3 days straight, get the hell out of here. Literally. And that's the way they put it towards me. Mike, you put your 3 days in, go take a nap for a while because you did your share of work.
Oh yeah, I've done that too many times over. Doing different things. You remember how many times you and I would basically message, and you'd be like, "So what are you doing?" The usual spreadsheets. Oh God! Then I'd be talking to you and spreadsheets and doing this and doing that, and then I'd be. I mean, I mean, I don't remember how many times, when I was doing those. One of my hobbies, as you probably know, is this online game, right? And I'm taking a break from it. My health has not been good. But I'd be sitting there and I park myself in my guild hall and I'd be on Discord. That's a voice channel, like Skype, with my guildies. And they'd be like, hey, boss, what are you doing? And Chloe would come on and she'd be like, the boss fell asleep in the chair. And I'd be like this. They'd just be sitting there playing the game and hearing me snort for several hours. And they're like, dude, you've been doing this 3 or 4 days straight,
Oh man, the most fun I ever had. Packet radio is also part of the amateur radio. All of a sudden you hear this God sound, but it's one-sided message. Well, I was volunteering at the Office of Emergency Services here in Sacramento. They told me to send out a test message. Test, test, test. A major earthquake hit Los Angeles area, magnitude 9.9. Unknown of death or destruction at this time. Please stand by for instruction. Well, some dummy in Los Angeles thought it was real. I got a call at 6 a.m. by the director and my boss down there, Stan, when he was still alive. Get your butt in here, so we got an emergency. This is what? Well, fortunately, I made a hard copy of that message with the word test. And as there, Stan. He goes, holy crap, you did do it. So every once in a while, I'll just send these test messages out like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento might have a fire.
And the government knows you're doing it because they issued you the order to do it, right?
Right. But every once in a while, I sent one out to San Francisco. I said 7.6. The guy comes around and goes, Mike? I go, yeah. Why are you doing that? Because we love you. And the guy that I laugh goes, it figures. There goes Mike. He's in this destructive mode.
Welcome, Tanya. Welcome, Tanya Jan from Holland. Welcome.
Good morning.
So basically, I gotta ask, okay, Mike, one of the questions I gotta ask, as I told you on Skype when we had a call the other day, I gotta ask because, okay, Aaron, you knew Aaron like a brother. You two are like brothers. Aaron's dad said there's 6 Masons. Are you a Mason, by the way? He never told me if you were or weren't. He said there's 6 Masons that he knew that went to jail in the Cleveland area, where a guy would sit there with a van with a little radio on top, apparently, and they'd go and triangulate your house for using ham frequencies illegally. So apparently, Reverend Mikey, that's my nickname for Mike. We're family, right, my brother, and
right.
Basically. Moderator Higgins, he and I had a spat last night. Apparently, I'm trying to help him with Social Security. Oh man, that was basically bad. He called me an irritant, but you remember over the years my Native American totem for anger is the bear. And you remember what you used to tell Aaron too. Don't poke the bear. Well, Mike Higgins has got a 4-foot stick, and he's always poking the bear on live YouTube when I'm doing it. So last night I said, "Don't poke the bear," and he got mad and left, But I told him he couldn't win his Social Security case, and it just went into, he got angry and left. So I gave him some more info and told him, try this. If it doesn't work, contact me then. But he said during a crap hits the fan situation, earthquake, natural disaster, or whatever, the FCC is not going to care if you violate the Hame FCC rules. They're rules, they're not laws, apparently. So what's your take on that?
They've been around since about 1930s.
34, yes, I looked it up this morning.
1934. And under the certain act, okay, one of the things on your test is, do you play music?
You can't play music.
You cannot play music under the
1930s. Copyright laws.
No, it's not that. Because that's to consider a broadcasting as such under the act of the 1934 Act, Part 97, Section 2, I think it's C and B of the Act, you do not play music, period.
So, just to share with you all, including Mike here, this is Zoe this morning. She's got us streaming to her TV, by the way. We can only see her beautiful feet, but that's her. She's watching us on the TV this morning from Chicago.
Ah.
I should, yeah, that's, she's in
But one thing, though, people say, oh, you don't need a license for ham radio.
You
Oh,
do.
yeah, you do. The fines are stiff. They're between $20,000 and up, plus you lose your equipment, plus you serve time in jail.
One guy lost $18,000, spent 5 years in jail, and lost his equipment. Yes.
And they're very, very strict. I had one guy on the radio on a repeater system, which adds more hassles. I'm one of the part owners of one. The guy was sitting there broadcasting. I go, under the certain act, the 1934 Act, he goes, I can do whatever I want. I go, fine. And I don't care if I don't have a license and I find out, I'm going to snitch on you. Well, that's an old word, snitch.
Well, I was going to ask another question, and in my book, I'm still learning about the equipment and everything. So one of the questions I have is I'm a member of the Radio Reference Forum. They've been very good to me. And as you know, what was that word you were talking about the other day? Something plain or something, where you put the cookie sheet under. What was it called again?
Cookie sheet's called a ground plane.
Ground plane, right. They said if I do that, I could probably extend everything, even GSRM, I think that's how it is. General Service Radio. No, GMSR, yeah. I have my license for that. Chloe has hers. We are trying to see if that would work for getting out further. The boys said if that doesn't work, try something like a 15 watt to 50 watt. Maximum is 50 watt. So my question was, you're a ham radio operator for how many years? Was it 40 plus years? I think I heard you say 50 years or something.
Okay, general power for a HF then when I was a novice was 150 watts at the max peak.
And then I assume the advanced users, the ones with the advanced license, to go to what, 1,500 watts or something?
1,500. I heard guys out there with 3,000 watts.
And that's if they're apparently if you tweak your equipment to go higher than your license equivalent, you're breaking the rules.
Exactly. But I try to keep everything level-headed. Now, like I was saying about the repeater system, I'm part owner of one.
What is a repeater? Is what I was going to ask.
A repeater says you sing the signal to the repeater up to the mountaintop or building or whatever, and amplifies that signal to
go
further out. And the link I'm on, it's a bunch of radio operators from Seattle all the way down to Los Angeles into Texas.
So my question is do you need a special permission to use it, or can you just tap into the repeaters as you go?
No, you just tap in whenever you go. If you're a member of the club, you can follow if you're a member of the club, no problem. If not, we'll just give you the frequencies going down the line. If you're going to Los Angeles, use 440, then go down to Fresno and Bakersfield. I think they're on VHF still. Yeah, they're on VHF, which is
very high frequency.
Very high frequency, which is 145 something.
And I know, as my dad used to say, being a radio man, bless his heart, that the Navy uses ELF, extreme low frequency, for their submarines for transmitting from the subs, from their little sub buoys out, is what I understand. Mm-hmm.
But
remember I told you a long time ago, Mike, I had a problem with my hearing? I was hearing noises like diesel engine. The
Right.
doctor turned around and told me I was picking up repeaters, submarines, and stuff through ELF. Through in the middle of the dead winter, I would pick up ELF, which is very rare. Now, some people that's heard low ELF so low that they're hearing. Get this, the tallow bell. What is it called? The tallow bell or whatever in New Mexico. So, something bell. You know the something bell. I can't remember the name of it.
Right.
And that's because some people have hearing problems so bad that they can hear things that others can't. Like I can hear ELFs. I can even hear 40 miles away in the dead winter here on the island. I can hear the diesel engines of the freighters coming in and out of the Salish Sea.
But then there used to be the every morning I used to call, well, Walt, who's now passed away, K6 VNU. He used to say, "Good morning, everybody," and the thundering herd. And now let's start checking in people for the thundering herd in the morning group. The afternoon is un, un oh, unthunder group. That lasts till the rush hour traffic. And I keep that, very sacred with me, with Walt. People down in Los Angeles don't realize that I can spy out right there on the freeway because I have the things from Caltrans.
And what's Caltrans exactly? I mean,
California Highway Commission, they build the freeways and stuff going through. They have them up there in Seattle.
yeah, no offense, but you Californians, as Chloe said, are insane. 7-lane roads on each side. I mean, dude, that's. I heard rumors that you guys might be getting a high-speed bullet train one of these days. That'd be really cool.
If they get it done, that's another subject.
Well, I heard rumors that the transportation. It's not what's his name. The director of the transportation. That they're afraid that they could crash more because it's magnetic or something. I don't know.
I doubt it very seriously. But getting back to ham radio, though, as one guy goes, "I'm stuck on the 405." I go, he says, "What exit are you close by?" He says, "It's such deal."
405's out of Seattle.
405 down in Los Angeles.
Okay, so it goes all the way down to Seattle. It goes through to Seattle too,
Well,
huh?
different number. No, it's a different number altogether. And the 60, I go, take the next exit, go down, make a left, right, then go down about 2 blocks, make another right, hop on the freeway to be Interstate 5. You can zip down to Orange County. He says, "Thank you, Uncle Mike." I go, "You're no problem." I go, "We got an emergency." He says, "What's the emergency?" "My donkey just took a good, healthy dump." "That's your problem."
I
That's a guy
see.
out of Mexico. That's a guy out of Mexico. But it's fun. I've met many hams over the years. We just had a big get together down in San Luis Obispo of the Owners Association, the owners. But one of the hams I met over the years, now I used to talk to them all the time on 10 meters, which is 28.400. And all of a sudden, I hear this Russian guy on there. He's a radio operator for our freight. And every time he came by, he's bringing me a small bottle of hooch from Russia, homemade vodka. Never again.
Oh yeah. The rumor has it because I used to be connected with Russians. They make their homemade hooch in the bathtub with potatoes.
They did. They did. Well, his wife was the cook, Olga. Olga's about 4 foot nothing. She's like built like a wrestler. She would beat the hell out of you. She goes, "How you doing, sweetheart?" Grab my cheek. I go, "Oh God." First thing they do is buy at least about $200 or $300 worth of blue jeans, take back with them, and they just turn around and sell them. I learned a little bit of foreign language. Da means yes, nit means no, and da sadanya means goodbye in Russia. Domo arigato means thank you. Domo domo means thank you. Sayonara is goodbye in Japanese. Uh, uh, what other thing? Hi means yes in Japanese. So you get to learn a little bit of foreign language.
I was going to ask, with ham radios, how was it, and I have to ask this, during the Cold War? I mean, literally, there must be a lot of action back then.
During the Cold War, yes. You had the military army radio system called amateur radio system called Mars.
Oh, yes, Mars is still available. Apparently, a lot of people use them. I was reading in my book about Mars.
But Mars, I was in it for years with the Army Mars, and we had our headquarters down Fort Nachuka, Arizona. And there's another place up in Seattle. It was the main headquarters somewhere with one.
Let me ask, if when it comes to Mars being the military amateur radio system, were they ran by the Signal Corps?
I think so,
Mm.
because we had the Navy, Marines, and
Army
Army, Air Force,
and Coast Guard.
and the Coast Guard. My old Army call was Alpha Alpha 9, Charlie November, over. You have to say over every time. That used to get me pissed off at them all the time. I wasn't used to it because usually, when we say our call,
Well, you got your regular call sign you've had for years, Mike, and then you have your Army call sign, and you probably have to have a sticky note on your desk to remember which one was which, probably too, because you can't memorize them.
No, I can remember very well.
Mm.
Very well. I got awards from during the '89 earthquake. I got an award for that. I belong to different clubs. They're still around, fortunately. I've been on there. But no, the dance used to be, getting back to amateur radio, that used to be 5 words a minute, solid copy. And it was like 20, 30, 25 questions on your test.
And another thing I understand on the test is one of the questions they always use. I got to ask about this because I've been looking it up. Is that in the amateur radio, since we're talking about prepping and stuff like that, is apparently, even though you might not ever need to use it, they always say to try to learn Morse code. Is that true? Morse code's not dead.
It's dead. Basically, it's dead because under the ICU, they make their quotas for their deal, which we follow their rules also. International something or other. They said it's dead because one, a lot of the ships at sea now are using satellite radio, and they're using a bunch of other stuff.
Yes, I understand that. There's a guy I subscribe to on YouTube called Chief Makaido, who's from the Philippines, who is always out to sea, and he's always doing videos and uploading when he can about, he's the chief engineer of like one of the Mersk ships, I think, and it's interesting watching what sometimes, like, they can't leave the ship, so they fish. They're going fishing and they get a lot of fish for out in the middle of nowhere. It's funny how they don't in international waters you can fish for free.
True, true. But then technician, there's no uh, Morse code. When you get to your general, it's 13 words a minute. Extra class, general, advanced. Advanced, I think, is 25. And extra is, I think it was around about 45 words and higher. I mean, that's do 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 do. Used to drive me freaking nuts to see that. I hate Morse code because it bothered my ears.
Well, I understand that after World War II, by history of hams, it got popular. Apparently, the army during World War II, during the Korean War, for example, Mike probably remember this. Uh, what's his name? Gary Berghoff was the radio operator, so it's like put me through to Honolulu's Sharky, and Mash, and that was the
Right.
old ham system, right? They were using the ham system, I assume.
Now they're using their system, which is a
Mm.
lot different. A lot different. But if you want to get your ham license, I would recommend everybody to get this guy's book, Gordon West, to start with. You start with the technician license.
Oh, hold
Let's
on.
say
Gordon something, right? You said.
Gordon West. He's been a ham since God knows when.
Let me see who wrote this because I got the ARRL license by guy's name is Silver apparently, and I got the ham radio license manual I'm working on, and then I got the tech Q&A, the quick and easy path to your first ham radio license right here. So I'm reading these.
Right. You started out right. When they dropped the license for novice, and I passed my CW at that time.
How many licenses are you got? One, two, or three? Are you? Because once you find the first one, you can upgrade to the second one, no problem. The third one,
Right. Right now I'm a technician plus. Means I got my CW. Do 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 do. And
Does that mean they say the only difference between your novice and your mid and your higher tier is basically what the frequencies or whatever?
frequency allocation and everything. Where but the novice at that time, you can only send out like I think it's like maybe just a very smidgen deal. Then 40, you get a little bit more on CW, and 10 meters, you get voice between 28,300 to 28,499.
Well, I was looking at the basic icon that the San Juan Island Ham Radio Club recommended. They didn't recommend the what is it, the 2 to 10 meter bow fang. That's what Higgins programmed. He's been listening to FRS radio using it like a scanner. But they said that go with something like the ICOM, and you can go from 70 centimeters up to, what is it, 160-meter band. And I'm thinking, what's the difference between the lower band and the higher band? Because, it doesn't make sense. Do you have to have permission to use the 160-meter bands for a higher
That's,
class?
yeah, because your general operators, advanced, and extra class use that, or I'm not allowed to. I can go up there and listen, but I can't transmit.
That's what I was going to say. You can own a ham radio, you can listen, but you can't transmit unless you have a license.
For those bands. But now, I don't know what's going on right now on HF. Because right now, HF is dead as a doornail. So that's why I use my little ambi stick, which is, I use it on on my computer, has all the programs. And I did, but no.
Yeah, well, I did the other day. I moved my chair like this, and I leaned back, and my coffee cup went everywhere. I had to go change my pants and stuff. I was live, and did I tell you the story? Fanny, one of my moderators, was here a while ago. One night I'm sitting around, right? And Chloe walks by and she says, "Hey, Rita, you gonna drink that?" And I'm like, "Yes, I'm gonna fucking drink my beer. Why the fuck? Excuse me for the F bombs, people. That's why should I freaking not drink this?" Okay, so I went to take a sip of my hams, grandpa's beer as they call it, the old hams. Me and Mike were joking the other day about hams, and I look in it, and somehow this little guy here, pointing to him, did a ricochet through the cage and left me a bunny present floating in my beer. So Fanny says for the rest of her life, she can now tell the story that she's never seen a bunny poop in your beer or anyone's beer, and there's a turd floating in my beer.
Anyway, this comes out of near Seattle, near Seattle, and these guys put these things together themselves. The made in the United States. It's a great little thing because you get different bands like D Star, which is digital, and DMR, which is another
Oh yeah,
part.
DMR is what the certain police use right now for that. But you do know DMR, talking about radios, is on the scanner thing. Is, for example, if you want to listen to DMRs on scanners, for example, for the police, you must pay. There's like NSXD. There's one other, and then there's DMR, and it's like $75 per permanent license for that scanner, so you can unlock the ability to use DMR on a scanner. So they charge you for it.
Not here, is it? As DMR is an open frequency digital. You can get it on your scanners.
Well, they say to unlock it for Uniden and Whistler, you got to pay the $75 unlocking fee. It's a special
No,
license.
no, you don't need a license for a scanner. No.
No, special license to unlock DSR and DXSM or whatever, DXIMM or whatever it's called. They charge you to unlock them.
For transmission?
Mm-hmm.
No. All I did was I showed my license to set it up, fill out the paperwork. They got approval. I got a number. My registration number. Set up the program with my little Ambi stick. And right now, I can talk to anywhere on DMR on 91 worldwide.
You see the comment I posted? Zoe posted, "Bunny equals poop equals beer. Bunny poops and beer."
But it's fun though, because that way I can talk to anybody in the world. I've talked to guys in South Africa, Australia.
Which
Rita,
reminds me, do they is the let me ask you a question, since you're a hammer as they call it, and is basically the test the same as you would over here? Is their test different? Are they just rubber stamp you? I mean, I don't understand. Is it
what was that again?
okay? So as you know, we got to go through the FCC, and we have to go through a special tester. Like, you could give the test to me, and then I pay you like $15 to prep me, and then in the end, you get the you send in the thing saying I've certified Rita for her license, and all that
Right.
crap. But
No.
what's it like in another country? Do they just like you pay like $10 and here's your license? Or
No, no, no. When you go for your test, a volunteer examiner does the test. I'm not an
no,
examiner.
no. What I was asking, Mike, is this: in the United States, you have to pay. The volunteer examiner can charge up to $15, and they give the test and everything else,
Right.
right? But what happens in another country is what I'm saying. Do they just you just pay
That
like $20?
I don't know. I don't know. I have to talk to my friend of mine from Australia and ask him. I got so many guys I talked to in Australia, Rita. I talked to guys in Perth, all the way to Sydney, all the way up the other side of Australia. As
Well, I
far
bet
as
you. I bet you in Australia, it's interesting listening to people in the Northern Territory of Darwin too. I bet.
oh yes,
Let me guess. You've heard a few times them those Aussies complaining how they discontinued their Darwin stubbies. Now everyone knows. Mike probably doesn't know this. If he does, he's smart as me. Is the Darwin stubby is like a 2 gallon beer jug that they drink up there. They discontinued it. You can go into any bar and say, "Give me a Darwin stubby." And that's a 2 gallon beer jug. But now they don't even have those anymore.
but Australians though they're fun to talk to, and the guys from New Zealand also, and Tasmania. I always call Tasmania the other side of Australia, the upside down.
Tasmania's. I've been to Tasmania. Been to Hobart.
But I always call Tasmania part of Australia is the upside down country. They start laughing. Goes, we're not that upside down like Australia. Wait a minute.
So Zoe asks, "Is that right station handle?" Ask Mike. 91 Worldwide Bunny. Is that a real radio
No,
handle?
no. 91 is the DMR. Let's see if I can probably. Where's the say? Oh, okay. Now my can't do it here. I was going to demonstrate it, but 91 is the DMR channel, and I go to DMR, which is really fun. That way, you can talk to anybody in the world at any time. I've talked to guys in Mongolia, and the guy
Mongolia is really nice too. They got some real good food. Same with what is it? I can't remember the capital. There's the capital is like Gilberter or something. You know.
Bang something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I've been to Mongolia. You know, they have some really good hospitality. I love their yurts, by the way. Those yurts are cool, man.
But it's funny talking to him. The guy is 12 years old, and he's talking perfect English. And he was so sweet a guy. He goes, Michael is yeah, son. My English is no goody. I go, wait a minute. Your English is very, very good. Anytime you need help with something, yell at me for a question. Hit me over the head with a chopstick. And I can hear his parents in the background laughing up a story with, we'll remember, Mike. We'll use the chopstick next time on your head. I go, thanks, Mom and Dad. And, people are always friendly. The guys in England, we call it over the pond.
Oh yeah, that's what Fanny said last night. I have a moderator I just promoted yesterday. Tony, he's from England. You know, Tony said to me last night. He said, "Look, boss, you need to take a break from." Because in the evenings I get really exhausted, and I'm tired. I could sleep half the day away. Always worried about that. But Zoe says, Mike said to me this morning, everyone, this was going to be a fun live stream because, and Zoe says, 91 is the channel, doot, doot, doot. Mike
Oh,
makes the best sound effects beyond entertaining.
yeah. Oh, yeah. But Australia, though, it's always fun.
I just posted the comment from Zoe. She says Mike makes the best sound effects. Doot doot doot.
Yeah. But the guys from Australia are fun. Talk to guys in Switzerland, talk to guys in Russia.
Well, the Russian thing was cool when you demonstrated it for me. That was
Oh,
cool.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. When I say da da, it means yes in Russian. Da means yes. When I said da sadanya, which was the proper way to do it, goodbye, and the guy says gazebo, says goodbye also in Russian.
Well, I remember they used Nostradama or whatever how it's pronounced in the movie Red Dawn. Remember with the colonel that dies when he basically shoot straight, you army pukes, and you remember that with
Oh
Patrick
yeah,
Swayze.
oh
Too
yeah.
bad Patrick died. It was a great.
But with amateur radio, I've talked to guys in where the heck was it? He's up northern part of Africa in the jungle near one of the diamond mines, and he's a Dutchman. Hans, I think his name was.
You got a request, Mike. Zoe says, tell him to do Good Morning Vietnam impression with Robin Williams.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Well, it used to be the old guys who sit there listening to themselves used to put their fingers like this by their ears so that they can hear you, so they can hear themselves, hold the microphone down, the headsets down. So every once in a while, when we do a podcast with another uh, group all together, and just, I belong to the sports arena, which we talk about sports. They always like the way I do my announcing when I come on. I go, and there they go, out front, big booby, big doodie, and everything else. And Captain Carrot Top, led by Vladimir Putin on the side.
Oh, that reminds me. Can you actually believe that the Mikhail Gorbachev passed away? I mean, man, they lost an icon.
That he was a great man.
He was the only one that got $1 million to do a Pizza Hut commercial for Moscow's Pizza Hut at the time.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Don't mind me. I'm just trying to fix my drape here because the sunlight's coming right through this deal. It's called an emergency standby quickie pick, which is an old shopping deal. But one of the a lot of great people were also a lot of movie stars or ham operators.
Yeah, I saw some celebrities. I was just talking about there's a country singer that's a ham radio user. I thought that was pretty cool too.
And at one time, when he was still alive, King Hussein from Jordan, he was a ham operator. And he took time to talk to everybody around the world.
Look at Zoe. She says, fix a drink. It's 5 somewhere. But it's, as Mike knows, it's too early to drink this early in the morning, even scotch, even though you provided. If I keep drinking your lovely scotch, Zoe's going to go bye-bye, and then you're going to have to send some more. I have never seen Mike in my entire life, being funny, of course, knowing Mike since 2009, talking to him. I remember Mike once. Funny story. He looked at me, and I'm sitting there in my old place in Quincy, Washington. Mike and I have had a lot of stories. Remember that thing about when you and I were doing that thing? Funny thing is, he used to go after Jehovah's Witnesses with me on Skype. That was pretty damn hilarious.
Well, they've never been the same, had they?
No. But the funny thing is, one time Mike put me to bed. He literally just told Aaron, put her to bed. And I was tapped into a half gallon of Jim Beam at the time. And he says, why are you drinking? I'm like, because my mother died today. And he's like, oh, I'm so sorry, And I'm like, and he's like, Aaron, put her to bed.
Yeah, really. No, the amateur radio world, it's fun. We used to have days we used to go out like for 24 hours, set up our radios and batteries and everything up. It's called field day. And I'll tell you, that is more fun. And after 24 hours, your eyes are like, oh, your eyes are open like this. I drove home 25 minutes, 35-minute ride from Davis back to my house. I was half asleep driving. Don't even ask me how I did it, but I did it. Don't even ask me. I got there early enough, helped them set up and everything. We set up a 4 element beam. No, 6 element beam on the ground, wired down and everything. The next thing we know, the wind picked it up, literally with the wires, guide wires to guide it down, left it up, boom, it fell, bent a couple of the elements in the radio, the antenna.
Well, so this 6 element thing's an antenna,
Right.
right? Okay, I'm following you.
But funny part was that god big antenna picked out more, worked better than the other. But the worst thing that ever happened is on one field day, uh, one of the guys I know is my doctor's brother who worked for Caltrans. He goes, "Oh shit!" Excuse my French. The sprinklers came on the field. Came on. So everything. So we shut off the water, literally. Then we had to turn it back on again after we left. But man, I'll tell you, K. The guy's name was K from Caltrans. He's a great amateur radio operator. He's now since passed away. I go, K. He says, "What, Mike? What are they going to do with Highway 80?" He says, "Whereabouts?" "They're just getting into Davis from West Sac." "That's not my division." I go, "Oh, baloney, K." Because file a complaint with the government, Mike. He'll get to me eventually. And he sit there laughing. He goes, "I'm going to get even with you one way or the other. And I'm going to call my brother up." I don't fine, call Doc up. But those two, I didn't know that they were brothers. When he said Galbraith, "Are you related to Dr. Alan Galbraith?" He goes, "Yeah, that's my brother." I said, "Oh." But he was a neat guy. The amateur radio, though, it's fun. You meet a lot of interesting people. Our last meeting of the Owners Association, we were meeting down in San Luis Obispo. And that was great. That was fun. We had all the food there at the university. It was free for us. And uh, we had the guys are sitting there listening to us talking back and forth. And some of us, we haven't seen each other for like a couple of years. I used to go down to Los Angeles, driving down with the radio on.
You have one mounted in your van, or did you find it? I gotta ask everyone because me and Mike's family. Did you finally replace that old jalopy of a van with a new one?
Yes, I did. I got a Chrysler. Oh,
Town and country?
no, 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 no. Oh, should
Should
I?
have got yourself one of those Dodge Ram vans. Apparently, with the newfangled 13 or 14-inch built-in GPS screen. My cousin's got one of those 2022 Dodge pickup diesel pickup trucks with the freaking screens like this, man. I mean, it's huge.
But there's this one frequency down in Los Angeles, 147. If you live in the Los Angeles area, tune to 147.435. Then it was worse. Then I had my parents with me because we were going to a wedding in Los Angeles at the time. All of a sudden, you hear this guy, "You know good, so and so, blah 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 blah." He says, "Here, I want to change the channel." He says, "No, no, leave it on there. We'll listen to the soap opera." Does it bother you? He says, "No." I go, "Okay." So it got worse when we got in there. But we had a solar car race from Sacramento to Los Angeles. And I'll tell you what, it was fun. Went from here to Palo Alto at the University of Palo Alto. Then from there to
Headquarters of Google, Palo Alto.
Palo Alto is the University of Palo Alto. Stanford. and I pulled in with a friend of mine. Had a Winnebago, big motorhome. It was
Ass
hard.
guzzlers.
Oh, that thing it did good though. We could sit
I'm
there.
sorry to say, Mike, I used to drive a 1973 Executive with a Dodge Big Block 440 that was a gas guzzler. The only good thing about that Dodge was it had 3 fuel tanks. And when you flip to the next fuel tank, if you're driving down the road and you want to use the generator, you flip the button and it turns on the generator and uses one of the tanks for the fuel. I think I had 4 tanks, if I'm not mistaken. So to siphon off one of the tanks you're using while you're driving down the road, you can use the generator too.
But it was we pulled into Stanford, University of Stanford, and this professor who's one of these high, snooty type deals.
Oh, 40s.
And it was more, the guy turned around and says, "It looks like a jam gypsy camp." I go, "Sir, do you have a license for what? Standing around being an asshole?" I go, "Keep going." Wow. I go, "Wow." Back to him. He got pissed off. But we had 2 highway patrol officers came up from Fresno, and these guys are your typical cowboy. I never seen a highway patrol officer with bow-legged. He was a bow-legged cop. But oh man. So we had to go back. Fortunately, we had a fax machine on the van and ours. Got all the permits and everything. And when we got down to Fresno, which is college, then we went down to San Luis Obispo, then to to another college. But we stopped at the University of Santa Barbara, which is really nice. So what we did was we parked it. I said, "I'm going to go swimming out in the ocean." He says, "You're nuts. You bring your bathing suit?" He says, "Yeah." Changed into my bathing suit. Off we go. I went up, swam a couple hours, and came back. Dried off, had dinner. Fresno, we had steak,
I had
T-bone.
steak last night, porterhouse.
Well, this was a nice little T-bones, and we had fresh fish all the time from the Santa Barbara.
Well,
Yeah,
you didn't bring the fresh fish since you're a fish man yourself.
it was easier just to buy it because we were going to be there overnight. And milk and stuff and bread. We got at San Luis Obispo, University of University of San Luis Obispo. They have a culinary school, so we bought our cheese, milk, and what other things do we buy down there? Milk, cheese, bread,
Butter.
butter down there, all from down at the ranch. And man, that was good. The guy goes, "You sure you guys got enough room to put all this stuff?" I go, "Yeah." He says, "Come on over." He says, "Okay." We just stuffed it in there. It's a refrigerator. The guy goes, yeah. But going down to Los Angeles is a pain in the ass, fighting with traffic down there. And we went down, actually, we went down 101 straight down.
I hear 101 is really nice, a nice scenic drive.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. But the fun thing about driving down there was you're following the old Mission Highway. It's called the old Kings Highway. Why people ask me this question of history? Question: why did they put the missions one day's march out? It's easier for the Franciscans to move around, to go down from one mission to the other. It's one day's ride. Smart.
Casey Kasem Zoe was really a great guy. I used to like his top 50 or top 100 or whatever when he did it on the weekends. That was pretty cool, man.
Oh yeah, but it's just
You do know Casey Kasem did the voice, I believe, of Scooby and Scooby Doo back then.
yep.
Oh man, I got the munchies. Yeah, but they never back in this. What is it during the Scooby Doo cartoon era? They never talked about him smoking weed. They did that reboot movie where they're in the van, the mystery machines, smoking the weed. You know, like I got the munchies, man.
But when we left San Luis Obispo, Ray goes, my partner in crime, Ray, goes, "You want to stop at a taco stand? Says, I've been to this place before." He says, "Yeah, it was good."
No, yeah. So he was the voice of Scooby or Shaggy, I believe. Was it Shaggy, Mike? He was.
I think so. I
Yeah.
think so. But you know, being on amateur radio, you get perks like that.
Well, I was going to ask if your former retired Secret Service agent that kept you out of a lot of trouble was a hammer himself.
Oh yeah, he did. He did. Um,
Was he? Let me ask this out of curiosity, because I know you always talk about Ray, but was he one of the guys that was in charge of protecting the mince plates, or was he one of those investigating when someone made a threat against the acting president and commander in
no,
chief?
no. What he did was investigate frauds like counterfeit money
Counterfeit money, right?
and stuff like that. He did that for years. In fact, he goes in once in a while for for a case deal. Go in and see what he can do, find out some information on it for a case. He came in one day and I was with him. Short pants, pair of tennis shoes, and a Hawaiian shirt.
I was gonna say a
And
hula shirt.
a Giants hat. Walks into the government office, he had his badge on, and I got through with him. He goes, "You back to work, Mike?" He goes, "Yep." "Ray, you back to work?" He goes, "Yep, for a couple of days." Okay. Somebody asked him, "Who the hell is he?" "Oh, he's one of our agents undercover." Oh. He goes, "Don't you ever wear a suit, Mike?" Ray says, "Hell no. This is my suit. Short pants, tennis shoes, and my Giants hat, and my Hawaiian shirt."
I saw something funny the other day talking about something. I was talking to Chloe once, right? I was on YouTube scanning stuff, right? And there's this guy, right? And I had to talk to the U.S. Secret Service because of Chloe's YouTube threat. But anyways, the guy identified himself as Greg, and he's out of Spokane. I don't remember his last name, but anyways, he was on YouTube. Some guy recorded him. "Did you make threats?" "Well, what if I did? What are you going to do about it? Do you have mental illness? It's none of your fucking business." This guy was a redneck kid, basically. He literally put the Secret Service in his place. The guy never came back. "Can we get a file so you can sign for us to look at your mental records?" "Hell no, it's none of your damn business, you damn bloody red bone." I mean, literally, the redneck was rude. I mean, then later he's like, they never came back. But, he was like, "What's it to you, man?" I mean, literally, the guy was recruiting it. Who cares about that jackass in the White House,
Oh, yeah. With amateur radio, though, it's fun. It's fun. And I can go up here now with my little Lamby stick, turn it on, talk to guys in the UK in the morning, their afternoon. Yeah, it's about 4 o'clock. But I had to have my conversion table next to me, tell what the temperature is. And, well, the temperature is going to be like 111 here this weekend. And it'll be about 40.
Hold on. I got to ask because, this is, we're having a great show to this morning. I hope, Brother Mike, you have an air conditioner.
Oh, yes.
You do know, jokingly, you remember when I used to live in Quincy and Moses Lake, it was mandatory for the air conditioner over there. Over
Oh yeah,
here, when it gets to 100, the management doesn't provide air conditioning. They say open the window and turn a box fan on. You know what the box fan does? Blows all the hot air in. And then 4 units in all of our apartment complex has ceiling fans. I got one of them, and I'm telling you, the damn thing. I mean, literally, when it is 100 degrees out, like last summer, oh my god, you feel like you're gonna die.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's a good day to go get a tan. I used to be baked like the lobster, but I would go swimming out in the ocean out here, you know.
Hot water up there is cold.
It's warm during the heat time here on the island because it's like 50, 55 degrees of warm water. You know, water's warm, you know.
Yeah.
But still, you know, in the wintertime it's different. But damn, I'm telling you, it is, you know. Hey, did you ever hear about that story recently? I think it was Edmonds or Kingston or whatever. So story goes, this captain, right? He's driving one of our ferries, state ferries, and you know how you've seen how the harbor picture, right, where they show those giant concrete pylons. The ferry goes between the stop, right? Well, one of the ferries recently, it's in repair, hit one of those pylons and ripped the side of the ferry open like a tin can. It even crushed one lady's car. She had to climb out the passenger side door to get out. I mean, it literally just gutted it like a tin can.
And you know what's funny about it, the guys from Australia? When they say, especially the truck drivers, they're hauling their train.
The Australian trucks where it's like 300, 400 feet of freaking truck trailers out in the middle between Darwin and Adelaide, I think, in the middle and between Alice Springs. You do know Alice Springs is a secure base you can't just walk on.
Oh yeah. But the one guy goes, "Where you going?" Says, "Oh, I gotta go to Alice Springs, pick up something, and I gotta haul it back across." Because how many
The
trailers?
road train.
I mean, how many behind you? Oh, about 6. I go, "You're insane." She says, "It's nothing, mate. It's nothing."
You do know, did I ever tell you that? You remember I told you about Grandpa in Australia, right?
Right?
Special Air Service. I've been to Red Hill, Pine Gap, inside Pine Gap. Pine Gap is the military special installation the U.S. has joint operations. It's like Area 51. But you know what Pine Gap does? They monitor all the radio traffic and all the ships around the world. All yachts, everything goes through Pine Gap.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, it is interesting. You know, he'd walk in there in the middle of the night, and he'd be like, "Private, where's the officer's bed? Oh, the lieutenant's over there." He'd walk in, bam! You're gonna give me your bed, bloody wanker. Yes, sir, Major, sir. Get off your ass and go sleep with the men. You know, he's like, "Oh, get this lady here a bed too." You know, and I'd be sleeping in the next room over, and he's like, "Yes, you know, are they a civilian? No, they're an admiral with the U.S. Navy undercover. Now move your ass, boat." "Yes, sir. Sorry, Admiral. Go to sleep, Admiral."
But also,
And I'm like, Major, you do know they retired the 5-star. This bloody wanker doesn't know not a retired 5-star. The last 5-star was Chester Nimitz. Nope, that would be you, Admiral Sky. Now go to bed, bloody wanker.
also has a place out there, NASA.
Yeah, NASA has a place there too.
Great big huge place out there.
Yeah, you do know Alice Springs is one of the few places where they still celebrate Halloween and Thanksgiving out there with the turkeys.
And but the people in Australia and New Zealand,
They are the nicest people in the world.
oh yeah. I always call Tasmania.
You do know in Australia, you can sit there at the train waiting for the electric train in Melbourne or anywhere, any of the states, Melbourne. Get off, and if you have to go do your business and come back and wait for the train, 20 cents, 20 cents, sorry, Australian 20-cent piece. They have 20 centers over there. And or $1, you can get 5 of them. And you can sit down, and it's not illegal still in Australia to sit down and put your 20 cents in there. You put your $1 and get 5 cans of whatever the specialty is, like Vic Bitter over there, and you can just drink your beer while waiting for the train over there. You can walk out of the train station, go across the street to the bottle shop, ask for a four packs of tinnies of like Jack Daniels, Jim Beam, and Johnny Walker Cola. Go back over there and drink it. The police don't give a care. They're just like, oh. I mean, I remember once Fiona driving the car and the police stopped her for something. And I'm sitting there going, oh, God, I'm going to jail. I'm being deported. And she says, no, your officer says, how you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm good. I had like Johnny Walker in the cooler. And he's like, as long as the driver, you're not driving the car, you can drink all you want, mate. I'm like, I love this country already. And he's like, you're not from around here, are you, mate? No, I'm a Yank, and I love this country. You know, my heart belongs to Australia. And he's like, enjoy your drinks, mate. I'm like, so we're driving down to see our parents in Doombula, and I'm like, I love this country. I think I'll take a nap. I love this country. I mean, over here, you get nailed for open container.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But you know, amateur radio itself, though, it's a great hobby to get into. It can be expensive, but
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it was gonna be expensive. There's this guy called Not Rubicon. He literally preaches. I think he gets kickbacks, anyways, jokingly, but he preaches about the R5 Baofeng, the best little ham radio for $22.
it's junk.
You know what?
Piece of junk.
I'll tell you what I think is the best radios on the market. Okay, talking about radio equipment is anything that takes AA batteries, in my opinion, are better for prepping than for something with a rechargeable battery. Because if your power goes out, how are you going to charge the damn thing?
True. That's why you carry extra batteries with you charged at all times.
Yeah, but that's why when I bought my shortwave for 170, I made sure I got an actual brand. I think it's Crane, and it runs on AA batteries. I mean, why? I mean, literally, why should I have a rechargeable battery pack? I mean, if the batteries go dead in the FRS radios that Chloe got me for my birthday, I could pop the battery back out, throw in 4 AA batteries, and I'm still good. This is what I like about Midland. But
Oh yeah.
some of them are only rechargeable battery packs. So what happens if you have no? I mean, honestly, I have 4 emergency generators I bought before the pandemic started or during the pandemic. And you know what? They're expensive, but they do clean power. The problem is, you think if the power goes out and we have a blackout for months or weeks or whatever the government says our electricity can't handle, you think I'm going to trust leaving my little Honda generator out there? Some hoodlum might just, unless I bolt it to lock it to the lattice work upstairs. I don't think I want to leave my generator out running an extension cord to charge my devices up with it, because everyone's going to be wanting to use it too.
Oh yeah.
So I found that AA batteries are perfect.
But yeah,
Oh no, go on, Mike. I gotta do something for Zoe real quick. Hold on, this is funny.
It's fun. On my van, I have a tri-band radio, which is 2 meters.
Okay, so let me hold on. Let me do this. Go ahead, Mike. I'm just doing something real quick for Zoe. As you don't know, I can do share screen, so I'm going to do share screen for a second because she asked.
Anyway, my tri-bander has 1.2 gigs, which is 1,200 megs, which is very few repeaters on there. 440.
Hold on to stop sharing.
And 2 meters. And I can go around any place in the United States and talk to people. We have more fun talking to guys in Australia, Alice Springs area. And
I'll just do it this way, Zoe, because I can't figure out how to do the share screen. But it's like 600 and $80, Zoe, for this radio. So let's just post the link in the chat here. She says, "How are we gonna fund the expensive radio hobby? Rita, ham ain't cheap." Well, it is. It depends on your radio. You can go as low as 200 for a handheld, which is 5 watts and 5 watts, or you can get one that you can basically make a base station from a car thing with the proper adapters, and that is goes up to 65 watts for like $200, and then you go and get the 100 watt ICOM 780, 718, and that's like $680. That's the cheapest. And the ham guys say you want to go at least $200 for a ICOM or a Kenwood a handheld, or at least go with the ICOM 718, which is 680, and they said that's what you need, and that will last for 20, 30 years. They say you don't need, they even said, because I emailed the ham radio guys who were fun. They emailed me back with when the test is and everything else, and I said, yeah, my adopted brother Higgins got the Baofeng R5, and they're like, oh my god, the Chinese piece of junk.
Yeah. But
my initial investment's going to be $680 plus the antenna, which Mike will probably guide me on the antenna or the radio guys, and I'll use a cookie sheet or something similar to a small cookie sheet that I can put in the windows so it can amplify this thing as a ground plane is what they call it.
Yeah, that's a ground plane.
Yeah, exactly. So my initial investment might be like $700, but that's probably all I need for my basic license. I mean, literally.
Oh yeah.
Until I'm ready to upgrade to the middle license. I hear the advanced user takes a lot of it's like what 75 questions, and you have to be by that point you have to be an advanced user.
When you get your the higher you go, the more questions should be thrown at you.
That's why
so you got to study.
Well, a lot of people just go with the basic amateur license anyways. They don't really want to go any higher because they just want to use it as a hobby. But some people go with the mid-tier because they want to unlock more frequencies, apparently.
Right.
The Radio Reference Forum, Zoe, let me just show you Radio Reference. Radio Reference is of a scanner frequency, and it's designed specifically for scanners and anyone that's into the radio. That's why the Radio Reference boys have told me that if Chloe and I got our ham license, jokingly, of course, Mike, you're going to laugh at this because we brought in a specialist today, Mike, an expert in ham. He said that if you want to use basic long-range radios over higher than me going out and spending $150 for a GSRM base station that I could set up at home, a car radio with the ground plane. He said, just go get a couple Baofangs just for me to send a message to Chloe. As long as she uses takes her call sign and gives it to me every 15 minutes, the Baofeng will reach a grocery store for $22.
Junk.
Yeah, but if it works for going to the grocery store, who cares?
Junk.
So you want me to spend $200 for a handheld so I can talk to her at the grocery store?
Yeah. A lot of guys do that all the time with their wives. Your wifey poo goes, "Hi, I'm going to get some stuff. Where you want to barbecue? How about getting a couple of steaks?" Okay. We're sitting there, all of us are laughing in the background going, "Hey, Helen," he says, "Yeah, we want a porterhouse." He says, "You got the money?" No.
Hold on a sec. I got two things. I want to get some coffee. Mike might want to do the same. I want to get a bathroom break real quick. And two, I just got to show this because Mike knows when he starts bringing up something. By the way, Mike, you forgot something, so let me just share this.
Oh.
Porterhouse. But let me just tell you something, Mike. If you remember, I got to use the restroom real quick. Aaron made the best steaks in the world, remember?
Right?
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, you can use it's called a ground plane, where you put your antenna right in the middle of the sheet pan or pie pan. It act like a part like an extended antenna.
Okay, let me get my coffee real quick. Something I have to ask you before I'll ask you when I put my headphones back on. It's a question that we talked about the other day. Don't poop in my damn coffee, bunny. Okay, so and I gotta ask this because it's part of the discussion with Ham is, uh, but before we continue, I do got a question that we talked about on Skype the other day, which was, you never gave me a reason, okay? Okay, Breaker 19, Rubber Duck. Why is CB radio dead? I'd like to know, what is the truckers using then?
Mostly cell phones, because it's easier to use a cell phone than a CB radio. There are some out there, but I was with the Kitty Band for a long time before I got my license. I had one CBer come up to me years ago. Oh, you got yourself a CB radio? No, it's a ham radio. I can talk to guys in Los Angeles, no problem. I can do the same thing. He says, yeah, but you're not legal to use that. He says, what do you mean? He says, you got an amplifier, right? Yeah.
Back
I
in the
said,
70s, I heard the Citizen Band needed a license, supposedly.
yep, he did.
Uh,
I can
so
remember, I can remember my first call too. My CB radio, KB, KAV, KV9, uh, Kaba. And my first original amateur call was KB6 QFG. And boy, you can go with that one. There was a lot of dirty answers with that one. And
uh, Zoe, just to let you know, Mike and I are, I think Mike's still a fan, aren't you, of Airwolf?
yeah,
Ernest Borgnine plays the sheriff in the movie Convoy with Chris Christopherson, and his call sign was the Rubber Duck, quack, quack, in the 1978 movie. That was a year after 1977, Smokey and the Bandit.
but CB radio though, the guy didn't believe me, so I got out there and made a call down to Los Angeles. The guy turned around and goes, "Hello, Mikey." He says, "Guess what?" Says, "What?" "I'm stuck on the 610." I go, "Oh God." He says, "Yeah." So I want to take your advice and go off the freeway. You make a right, then go down about 2 blocks. I go 3 blocks. He says, "Yeah, 3 blocks. Make a left and get back, jump on the freeway and go to Orange County." He says, "Yep."
So Zoe made a joke. Everyone, she says a lot of husbands don't care if they do lose the signal. Wifey just keeps talking. I
That happened. That
was gonna,
happens
I
quite a
was
bit.
gonna, I was gonna make a joke today because Zoe knows this joke's coming, so I might as well just put it in now. Mike, you're a ordained minister like me. How about you do the wedding and hitch me up with Zoe? She's really cute, by the way, for 50. She is like the bomb for, Oh, talking about something, right? Quick story for you. So Zoe comes on last night. I was talking about Higgins and me overworking myself with Social Security. She turned around. She says, like something like, "Not in my entire effing life was there someone trying to pull the wool over my eyes." And we're like, "What happened?" I went to a bar last night, and apparently they base it off of, they charge you more based on the color coded couch you sit on. She says, I walked out of a bar in Chicago. This was last night, Mikey. $83 for a Kettle One vodka and lemonade mix, or $83. Who the fuck charges, excuse my French, $83 for a bloody drink unless you're drinking Johnny Walker Blue Label?
Yep.
Or the Macallans. You remember the old high Macallans?
Oh yeah. But it's let's shut that C beer down real quick. Is at least I don't have to worry about nothing.
Well, a lot of people say the truckers are now using a GSRM, and they're putting a high-powered antenna on their semi-truck and using that for 50, 60, 70 miles, is what I hear.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of people say that there is some truckers still using CB on Channel 19. What they're doing is some of them are using a single sideband now,
Oh yeah. But I just CB radio. I call it the kitty band. Where
I call the kitty band as family radio services. That thing is damn crappy, in my opinion. 1 mile craps out.
oh yeah.
Oh,
But
what will my call sign be? It's whatever the government issues the call sign. So, for example, GSRM has a call sign you have to have. Apparently, on GSRM, it's like ham radio. You're supposed to acknowledge your call sign every 15 minutes. But apparently, a lot of people that use ham illegally or don't want to use their call sign, it's because apparently they don't want people to track them down through the FCC's database and try to do finding your address and committing identity theft. I was going to ask Mike about that too. Is that true or false?
false. A lot of times, if you don't use a call, like when I identify myself, I'll say N6 VIC, what the guys call, then my call afterwards. And I go try and keep it legal. But most of the time, though, we always use our calls all the time, constantly. One time, I was on my van, and I was on 10 meters, 28,400, talking to a guy down in Texas.
So basically, let me just tell you guys, I don't want you guys to think I'm stalking my brother. I love Mike dearly. So I just put in his call sign, and it says amateur license call sign, and it says Michael V. Allen, and it says, he's good till 2029. See? So, he's active, and it's regular. So that shows what he has. Previous call signs, Technician Plus. So there you go. Being a hammer, everything he said is completely true. So I'm just looking at it right here. It says Technician Plus. So, he's Group C, and it says expiration and cancellation, regular, blah, 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 active. So there you go, So, it's everything's right there for him. So cool, right? N6VIC is his call sign. So I just pulled it up just to see, out of curiosity, through the FCC. So Zoe asked a literally legal question. She says, no call sign, no response, right?
That's right. I won't talk to him. The guy started talking to me, and I started talking to him. I go, what's your call? The guy goes, what do you mean by call? Sorry, can't talk to you.
It says, Zoe says, good till 2029, and then the horns come out. I knew a guy once, my mom's boyfriend, Zoe, right? He went to a Halloween party. He was dressed in red paint or red whatever, and he actually glued goat's horns to his head. And Dave was at a party with my mom, and the guy comes up and he's like touching Dave, and then he touches his horns, and he's like, he really thought, because Dave looked like the devil. I was like, oh my God, I'm in the face of Satan. And the guy ran out as fast as he could. Oh, yeah, it was funny, so.
But, my license is good for another couple of years.
7 years. 7 years.
7 years, and I'll get renewed again. and I had to go through Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to get my license, to renew my license. I mean, I got to fill out the paperwork, or else I know somebody over at Gettysburg that
Do
can
you
do it
have to
for me.
take the license every 10 years, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm still good. I'm still good as a
I
technician.
mean, I mean, as a person that you're into ham for so long, do you have to take a license every 10 years, or do you just renew it since you already
I
passed
just,
yours?
I just renew it.
Because once you take the test once, you don't need to take it again. Is what I'm saying.
Right, right.
So why didn't you? Let me ask you this for all the audience out there. Why didn't you go to the higher thing? You're on your midterm technician plus. How come you didn't go to the advanced class? You just didn't want to study for it,
I just didn't want to study for it.
or is for the audience out there? Is it because even the advanced class, even if you have the higher unlocked frequencies, it's all dead. So what's the point?
It's just I just didn't want to study for it, and I got busy in my life and never didn't want to do it.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this for all the audience out there. We talked about the three levels of the level one through level three. Level one is the basic, level three is the high advanced users. And if it's only the frequencies and the permission to use higher bands, my question to you is what is the benefits? Let's talk about that for a minute. What is the benefits of getting a higher license?
Nothing really, just a big hoopla, putting up bigger antennas, bigger frequencies, longer distance. I just not here.
Yeah, but for example, let's talk about my situation for a minute. Okay, as you know, you said you're going to help me with my license, which I
Right,
appreciate. So my question is, say I go with the basic, right? I don't live in my own house, so I can't put like a 50-foot tower out back, and boost my signal to 20,000 miles around the globe. So my question is basic would work? I mean, literally. I mean, if I use the ground plane with it having an advanced license, it would still do the same distance. So what's the
sure,
point, right?
exactly.
And so that's one of the things I wanted to ask you about. So in an apartment dwelling situation, the basic is all you need, anyways. You don't need any higher, right?
No, no, no.
It's only if you. By the way, one of our moderators made a question the other day about ham radios, like you have your basic 100 watt, and then if you have your advanced user 1500 watts. How much wattage do you truly need?
If you want to talk somewhere in the world, 200 watts, 500 watts would be perfect. No problem. The lower the better, basically.
But if you basically have 100 watt, you could still do the same job, right? As long as you hit the repeaters, right?
Right.
So what's the point of paying, say, three, four, $5,000 for a hobby to go higher wattage? Plus, the question I gotta ask you is, say 1,500, 3,000 waters. Doesn't that put a real strain on your electric bill?
Oh, yeah, it does. It does. I know guys with big amplifiers and everything else. You know,
I got a feeling Mike's gonna tell us the story. He lives in Texas and his electric bill is well, the basic one is approximately. See, when I looked up the icon, Zoe, for example, they say most of them are 100 watts. I've not seen an icon that's like Mike just said, 15,000. Now if your book published, you can always mail me a $15,000 radio. I'll gladly brag to Mikey that you bought me one for 15,000. But he never answered if he would do the wedding for you and me in Chicago.
sure. Do it right here
So
on the air.
the 1,500 watts is a lot of power drain, but at the same time,
Yeah.
I've not seen an icon you go up there. I mean, I've seen like $30,000 radio receivers that actually are still 100 watts. So if you're paying $700 for a radio and a cookie sheet, or you're paying $3,000 in a cookie sheet and the same power, what's the point of paying it? Or is there more features or bells and whistles you're paying for?
You just bells and whistles. and everything else. Plus, uh, you just pay for bells and whistles. Then on top of that, you're going to run a 1500 watt amp or bigger. You have to go to the power company to put an extra circuit in.
I'm not going to want to do that in an apartment, so I just wanted to get into it as a hobby, not full time where I'm living on the radio.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, Mark, welcome. About time you see it. Moderator Mark came in. Good to see you, Mark. We have Reverend Mike Allen today. We're talking about prepping and ham radio. So the other question is, why is all these preppers now going for their ham license? And what's so special between GSRM, which you still got to pay for a license, and ham radios? And well, why is the preppers going for the ham radios? Maybe you can answer that.
These preppies now want to think they're going to be cool to run amateur radio. What they don't know is all the headaches and everything else.
I understand with ham radio, maybe you can confirm this. You can be nice, you can be polite, but they don't take too kindly. You guys, of course, you old farts. I got to make the joke, old farts. Don't take kindly to basically swearing like a sailor. Is that true?
No, not really. These people. Oh yeah, I could be just I'll just sit there and have a nice conversation with you.
Well, you can be. Yeah, I know you, Mike. You can be clean, and once in a while you can have your. See, see, me and Mike's been through so much that he knows the old joke with Uncle Biro, where Biro says there's three type of people in life. He knows where I'm going with this. One is you got the under 12 years old. They called them the preverts. Then from 13 to 40, you got the perverts. And then from the 41s to the 130, you got the provert. So my uncle used to say, well, I'm already past that. I'm the provert of the family. So Mike can be clean. He can also be jokingly aside in a private conversation. Can be somewhat perverted. I can too. But, the thing is, we all have that freedom of choice to be either clean, swear like a sailor, or somewhat perverted at times. So it's nature. We can't change our human biology when it comes to not being perverted at times.
Oh yeah. Now, I wonder if I can do this. Share this. Let's see. Share. Okay. Share screens.
Yeah, I think his share screen's available. I think I have it unlocked for you.
Okay. Yeah. What the heck am I doing wrong here?
I don't know. I'm using Firefox, so I can't get it to work properly for share screen for tabbed. That's why I basically sent the links for the radios. But anyways, what were you going to share anyways? Your computer program?
Yeah. Okay, that guy there is from Italy.
Right. Those are cool. Yeah, we can hear it to a point, so.
But that nine stations out of I think out of Jamaica.
So if you hear it in the background, Mike's actually listening. I believe he's speaking Italian.
Yeah, the guy is an Italian.
So so I guess while Mike's tinkering with this thing, I'll just say, before I go grab another cup of coffee, The preppers out there want to be the rulers or the rulers of the masters of the universe, so they want to control the ham radio, which the old farts like Mike,
How do you get? How do you
is
stop?
is this a new member, Mark? No, this is my brother, adopted brother Mike. I've known him since 2009. We are doing a special interview discussion on communications for prepping, including ham radio this morning. So I'm asking questions. I'm taking my ham license soon. So we're discussing the ham radio, I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. Stop sharing.
Papa Uniform 2, Yankee Mike Uniform. Papa Uniform 2, Yankee Mike Uniform, 9 Hotel to Lima Bravo. Go ahead.
Alright. Hopefully Mike got that working. If not, I'll just wait patiently anyway. Where's my coffee cup? This ain't my coffee cup. That's my spit cup. Oh, coffee cup's right there. So how you doing, Mark? Does he know Chloe? Yeah, he does. Here you go, Mike. Sorry about that. So
Yeah.
what happened, brother?
Oh, I screwed up, as always.
Oh, don't worry about it. You're. Does Mike know Chloe? Of course, Mike knows Chloe. Mark, he's talked to Chloe many times on Skype.
Oh yeah.
So Mike's saying the Seattle Mariners are going good. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. I think Mike's a fan of the Los Angeles Dodgers, right? Right, Ray? You're a fan of the Dodgers, Ray? Fernando Valenzuela's pitch, but doesn't pitch on Saturday. He pitches on Tuesday.
Oh man. But no, ham radio itself, though, it's fun. It's interesting hobby. What you guys heard is what I hear all the time. And most of those guys, like in Italy, I think one is from Puerto Rico. The other guy's from Italy. Some guys get a little
rowdy.
Not rowdy. Just, sometimes they get a little nasty, rude.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hear from watching a lot of YouTube videos. They got the hammers that follow the rules and regulations, and they call those the sad hammers. And then you got the ones that don't give a damn, that think it's okay because the FCC won't really crack down on people. It's like I said to you earlier. Moderator Higgins said that if the crap hit this fan situation, like natural disasters or whatever, the FCC wouldn't crack down on people using ham radios.
No, they will. You have to follow the rules and regulations. National disaster.
Yeah, no, I believe it. Is that going to be on the test too? They talk about rules and regulations because I'm
a little bit, a few rules and regulations, plus a little bit of electronics.
Apparently, with the license, you got to learn. They're trying to teach you how to build your own radio or something, if I understand correctly reading it.
It's just a circuit, If one circuit's blah 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 blah.
Yes, my brother Mike smokes, Mark. So
Yes, I do smoke.
and I do dip, so it doesn't matter. We're a happy family of tobacco users. We only live once, so why not live it to the fullest?
Oh yeah. But years ago, when I was younger days,
When he literally had a mustache, he didn't have the beard, by the way. I guess because of coronavirus, he said, fuck it, and he went ahead and grew the beard out.
oh yeah, it was
But
fuzzy.
at least it looks like it's a lot cleaner, too. When I saw him, he looked like a hobo. It was just like... I mean, literally, it looked like an unrefined set of ZZ Top, and he's not the one singing, she's got legs.
He got legs. But years ago, when I was in my younger days, like in my 20s and 30s, sit there climb towers, radio towers, about 600 feet off the ground.
You mean the cell phone towers that are like way, way up there, and you got like little harnesses and everything, and they get like, what is that called? Hazard pay? Yeah, I mean, literally, I can't see someone climbing all the way up there to change the little beacon at the top.
Oh, we used to sit there and climb towers. We used to have a little bucket called the wee can. So instead of climbing down and go back up, do it in the can and send it back down. And they'll just throw it out. But oh yeah,
I'm not afraid of heights. My main thing is I'd want to have a harness while I was climbing up there because I wouldn't want to fall backwards.
what I used to do is scare the hell out of this one guy, very good friend of mine.
Well, the audience is going to want to know why you were climbing up the towers. Was it
I was working repair an antenna, put a new antenna up. What I used to do, this one guy was with me. He got his license. Then he was still a novice before he got his tech. I go to Ray. I go, hey Ray. He says, yeah. Should I? Because you wouldn't. I go, I have to, babe. So I leaned back with my safety belt, and he let out blood curdling screams. Oh my God, my kind of heart attack. And I sat there and laughed. He goes, as soon as I got down from that tower, they always gave me a little shot of whiskey, bourbon.
Hopefully it was good quality bourbon.
Oh yeah, it was. And it was. He goes, why did you lean back? No, my back was bothering me. I just leaned back just a little bit. I know the harness will hold me. Anybody who climbs the tower has to follow the rules. Safety belt must be enforced at all times. Number 2, you wear a hard hat. And, you have to follow the rules. The microwave station has to be notified if they use a microwave to cut down their power. Because I ain't going to be no fried crispy critter up in that tower. And you can feel the power from those antennas and everything else going off, going through your body. Maybe that's taking a toll on me too.
Yeah, well, a lot of things take tolls on the human body over the years, too. I mean, literally, they say, remember the old 1970s, early 80s? Don't use the cell phone, it produces cancer.
Yeah.
Now they're saying, the old conspiracies now. Don't use the 5G, it'll cook your brain slowly.
What brain cells I have left?
I think I deadened a lot of them drinking over the years.
Oh, yeah. But the tower, I sit there on one of their deals goes out, and the thing is out in the middle. So I got to play squeezy. I can sit on the tower with my safety belt and move down until I change the antenna changed it back to the new one with a little help. Then after that, and then we just go down, just squeeze back down to the main part of the tower and climb down. Or sometimes we take an elevator down.
Hopefully, when Mike is doing these, change the like these guys that get paid for the little beacons on the top. Hopefully, he's not changing it during a lightning storm. I would not be up on one of those in a lightning storm.
No. Bad weather, we never go up. We stay in. But we went across this one guy's property, and he has cows. And he had one old bull. And that son of a gun closed the gate. He had an open charge chasing us down the road. They're Chiefs. Oh, what fun it is.
Oh, what fun it is to have a bull chase you down the road.
Hey, that bull was quick, too. He got back over to his girlfriends across the other way. But we always follow the rules and regulations. You know, we have a checklist, safety belts, yep, hard hats, yep, tool belt, yep.
You gotta always follow the safety regulations when doing jobs like that because it's dangerous.
Yeah. After about 35, I quit climbing towers, let the younger ones go up there.
And the younger ones, I would too, man, because it's for young people, anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I would do, Mikey. I mean, literally, I would, allow the younger generation to do it,
Oh, yeah. You have to.
Yeah, well, when we get up there in age, you just want to be more settled in your ways,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's the way it is, but still, I mean, I've seen towers in the middle of the desert, going outside of Quincy, near a water tower. They got a tower that's like 900 feet for cell phones. It's like, oh my God. Aaron used to say, oh yeah, more likely someone's getting hazard pay climbing up there and tearing in the light for the flashlight for the planes.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wouldn't do it. I mean, I would do it if I had the checklist and everything, but to me, just thinking about it, it's like, no, thank you,
Yeah.
Heck, honestly, you know me by now. I don't like to fly either unless I have to.
Yep.
I mean, I'm on a plane. I'm sitting there praying, please let this plane land.
When I was first time I was in an airplane, it was going down to Vegas. I knew I was going to be safe.
Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las
Well,
Vegas.
those steep deals. I was hanging on so tight. I was sitting there saying a rosary at the same time, very quietly. My friend, my sister turned around and says, Mike, let go of your chair. Because why? Your knuckles are just turned white.
Yes, Mark hired from Chris a while ago. He's fine. Moderator Chris is doing okay. So, I forgot even though I don't think you practice it, you're still Catholic.
Oh, yeah.
I still, one of these days we're going to have to do an interview about that. I knew a guy, John. I once in Quincy, and I said, John, I actually had to fix his TV so many times. I became friends with him. I said, one day would you sit down with me and tell me why is it the Catholics, being funny here, why you worship saints when your Bible says worship God only, yet you guys worship saints? What's the difference? If I want to go to Jesus, I'll go to Jesus. Why do I got to go through an intermediator like, well, what was his name? What's his name that you challenged Daryl on? The one with the snakes in Ireland? St. Patrick, was it? I think it was. Remember you were challenging Daryl on that? I never understood about the saints. I really don't.
Well, the saints like St. Francis of Ireland, there's no snakes in Ireland because it's too damn cold for them. And St. Francis is the one that started the Catholic Church then as a Franciscan.
He's the one, isn't he? The one that wrote the book. No offense, I just saw it recently. If you haven't seen it, if you have Amazon, check it out. It's called the Lost Prophecies or the Last Prophecies of the Pope, and it says it has a list, and apparently the current Pope is the last one on the line, and then supposedly Jesus comes back in 2027 or something.
Wait and see. I doubt it. Right now,
Did you see that the Catholic Church, the Pope wants to retire now again? I mean, what is it? Get in for 10 years. Oh, I'm time to retire. To put Mike in as the Pope. You've been blessed, my son. You've been blessed.
well, they used to have the Latin masses. Now the Pope says kind of tone it down a little bit with the Latin masses, and I don't understand that whatsoever.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Everyone making fun of Mike for a minute here is if Mike was Pope, oh God, he'd be telling them all, F you, I'm keeping the beard. There's always been a Pope in the past that had a beard, but not in the new popes. So I'm going back to the old ways with my beard. Capiche?
No, when this Pope dies, they just had the conclave, not the conclave, but
Conclave.
that's not that. It's something else. A big meetings of the cardinals.
The cardinal meeting, yeah.
Well, the cardinal meeting. You know how old you have to be to vote for a pope?
Like in your 50s or 60s, if I'm not correct.
80. 80 years old. I'm going, huh? I laughed. Ray called me up and goes, did you just hear what I just heard? I go, yeah. You know what, a bunch of old geezers. If they don't fall asleep voting, I'm going to vote for blah, 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 blah.
Have you seen that Netflix movie, The Two Popes with Anthony Hopkins and what's his name? That was a really good movie.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. There was more to that. When Benedict retired, there was more to it, but I
have a feeling the Cardinals or whoever forced him out, basically.
Joseph
Ratzinger, yeah. I thought he was good. I remember seeing on TV when John Paul II died. It was big news. I was watching it at home, drinking. I don't remember what it was, drinking bourbon. I think it was. It was sitting there. My mom's like, "You don't see this every day, kiddo. You've seen them light the what do you call it? The Statue of Liberty. You've seen us send things up to the space. During the 80s when I was younger." And then she says, "You saw a Pope die." She says, "You don't see this every day."
Yeah, it's like with me. I go back further than that. So at the end of
hold on. Yeah, what was your birthday year, anyways, Mike? Just remind me.
1954.
So you were young, but you still remember the Kennedy assassination clearly.
Very clearly.
Yeah, my mom said everyone loved Jack. Hold on, I got to do it. Ich bin ein Berliner. Remember Aaron used to say that as a joke?
Oh,
I am a jelly donut.
But,
and Johnson, he was pretty mean, apparently.
Not really.
You do know Johnson? I did some research on him recently. He used to scare the piss out of people in Texas. He'd drive down with his car, right, while drinking, and then he'd drive into a lake and everyone was panicked. And he said, "Don't worry, this car is also a boat." And it was. He had the only car with a boat. President with that car and a boat.
I was watching an old Dick Cavett show on TV and it had Barbara Walters.
Oh, she was awesome.
She did it with Johnson. He says he's very professional, but very nice. He says, "Barbara, dear, would you like a can of Fresca?"
He loved Fresca.
But the thing is, though, with him, he used to have his meetings while he's sitting on the toilet. True story.
I know. I've seen the movies on that, but I also know that and behind the closed doors, even though he was professional, he swore like a sailor, you know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, most presidents must. I mean, look at Tricky Dick. He was basically swearing all the time, too. I mean, have you seen that movie, Anthony Hopkins Nixon?
Yes, that was very good.
If you open up that scab, you'll uncover a lot of pus. There's only two people in the world you don't F with, and that's Richard Helms and J. Edgar Hoover. You don't F with those two men.
Well, J. Hoover's the one that said at one time, "There's no such thing as a mafia." Try Appalachia when those mob bosses were up there, from the couple of the families
Well,
from New York.
I'm sorry to say this, but if you read your history and study your history, like I'm a history buff, it was J. Edgar Hoover that confiscated, mind you, Al Capone's armored car and gave it to FDR.
Well, come to find
So,
out,
so if there's no mafia, why does Al Capone need an armored car?
yeah. Well, believe it or not, the government never did touch that car. It's somewhere around.
Actually, the government confiscated Al Capone's car. FDR used it. It was the first armored car. That's the history goes. But, you know, the thing is nowadays, you know, it's just, I don't know, you know, it's, I always thought the government, you know, to a point, you leave the government alone, they leave you alone. But apparently they're more nosy in our business than anything else
Oh
nowadays.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You want some matzo ball soup? The government? How much is it going to cost me? My taxes?
Really.
Me and Mike always joked about the Jewish joke about matzo ball soup, so I threw that in for a little humor.
But I have a theory. A lot of people are thinking about it, about the Kennedy assassination. You know, Sam
I want to hear this because I'm a theorist on JFK, so spill it. I want to hear this.
Sam Giancana did a little business with the government, with the CIA at the time, to get rid of Castro at the time. The other one in Chicago, the bomb boss up there, helped Kennedy get into the office. But theory is there's a middleman, which is the mob boss out of New Orleans. I forget his name offhand. And he kind of played little devil's advocate. But Jack Ruby worked for the guy. And
Jack Ruby also was a former FBI man.
No, he wasn't.
Well, actually, if you watch JFK and read the book, he was a former FBI man, retired. And he ran with the CIA to run the Bay of Pigs thingy. And that's how we met Leon Oswald. Remember, you should watch the JFK movie with Kevin Costner. There's actually a theory behind that when you look at Oliver Stone, for example, he literally turned around and said, who really killed the Kennedys? Simple. It was the Republican Party, is what they say secretly. You can't tell me that dog don't hunt. Walter Matthau, that dog don't hunt.
But one thing, though, getting back to Kennedy, after Kennedy got shot, when he was going through, you see him going this way, going for his throat. First shot, hit him in the throat.
The magic bullet thing was a bull crap thing. 7 bullets and one bullet, 7 hits.
No. What it was, I know somebody from Chicago that knew the guy that killed Kennedy. He was in a manhole pointing his gun out. You know, when he shot him, his head kind of blowed up.
Yeah, it was, 1/5 of his brain went missing, and they still don't know where his brain went after they autopsied him. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, yeah.
It's on the Zapruder film, remember?
It was on a Zapruder film, and it was a mob hit because the mob was pissed off at Kennedy family. Don't forget, though, old man Kennedy back.
Was controller of the stock market and banks back then. Yeah, I know.
No, not that. He was an old bootlegger.
Well, we know that. We know the Bush family was bootlegging weapons till the day of the World War II was declared in Germany. Remember?
Yeah.
And another thing is apparently supposedly the mob got even. So the theory goes, got even with old Robert Kennedy by drowning a broad in a car in Chappaquiddick, so he can never run as president. And Bobby Kennedy was plugged the same time as going through the hotel to debate Nixon. I mean, it
Yeah.
was a bad time back then, you know.
But yeah, when they said it, go J. Edgar Hoover, the one who wears the dresses.
Yes, we know he's also a 33rd degree master mason, and he was in a relationship with Clyde Tolson, his second in command, and he wanted to marry his secretary, but that fell through because she was devoted to her work. I think truly she was lesbian, and he knew it, so they had a good relationship as friends.
Well,
Miss
J.
Gandhi.
Well, what I was going to say is that the J. Edgar Hoover at the time made a comment. There is no such thing as the mob, the mafia. What happened up in New York, upstate New York, with all those gangsters from all over the world and the families from New York and United States? That guy was smart, and we made that raid up there. Yeah, they caught some of them, but some of them ran off with their silk suit being torn. Who in the hell wears a silk suit anyway?
The mafia.
Of
The
course.
Godfathers. Yeah, exactly, you know.
Yeah. But a lot of people don't believe me, which is true. The Italian mob was not the Italian mob. You know who the first mobsters were?
Either the Armenians or the Russians, or maybe the Yaks.
No. This is way back in the 20s. The Jews.
Oh yeah, the Jewish word. That's why they say you got Jude. You know, when it comes to getting those guys know how to screw you over in a pawn shop, man. That's why I stay away from pawn shops. Buy low and sell high, and then all their stuff's filled up in the pawn shop. They can't, sell.
But the old, oh shoot, what's his name? Rothstein was the one who taught Lucky Luciano to be proper and how to run a business. So when he died, Luciano took over, Lucky,
And the code of the mob is no drugs.
no drug selling. So,
Yeah, I bet you during the between after World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam, the Kennedy assassinations, and all that crap, the ham radios were really big back then on the wires.
yep. You know who else was a ham? Senator Goldwater. Barry Goldwater.
Barry Goldwater, I believe that. I thought he was pretty good, you know.
Yeah. So,
It is what it is, you know, but still, there's, what was it you said about the hammers? They want to take over the world, or these preppers want to basically be number one. I mean, you know,
well, when people tell me, "Oh, you must be a severe," no,
how come CB died anyways? Is it because of cell phones or?
cell phones. It went for a long time because I got in during the couple of months before, way about a year or two, way before the bicentennial.
I hear it was popular back then, you know.
Oh yeah, it was. It was.
And nowadays it's like, you they're selling TVs that are like $40 if you want to use it, but no one, the preppers are using it next to their GSRM base station, next to their Ham base station, and they're like, oh yeah, we got all three just in case, and it's like, well, CB's dead, and on this island, GSRM isn't used and FRS ain't used, so it's like the ham radio people here said that you can tune in. My scanner picks up ham radio frequencies. The problem is they only do it like twice a week. Otherwise, it's mostly the communications is dead on this island. You wouldn't believe how many people on the radio forum says go buy a digital scanner because the digital scanner, if they ever change over to digital, you'll be able to listen to it. But here this island's analog, so it's like they put more money in fire and police boats. But it's like communications out here is dead mostly. But I bet you down there, if you had a police scanner, that thing, you probably have one anyways. You're a radio man. It probably chirps more than up here.
It does. It does.
I used to spend several hours a night sitting with Uncle Donnie while he was drinking his 10 high cheapo crapo, listening to his unit in. So finally, hubby went, Aaron got me nicknamed hubby. Got me a scanner for my birthday. It was like $500. It was like the only one they had, a triple trunking. Thing sucks up batteries, but you know what? I enjoy listening to it.
Oh yeah.
Neighbor, the meth head neighbor next door is always on the scanner.
We were talking about that too.
Yeah, I mean, Uncle Donnie was just, he'd be sitting there listening to a scanner, half out of it, drinking his tan high, eating his sardines and kippers and Vienners while watching Antique Roadshow going, I wish I had some money like these people find. What are you doing? Listening to the scanner, dude. You want a drink? No, I don't drink that crap. When he ran out, hey, Rita, I know I got the good stuff here. Pour me a shot of the good stuff. The guy, when he died, owed me like 80 bottles of booze,
Man.
Did you remember that story when I told you about the grocery store until Uncle Jack sat down at the bench? He's like, I'm going to go have a smoke. And Jack's like, you're going to do what? I'm going to wait in line, pay for my groceries, and then have a smoke. He used to run out, and then, me and Aaron had to pay the bill for him, and we finally got enough of it. So Jack intervened and was like, you're going to do what, Johnny? Oh, I'm going to wait and pay my bill and then go have a smoke.
Or the thing about this deal on his cane, the thumper, he just sit there.
Oh yeah. The cane tip. Where one day I'm with him at Walmart and he's like this. He opens up the box, takes the old one out. He's got a big hole in his. Puts on a new one. The lady's not paying attention. Puts the old one in the box, seals it back, and puts that in later. I'm like, hey Donnie, I didn't see you pay for your thumper. We're at Walmart. Oh, so. About a couple months later, here's some old lady, the farmers talk about. Yeah, apparently, we got to keep an eye because apparently an old guy picked up the cane tip he needed, didn't inspect it, went home, and we found out there was a hole in it. I'm like, yeah, if they don't inspect it, it's their fault. They're trying to get something free. And the lady's like, you really think someone actually switched him out? And I'm like, possibly. Then that night at home drinking whiskey, I said, Uncle Donnie, how could you? Well, I just forgot, Rita, with that crap-eating grin like I forgot. So you're not only a con man at times, but you're a thief.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was just a character by himself, I got into radios because of the scanner,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, I have scanners here and stuff, but I thought ham radio would be fun,
Oh, yeah, it is. Ham radio's fun.
And, so CB radio died. FRS is crap. GMRS is okay for certain things. And then ham radio is for the rest. And they say there's a war between GSRM and hammers right now. That's what that Not Rubicon says. It's either you're on the one camp or in the other camp, or you're in the middle camp, which you have both licenses, which I'm going to have both licenses, but, depending on,
Who's saying that now?
Not Rubicon. Is the guy that's the one I told you he's always talking about his Baofeng 5R. I can see his face. Piece of junk. He says the Hammers hate that radio with a passion. I gotta ask why. Is it just because it's cheap?
It's junk.
Have you ever tried it?
No, but
What Ray did when he was in the Secret Service, he says it's junk.
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 Oh man. Yeah, Ray, he moved out of the Bay Area. He's living on top of the hill up here by me. And
he probably called you up one day and was like, hey, I'll make you a deal you can't refuse. I need to have a repeater built for me. Get your butt up here, build one.
well, I built him. He helped me build. We used to sit there in my garage and build them.
How much does it cost to build a repeater?
Oh, about 4,000 or 5,000. But the clubs, you know, what we do basically, we just go over and dust them out, you know, clean out the parts, change out the radios, change the equipment out a little bit.
Do you have to have an actual special receiver for it, or can you use your own receiver? Do you have to have a special receiver for repeaters?
You have to use different ones. You have an input and an output.
Well, I assume where you live currently in your house that you've had for years, you don't have a radio tower in the back of your yard, do you?
No. Well, yeah, kind of 50-footer.
Oh, yeah, that's nothing, 50-footer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Yeah, well, I bet you, because he's in California, everyone, and he's probably one of these with his mid-level license, he's probably got a 1,500-watt radio receiver that's draining his power supply in his house.
Nope.
So, what is yours? Just 100? I know you use the computer, but what is your? I know you said Kenwood, so I assume you know.
It's about 50 watts.
Well, I know for handhelds they go between 5 and 8 watts. 8 watts is max, and then the installed car versions are like 65 watts. I did my research before discussing the subject, and then the standard home model for base stations 100 watts to 1,500.
If you want to get real fancy radios, yeah. Upgrade your license.
Yeah, well, when I looked at the basic ICOM, I was basically more impressed with all the doodads. But as you see it, they get bigger and bigger with all more of these buttons. And it's like, well, it's like being a kid in a candy store. You know, you look at all the bells and whistles, and you're like, what's this button do? What's this button do? Like a little kid, what's this button do? What's the red button do? Don't push the red button, kid.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, they look like they're really complicated, you know.
Oh, some of them are. Some of them are not.
No, Mike's from Sacktown.
But pretty soon I'll be back in doing the Jack Bishop show. What I love to do with Jack, and they always tease him. I put one finger in my ear like what they used to do years ago. I go, high above the Burbank Hotel and Madam Chang's Whoopie Parlor and Pachinko Palace. Jack goes, you never let that line go dead, don't you? I go, no. You know me better, Jack. We always argue about Texas politics.
Why, is he from Texas?
Yeah.
Those Texicans can be really hard on politics, you know, when they get into it.
Well, they're saying old Abbott might lose.
That's what I'm here to debate. You know, I think that's one reason why my family in Texas doesn't want to talk to me. Yeah, he's from Sacramento. Yeah.
Well, anyway, though, funny part is, so somebody says something about the governor. I go, what did that asshole do this time? Jack goes, yep, There's a guy from California has Texas roots, which I do, way back. Just yeah, what did that jackass do this time? But and I'll tell you, it's yeah, my family goes way back in Texas history.
Well, Chloe comes to me all the time, right, about politics, and she's like, "Did you hear what Ron DeSantis is?" I'm like, "What has that jackass done now in Florida?"
You know, the governor of New York, the one he was great.
Andrew Cuomo, I believe it was him.
Cuomo was good because he kept things going right
So
for.
you let me ask you this: do you think it was all conspiracy? They set him up, so now he's no longer governor because they made it because of charges of sexual harassment.
Oh yeah,
And what about his brother? He got kicked off of CNN. I liked him.
yeah, but I hate to say this word. He's a bad taste in my mouth. Oh, Donald the Crook Trump,
Hmm.
and I don't care. He's gonna go in the prison.
Orange jumper. That's what Aaron's dad keeps saying. But Chloe says win. I said that wheels of justice turn slowly if they find him guilty. It just takes time. But
Oh yeah,
with
but
me, of course, on my channel here, I'm always neutral. I play devil's advocate. I'm like, Republicans are doing this and the Democrats are doing that, but it looks like God's prophecy for me is coming true. There's going to be a blue wave, and a lot of my moderators here are Republicans, which is fine. They can be Republicans. It's like, you know,
what kills me though with Trump, he's one of the biggest crooks because he kept two sets of books, and I know I'm going to charge a lot of trouble.
no, hold on. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I'm not a crook. But sir, you're not Nixon. I am not a crook. Don't look at me. I didn't do it.
But with Trump though, I go, you know that he had deals with the mob.
Well,
'Cause,
that's what I've heard. Yes,
yeah, no, he had to because all his buildings.
we're run by the mob supposedly.
No, they built it. Who in the hell built those? The basement all the way up the tower, Trump Tower. It was the mob. It was a mob run deal. Some of the buildings are on there. And some of the famous people, I can't think of their names offhand, had dealings with the mob.
Well, I know New York's got a lot of skyscrapers. Every time I see movies, I'm like, oh my god, that's.
Exactly. That's all mob run.
Yeah, well, apparently the mob came together. If you watch that Gangs in New York, there's like the five corners, five gangs or something. I've not seen the movie, fully.
So,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm just neutral, but I'm just wondering, why, a lot of preppers are going with getting their hams licensed now, and what's so special with them trying to have their hams licensed? I mean, it's just a radio.
it's just a radio.
I mean, we all prep to our own thing. You probably prep for emergencies like earthquakes there and stuff. But Chloe jokes, when's California gonna crack and fall in the ocean? She always says this. I said, well, then that happens. If Mike's still alive, he's buying himself a boat if he doesn't already own one.
Yeah.
It is what it is, But the thing is it's an interesting hobby, and I mean, to me, it's yeah, it would be fun, But a lot of the radio hammers say, living out on an island, it doesn't move that much unless you, connect up to a repeater and then connect up to like Russia or Japan or somewhere else,
Uh-huh.
Hey, did you know in Texas you have to have a license to have a scanner in your home? Yeah,
That's crazy.
those Texas waddies make the, no offense to the Texicans watching this. My cousin Dinky and Corey watch this, but those Texas waddy must be really insane living in Texas.
I think the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, I might get involved in the wrong thing.
Why? You have something to say about Texas? I'd like to hear it because I'm always interested in knowing what other people think.
Texas is, yes, red. And eventually they're going to get out of the red district. But my opinion on Trump, he's a crook. He's a pervert. And I know I'm going to get a lot of hate mail for that. But I don't really give a damn.
Well, I was gonna make a joke with Arlie Ermy, bless his heart. So where are you from, son? Texas. Oh my God, Texas. There's only steers and queers in Texas. You don't look like a steer, so that narrows it down, son. From now on, you're private cowboy. Full Metal Jacket.
But, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of people that think, I'm a leftist, but it's not true. I'm neutral because, I'm watching. See, God tells me there's a blue wave, and then I'm watching the polls, and I told my cousin Corey and Dinky, that's in Texas, they left Oregon. I said that inflation is not going to be the main thing on the ballot. I told them this like 4 months ago. I said what it is it's going to be Roe versus Wade. If it's overturned, women are going to feel their rights are being taken. Transgendered people, gay people. I mean, you heard what's his name, right? I can't even believe he opened his trap. Thomas. Oh, we're going to go and review interracial marriage. You think he's going to really ban interracial marriage under his watch? I mean, come on. Mitch McConnell wouldn't even do it. See, he's married to a Chinese, and Thomas is married to a white woman. Yet we want to review same-sex marriage and sex changes and contraceptives, and yet that's just fueling. I personally think, Mike, the Catholics in the Supreme Court said this and leaked it to turn the tides against the Republicans. Apparently, in my own theory, is they have a fear against the Republicans for some reason. Even though they're Republican, they fear it for some reason.
Oh yeah. And they said, they're going to ban gay marriages. They can't do that. It's under each state has their own laws.
Well, yeah, exactly. My cousin said each state will have laws protecting Roe versus Wade, but what if the state of Texas wants to sue the state of California because California allows it, and the people are going to your state for the abortions and that live in Texas? I mean, is that right to go and prosecute the people in California for it? No, they got to have these laws put into place that you can't prosecute our doctors for giving medical help,
That's right. It's like old Abbott, that asshole shipping everybody.
Well, what about Beto? Get this son of a bitch out of here! Right there on that's inappropriate. Get that son of a bitch out of here after Uvalde. Remember?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't show you this. My new microphone I got for. Let's see if I can get it on camera here. There it is. I got this for a friend of mine down in Texas. If you notice the name, that's a Radio Shack microphone. And I got a one channel mixer with that for free. It was shipped to me. So
I want free stuff.
Well, everybody was getting tired of me using my deal that hangs out.
Oh, you mean the one that you've used for like since 2009, since I've known you, the one that sticks out the mouth? It's like,
yeah. But this here, our Candy Corporation,
Radio Shack brand.
It is. Radio Shack on the side, big R.
Yeah, Tandy Corporation was that. Back then that in Australia it was called the Tandy Store.
But Radio Shack, though, it was a nice store, though.
No, yeah, too bad they went bankrupt. Now they're trying to rebuild themselves, just like Kmart. And this is Mike, and we have the Kmart Blue Special, the Blue Light Special.
Autistic Kmart shuffles and aisle 10. Ladies' underwears on sale for $1.25. Thank you.
My aunt used to shop at Kmart so much it wasn't even funny, you know. Hold on a second, gotta use the bathroom. You might want to get a refill of your coffee, Mike.
Oh, I was thinking about breakfast.
I need coffee. So talking about Republicans for a minute, Mike, I heard something interesting the other day. I was reading something on that Google forum called Quora. Someone said, "What happens if the Republicans, what is it, secede from the union or whatever it's called, secede? I can't remember the term." And someone said, "Well, if it does, the Republicans will be hurting more because the blue states have the highest GDP, and therefore they're supporting the welfare of the red states. So if the welfare of the red states lose, they're screwed."
Uh-huh.
You don't get enough sleep, do you, man?
I do. This morning I got up around about 4.
You're probably turned on your. What, you still drinking that fine French coffee from Starbucks?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised Mike, with joking, of course, Mike's always joking with me about being wealthy, not spending some money and getting himself some Kopi Luwak, the most expensive beverage in the world.
No.
Oh, that stuff's pretty good. I've tried it many times, man. It's really good coffee.
No. But you know who pays the most taxes in the United?
You.
Yep, New York.
Washington pays high in taxes, too. I mean, you know.
Well, they're saying New York, uh, Florida, California, and a couple others.
Washington and Oregon's pretty high in taxes, too.
But guess what? Guess who gets the most the money coming back to them? The
You?
state of, no, hell no. The state of Kentucky.
Oh, I know. I
They
know.
pay less tax. They pay less taxes.
Because of Moscow Grinch or Old Turtle Grinch or Moscow Grinch as they call him. The Grinch that stole Christmas. Moscow Grinch. I love that name for Lindsey Graham, Leningrad Linz. You know, I did some research the other day, Mikey, talking about Russia. The reason they have low wages is because they don't pay taxes. Everything that they have, they own outright. Like their homes are now owned outright. Ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, they pay very little taxes or no tax. They get free healthcare, free medical, free college, free university, all this, and yet they say that if the United States were communist, we would be a better country due to the fact that we wouldn't be supporting the higher taxes, you know, like them, you know. And I was doing some research, socialist slash communist, you know.
Oh yeah.
What do you think? Do you think this country's going communist socialist? I mean, I've read a book from the third in command of the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover, Leon Klauskin, that said we're already meeting the 45 types of the doctrine of communism, you know, the manifesto. There's like 45 things that could turn it. So, what do you think? You think our country's going communist?
No. No.
Well, what these are. No offense, I'm going to get a lot of flack here, but a lot of Republicans think that the Democrats are communists.
Oh, the Republicans are all a bunch of assholes. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, to me, I think some of them are white rhinos that's been in office too long and they need to retire.
Exactly.
I mean, like Moscow Grinch, he's one of the 4 states that get the most money: New York, Kentucky, California. I mean, California gets the most money because you got McCarthy and Pelosi.
Well, we pay most taxes coming out.
Yeah, but California's got the 5th biggest GDP of the world. It's number 5. So, I can understand why, but I don't understand why that little jackass, no offense, I'm going to get flack here, moved his entire factories from California to Texas. I just don't understand. Is it because he didn't want to pay high taxes anymore?
Yep.
I mean, you don't see the video game industry like Square Enix and all these other companies, Capcom, all layered around the coast of California moving. They've been there for 20 years.
Yeah.
But everyone else, Nintendo, they got a deal where it's low taxes. The rest of they started in New York, if you remember, in the 80s, and they got a deal and went to Washington.
You know why everybody's moving to Texas?
Gun control, I bet, or gun rights, I assume.
No. Pay low wages. Texas has the lowest wage pay.
Oh, yes, I remember someone, I think it was you, that told me once about the waitresses being like $2 an hour.
Yeah, and they still get that. But
Yeah.
if the governor signs this bill, which I hope he does, I know I'm going to pay more for food going out, especially when we go to Burger King, which I love. They're going to raise the price, for the waitress.
I remember Uncle Donnie loving his 2 fish sandwiches for $5 at Burger King. We'd go there every month and he'd get the fish sandwiches. For some reason, I don't know what it is, but he liked the fish sandwiches.
I do not like what's that other fish place?
You mean Popeyes, maybe?
Not Popeyes. I love Popeyes.
Chick-fil-A?
I won't go in that place.
I went through the drive-thru a couple times in Oregon. That was pretty interesting, trying their chicken and a biscuit for breakfast.
Oh, it's
Long John Silver?
yes.
I went there when I had my boobs done. They had a buffet. Aaron took me to all-you-can-eat buffet. Or as he calls it, all you may eat. Remember, they can cut you off at any time.
But the one thing about Long John Silver's is they use cornmeal on their fish.
And they're hush puppies.
And the hush puppies. But the only thing is, I don't know if they changed the grease or what, the cooking oil. It tastes rancid all the time I go in there. I go,
You know what? It was one of the best places to get hush puppies and fish and chips before they went out of business. You probably have heard of them, but never tried them. I don't think you've been up here. Was Skipper's Fish and Chips here in the state of Washington.
Skippers. I think I have. I tried them down here.
The other one that's really good that we have that's really what's that company up here? It's Ivers. Now they make some really good clam chowder, man.
I'm trying to remember the place used to be. Used to get iced tea in mason jars.
Where was this? Down in California?
They were all over, I think. But their food was great.
A lot of out here we have a lot of fish and chip places. You know what the problem is, Mike? You're a fish man, so you probably understand this. I just can't stand spending so much money to get fish and chips on this island when they give you fish that's like this big, and they call it Alaskan cod and Alaskan halibut. It's like, dude, 3 little pieces of dinky thing. What happened to the old large pieces? Now they're like so damn small. I can't see myself parting $25 for 3 dinky pieces in a bag of fish or fries or a bed of fries.
The best place is it's right up here off of Freeport. When they give you a piece of fish, it's always good.
Oh, I like fish. I love fish and chips. I like them when they're like this big. But during the pandemic, they started. They said they had to downsize because fish is getting expensive. Well, they shouldn't raise their prices and then give. Well, what is they call it? Shrinkflation.
Who knows?
I mean, I don't like shrinkflation. I don't like buying things that are. I mean, you remember in the '80s they used to give you bags of potato chips folded at the top. Now it's like half air.
Yep.
I mean, I try avoiding buying a lot of that stuff. And, you get less. It's like why buy it. It's like yesterday, Chloe's looking for a steak for me. Everywhere she went, there was a couple places that sold steaks. They wanted like $60 for a steak, and Chloe's like, "No, I'm not paying $60." So she went to the store, got 2 steaks for less than 60, and I threw them in the oven last night, cooked them.
I buy uh, sirloins, and they're just as good. You know, I don't give a damn what people say. Hey, sirloin. I like a good, uh,
T-bone, porterhouse, rib steak,
what's the other one?
filet mignon,
Uh,
New York strips.
no, the club deal,
Flat irons.
not flat irons. It's a steak.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're real expensive steaks.
Are you talking about that stuff that's that steak that's pounded down with a hammer and it looks like hamburger?
No, hell, what's the name
I
of
know
it?
the most expensive is filet mignons.
Filet mignons, they're good, but they're overpriced.
Oh yeah, they're really overpriced.
Uh, Club something. It's on
I've
the
never.
bar.
You mean Delmonico's?
No, Delmonico's are those things are
Those
expensive.
things are expensive. Yeah, I've had Del's myself. They're expensive. I don't know that. I'm not. There's chuck steaks. There's 7-bone blade steaks. I mean, there's so many cuts of steaks. You can't.
It's a club something uh, steak. You get it like it's on a bone. You get like a little piece of steak. And I forgot how much they charge you for that damn thing.
Oh, it's expensive. Yeah.
That's why I don't buy steaks anymore. It's just too damn expensive.
I saw it on a prepper channel the other day. They saying once you heard about the great drought, right?
Uh-huh.
Apparently, the cattle in certain states are being sold off at a loss, and they're saying by 2023, a ground hamburger might be $50 a pound because meat prices are going down. But once they sell up all the meat, there's not going to be any meat for us to have for 2023, so we're going to have food shortages.
I doubt it very seriously.
Well, you heard what Mitch McConnell said the other day. If people would go back to work and not freeload, we would have a good workforce and we wouldn't have food shortages.
Wise showed the other day on the news that people are going back to work. Jackass.
No, the economy is pretty good. They only had like what 315,000 new jobs added last month. I mean, to me, it seems that but there's a lot of people. There's a lot of Republicans that are moderators that say the government's lying about the numbers too.
Oh yeah.
Who knows? But you know what? I don't even focus on that. Just in case, I focus on things that matter. Like prepping and the hobbies and other things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. you know. So It
Oh,
is what it is, but still.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So, when it comes to my radio, I think Zoe's talking about 680 bucks plus a cookie sheet. That's she's sold on the idea. As long as I don't take all my time on ham radio and I do her Rita videos here on YouTube, she'll be happy.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, literally, but it does sound like an interesting thing.
Oh yeah.
How many of it, you've talked to people from all over the world, I assume?
Every day.
Must be a good hobby for you.
Oh yeah, it is.
How's your electric bill, out of curiosity, with the
Not bad.
radio thing?
Not bad. Because I use my little ambi stick.
Yeah, that probably saves a lot of money, anyways.
Oh yeah. If
And
the temp-
that,
if the temperature goes down, which is not, it's gonna be 111 down here.
then turn your air conditioner on. Keep your apartment down at 59, like the coldest it can get, and you'll be nice and cool.
Too cold.
59 is too cold. I like cold weather. You know me. You used to call me crazy running the air conditioner in the wintertime, and Quincy would be like, but I like the cool.
True.
Yeah, you remember that. I remember when I got in touch with you and Aaron died. Damn, that broke your heart. I told you, that broke your heart.
Oh yeah.
I bet your heart was broken when Carl died. I mean, I can't believe he kicked the bucket. I thought he'd outlive us all, including you.
True.
And
True.
then one lady, she's basically becoming wealthy apparently and thinks everyone stinks now. What was her name? Reverend Taylor, I think it is. She's like went from a motorhome, got married, and now lives in like a 9-bedroom house in Oklahoma or something. It was Oklahoma, I think.
I ran across our lady friend. Oh
Pennsylvania lady?
no, the other one. Oh
Well, you mean the one from Georgia that hates people even though she's got like a daughter and she's lesbian? Is that who you're talking about?
no. She always talks to us all the time. She always asks about you all the time. If I heard from you.
Which one is that?
Oh, I'm trying to remember her name. She's still around.
Well, Reverend Taylor, you mean?
Not Taylor, no. The one from Pennsylvania, forget it. I
Oh,
got too many.
yeah.
I got too many fights with her.
Oh, yeah. Well, so did I. She's married to a black guy who's blind, apparently. I just can't remember, I'm on, I do post once in a while on the minister site. I post on Twitter from time to time, post on Instagram, but I'm not on Facebook. I gave up Facebook.
The one. Remember that one time I almost got kicked off the minister's side.
Oh, yeah. And remember, I had to save your ass by calling up the second in command. What was his name? Is he still there, by the way? I don't even know who's in charge.
I don't either.
Brother, what's his name? Brother, I can't even remember.
Oh man.
I stay in the shadows. They only contact me if they really want to have a meeting to kick someone out. Otherwise, I'm just like,
But I used to get into her with her. The words were said.
I can't believe she went with those two Pennsylvania douchebags, or was it Georgia or whatever? The Barretts. Remember the Barretts? Monkey's an ugly dog. No, he's not. She was trying to con me into unclamping her. The state made her. She had too many kids. She wanted to have more children, and she was trying to con me into unclamping her, paying the bill or something. Aaron stopped and said, "Don't let her go to hell."
Oh, remember that one guy who dressed up like a nun?
Uh-huh.
I thought I saw him the other day on there. He's wearing regular clothes. Not wearing his
his nunnery outfit, his penguin outfit.
That guy was a weirdo. There are some weirdos on that site.
You remember how many times you had groups, remember in the old day where there was like Mormons and Muslims and everything, and they're all gone. Even the Catholic groups are almost all gone. I went there the other day to send you a message, and it was like all the groups are dead. It's like, what happened to our forum?
Exactly.
I mean, literally, I still see Reverend Carl up there. It's like he's like number one still, I think. It's like, dude. I remember you and I, we were like that competition at the time. Who had the most friends, but the joke was with Aaron, you remember, he's like, you can have 500,000 friends, but what's it going to do for you? You just get your number up there on the top four. Well, that doesn't mean anything. It's just a number.
Was her name Betty, the one in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember what her name was. I can't remember, it's been so damn long. I tried to block her out of my memory, and I guess I did a good job. Or it could be all that fine scotch I drank that Zoe gave me that killed my brain cells, so I don't remember.
But oh man, I mean, we sat there and, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, that was one of the greatest fights. Me calling her nasty names and her calling me nasty names, and the ULC is about ready to tear us both apart.
There's Deborah White. She's a minister, but that's not Deborah. It's
Oh, dang it! I can't think of her name. She's real nice.
I can't remember the one that you got into it, but I had to intervene to save you from losing your spot in the church because of that, man, if you remember. I mean, you literally went after her. She went after you and after me and after Aaron, and eventually they banned her, if I remember correctly.
And I think she went after Carl, too.
She went after anyone who was higher up than her. She thought she should be the popular one. Instead, she basically dug her own grave.
But I think she's back again, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, she's keeping the peace and not saying much. Then, yeah, she's probably hiding in the shadows.
Yeah.
I don't even remember. It's been so damn long. I can't remember, what her name was.
Then there was that group out of New York.
Yeah, under that one guy, Reverend Michael Conman, remember? There's two Michaels. There's that Michael Conman who was asking for money to get from California to New York. And then there's that other guy that remember Carl dug up all the info, found this guy was like claiming he was in Pennsylvania, and then he was here, and then he was there, and he was I mean, that guy, that was it was great that he tracked him down, but I can't remember Michael something, Reverend Michael, you know.
Yeah, I'm surprised the ULC is still around.
Well, they also have the Modesto branch, that branch. What's her name? The one minister, the lesbian I told you, I can't remember her name, that had a wife and adopted a kid. She in Georgia, I think it was Georgia, I think it was. She was in charge of the Unitarian Universal out of Georgia. She was ordaining people. I got ordained through them, but I don't remember what happened to her. We had a fight. She left.
Oh, what was that guy's name down in Florida? Said he had a church, but he's living in a trailer.
That was Reverend Michael something. Remember Michael something?
Yeah. What a crook.
There was all a lot of crooks, But back then, people thought if they got into ministry, they could have the tax exempt status and could scam people and con them,
But one thing, though, you're going to do that tax deal, you got to have a 501c. 502.
And you're signing away your Social Security for the rest of your life, too.
True.
I wouldn't do it. I know you never did it, but then again, you're basically retired anyways. You probably get your pension and your other pension and your third pension and your Social Security, so you're well off any way you look at it. That's why everyone in the audience, I made the joke the other day about Mike can send, with his finances, he can send me up a nice $15,000 radio. Actually, he'd probably say, I don't even have one, so why should you have one? However, Mike's right though. A $600 radio receiver will do me just fine compared to 16,000. With all those buttons, I'd be confused for years, being like, "What button do I push?"
Yeah.
It's like going on the space shuttle and you see all these buttons, and you're like, which one do I push, Ralph?" Even the basic ham radio's got enough buttons and gizmos you got to learn. And then they have like the 500-page instruction manual how to use it too.
In Chinese.
Are they all made in China still? I mean, I thought Icom was made in America.
No, Icon's made in Japan.
Well, I'll support the Japanese. They used to make some really good products.
Oh,
No
yeah.
wonder why this chip failed. It says made in Japan. Doc, all the best stuff is made in Japan. Marty McFly, Back to the Future 3. This chip failed. It says made in Japan. Now if they reboot it, it'll be, no wonder why this chip failed. It says made in China.
Hi.
The Japanese, they're really good people.
Oh, yeah, they are.
My aunt's Japanese, Did I tell you Uncle Biro kicked the bucket?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, he died. He went in for a thyroid goiter. They scanned it and said he's got cancer. Well, when he was getting ready for chemo, he fell over dead in his house. And with me, worried about me being like, I'm always lethargic and drained. Poppy says, "Oh, you have chronic fatigue syndrome, so you need to sleep more. But if I sleep more, then I get up and I'm still tired. Then I want to go back to bed. Then I got to kick myself in the ass to keep going,
Exactly.
I mean, literally, it's like, Aaron's dad used to say, when you get to be 50, you really don't want to live because that's when all the problems start.
About 55.
Well, whatever. You're still alive. And what are you, 68 now?
Yeah, still kicking.
He's going to be 73, I think, this year, Poppy. The other day, he turned and said to me, it's funny, Rita? And I said, what? You and I talk all the time. Aaron never talked to me. And yet he's been gone 6 years. I'm like, so is there a question there? He said, yeah, I lived this many years, and Aaron dies at 38. Go figure. Well, the Lord was calling him home,
Yep.
I remember being pissed off with Jesus the day I was pissed at God and Jesus taking Aaron. It was like 6 weeks. You know what happened after Aaron died? I literally did the same thing that you warned me about. You warned me is that if Aaron ever dies, you do the same thing you're doing with your mom. And I remember that conversation you had one night with me when I was sitting there, and Aaron comes in and he's like, "Here you go," and I'm like, "Okay," and you're like, "You need to slow down on the Jim Beam," and I'm drinking with you, and you're like, "Your mom's not coming back," and I'm like, well, I spent 3 months depleting Aaron's booze supply. Did you know he had like cases and cases of bourbon, gin, tequila, Canadians, you name it? I mean, he had it all stored away. So when I had to clean his house, I was like, oh, case of booze. Open up the closet. Ooh, 10 cases of booze. Oh, look, more booze under the counter. People thought he was a boozer, but he was keeping it for parties. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to let this go to waste.
No.
One time, Patty dragged me through the alleys at Quincy, making sure I didn't get arrested because I was so damn drunk, walking Moppy and Blizzard at the time. You remember Blizz?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what happened to him?
No.
Moved into that new place in Moses Lake. Manager came to me the next day after I was unbilling boxes, and she says, "You got to get rid of the dog." I said, "Why?" "He'll calm down eventually." She said, "Moppy's good. Blizzard's barking. Got to get rid of him." She called up animal control. The police told me he's going to come and pick him up the next day. Then a month later, when I'm in Portland with Moppy, I called to see if he was adopted. They said he was aggressive and they put him down. 11-year-old Eskimo put down. They didn't even give Blizzard a chance. I cried for 3 days because of Blizzard.
Aaron died of what? Heart, wasn't it?
Yeah. He had a heart attack. One of his chambers was blocked by 95%. Remember the doctor? Oh, yeah, I didn't tell you this. So I talked to my primary care physician. She's in Moses Lake still. She said, "Oh, I went to see Aaron's doctor the other day." I said, "Oh, really? What did old Dan want?" That was his name, I think, Dan. No, Philip. And he said on his deathbed, he looked at me and he says, "I have a confession to make." Maria. And she says, "Oh, I regret not doing more for when Aaron was alive." I said, "So what happened to Philip, Doc?" "Oh, he died. He died of cancer. He went to Carolina, couldn't handle it, went to California and died there. So we went down to see him before he passed away. And then, his last words were, he regret not doing enough for Aaron." I said, "Yeah, but the heart doctor, when I basically confronted her, you gave Aaron a clean bill of health for 5 years. Oh, he's good. He's alive. Why do you have mopping?" "Because Aaron's dead because he had a heart attack that you didn't check on. 10 months ago, you cleared him." "Well, 10 months can change from clogged arteries to not. You didn't do enough for him." Remember, she packed up with Florida. She's now a heart doctor in Miami. And they sealed his record for 3 years, and then when the statute ran out, they offered it to his dad. Even the lawyers couldn't get the damn record. They knew they were wrong. One doctor was told to leave to Carolina, the other one went to freaking Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the hospital was only a mile away. They could have ambulanced him, but no, they didn't recommend it. He wasn't dying. Park it. That guy, if you remember, they retired him to Wenatchee. They moved him from Moses Lake to Wenatchee to keep him out of the limelight for saying, "Aaron's not dying. Park it." I remember the night I was walking with Aaron. Did I ever tell you this story?
Yeah.
He looks at me and he says, "Rita, I love you dearly. I will always be with you in your heart." I said, "Why?" He says, "Remember that message, second star to the right till morning? Don't worry about it. I will always be there." The next morning, I got up, had my coffee, had my cigar, my pipe, got my Bible time, and took a bath. Couldn't sense God, couldn't sense Jesus. I go to Aaron's house. He's already dead on the couch. 12, 14 hours dead. I remember Patty. I said, "Can you walk the dogs for me?" "Oh, yeah, sure. What's wrong?" "Aaron's dead." "What?" "Aaron's dead." Then I called the manager and I said, "Yeah, I want to let you know Aaron passed away." She got in her car from Ephrata and came back. The neighbor, the guy downstairs, was laughing. He got 3 eviction warnings for harassing me the day Aaron died. 3 in 4-hour period. Literally, he's laughing and everything else, and yeah. I remember clearly. I remember getting on a bus one day and one of the drivers I knew looked at me and he says, "I heard from the caretaker of your neighbor that Aaron passed away. My condolences." And I just almost was breaking down crying. I mean, it was hard.
I'm surprised that store Akins is still around.
Oh yeah, Nick and his dad still running it. They also own their own Mayflower company too.
That's a moving company, isn't it?
Yeah, they own they're a contractor for Mayflower, so they have like Aikens Trucking and Aikens Harvest Food, and Aikens this, and they're all in Quincy, And Eric is still a manager, and Eric's daughter is a general assistant manager. I mean, it's like Eric and his family has been in the Aikens business for 30 years or something. But Nick, he was a real dick. I hope he's changed over the years.
Yeah, I go down there one of these days, just for the hell of it.
No, when the pandemic's over, I was going to go to Wenatchee, so I thought I'd stop and see Patty. Anyways, Patty always messages, "When you coming out here? I'm bored without you." "What's wrong with your computer?" "I had to buy a new one. I don't have my computer technician fixing it anymore. I just go downstairs, take her computer upstairs, clean it, fix it. Here you go. It's done." Now she's like, "I had to buy a new computer, Windows 11. I don't have the Rita around to fix it." "Well, I'm retired and I live on an island." "Yeah, you live on an island, but problem with the island is they don't allow any franchises out here. You can't even find a McDonald's on this island.
Yeah.
And then, what that means that if you want food, you want to eat out, it's a tourist trap, so you got to pay $25 for fish and chips. No thanks.
Man.
I mean, it's like Higgins made a joke the other day on the phone. Well, we're in Michigan; it's cheaper in food. Yeah, well, I live on an island, so it is a little more cheaper because they got to truck everything in on the ferry and then deliver it to us, so we pay a little more. But the secret to avoiding the grocery bill out here is order everything on Amazon on food stamps and have it shipped in.
True.
I mean, I was complaining to Chloe the other day. I have the receipt here, right? It costed like $22 for 3 cans of tomato soup, 2 packs of Tillamook cheese slices, and a loaf of bread was $22. Yeah, I mean, it's not, that's why you go and you buy your as a prepper, you buy you buy either a bread maker or you buy the little bread pans. You buy your yeast and your flour and stuff, make your bread at home, saves you money, and then you just you get your mayonnaise when you need it, your sandwich makings, and like I like grilled cheeses, so grilled cheese and tomato soup.
Oh, that sounds good.
That's what I'm doing for dinner tonight. Is grilled cheese and tomato soup.
Huh.
I like grilled cheese and tomato soup,
Oh, yeah.
You know what Chloe's one of her specialties is that I taught her?
What?
3 cheese manicottis. Oh, and you know what the secret is? I order online and have it brought into the farmer store, the co-op. There's mozzarella and there's Romano mozzarella and Parmigiana. You get smoked mozzarella and smoked Parmesan cheese. It makes the difference in your manicottis.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, literally, it brings out the best. I mean,
Yeah.
I love cooking. The other thing I taught Chloe. You might love this. Homemade Salisbury steaks, not the frozen type either, the real deal.
Oh, yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, well, for my birthday, I had special Salisbury steak. I had it made with limited edition ground venison.
Oh.
I also do ground elk Salisbury steaks, ground bison, and ground wild boar. What, you don't like elk? Or
I don't eat game animals like that, no.
what about farm raised bison?
Buffalo? Yeah.
Yeah. That ground buffalo was in my Salisbury steak recently. Oh man, it was delicious.
But you add that, the secret is with that meat, you got to add fat to it. It's so damn lean.
Well, what's really interesting is with buffalo, or game meats, you always want to use a little garlic salt. I remember Mike back in the day, when you're making food, you always use the garlic salt and the onion powder. He always preached about the onion powder and the garlic salt.
Oh, yeah.
And then I used to preach, Mike, back in the day, when my mom was alive, Mike would be like, "So, what are you making your mom for dinner, Rita? Well, she wants chicken soup. Oh, a good chicken matzo ball of soup's good." And I'd be like, "You know what the secret is?" And one day he's like, "What is the secret?" And he's watching me do it, and I'm like, "Bourbon. Put in a little in your soup and spice it up a bit, or bourbon in my beans." I'd be like, baked beans with a little bourbon. And then seal it up, in the crock pot. You used to be like, I used to say whiskey is used for cooking, But Uncle Johnny, he'd be like, 2 shots for the crock pot, 6 shots for me. 2 shots for the crock pot, 8 shots for me. I mean, he was a character.
Oh, yeah.
It's like one time I made soup for my uncle, and I was using black velvet. He's like, "What are you doing?" "Putting black velvet in the beans." "That's not for cooking. That's for drinking. Give me that damn bottle." Glug, 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 glug. That was Uncle Piero.
Yeah.
He was a character, Uncle Piero and Uncle Donnie. Uncle Donnie's driving sporadically, oh man. over here, down here, hitting things. Oh my God, I thought I was going to die that day. And you know what's funny is I keep telling Mike the story, everyone, is Uncle Donnie's pickup truck didn't have any damage to it. It was like a little Chevy S10 with a stick shift. That thing was built like a little tank. It was like bam, boop, bam, 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 boop. Not even, I mean, he even hit something on with the windshield. You know, it was like a mailbox or something a long time ago. And the mailbox was like, bang! Didn't even crack the windshield. It's like, what, you have armor plated in your windshield? Oh, this truck's like a little tank, Rita.
Yep.
Sounds like Mikey's going to need a nap soon.
Pretty darn soon.
Let me guess, you're in your decrepitude now where it's Mike needs a nap.
Mike needs a nap.
I need coffee.
I need
I'm
coffee.
hungry.
I'm hungry.
Well, it's almost lunchtime for you. You usually follow a time schedule for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, don't you?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. So, it's always good, on that. So, I actually convinced Higgins to go out and try those bow fangs for himself to see if he likes them because I'm really skeptical at $22.
Save your money. Don't buy that junk. Listen to your Uncle Mike, who's half Jewish.
You,
You
Chinese
know,
made junk.
hey, if you know someone,
You look kind of Jewish, but you also look half Amish too. Where's your hat and the coat?
it's called a rabbi's beard. I have a Jewish friend of mine, my 3 Jewish lawyers. He goes,
Oh yeah, I remember him and his 3 Jewish lawyers.
now they say, Michael, what the hell's wrong with you? You look like a rabbi. I know, I'm Rabbi Boo 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 Mike. He goes, oh, Rabbi Boo Boo Mike? He goes, yeah.
Do you have your little, what do they call them, yarmulkes or whatever for your head?
I got one.
You pull it off nicely, dude. If there was a script where they needed a Jewish rabbi, Mike would probably pull it off if he could remember the lines.
Hey,
You want matzo ball soup?
what's a matzo ball? Good matzo ball soup. I'll help you.
What is matzo ball, anyways? Is that like a meatball?
It's like a dough ball.
So it's basically like a potato gnocchi with this like a potato dumpling or a chicken dumpling.
Yeah. But
It warms a matzo ball soup. It warms the soul. I used to say that all the time.
no, why I got the yarmulke, I had to go to a funeral. So I didn't have a yarmulke, so they gave me one. I still got it in a little special bag.
I hear the Jewish and the Amish have special burial rites where they can't use any but wood caskets.
Yeah.
So that's why they have those fine ones. I've always been curious. I was looking at the thing is my dad, when he was alive, he used to say, you want to be buried above ground. I said, why? Because your body's preserved more. Well, it doesn't matter. You decompose anyways. But in the ground, it's like 9 to 12 years. But above ground, they don't know. But the thing is if you're in a mausoleum that doesn't leak, he says your casket will last a lot longer, even if it's metal or wood in the mausoleum than if it's basically, but I said, what if you get termites in the mausoleum? Well, then your casket gets turned into, what is that? Pulp, wood pulp.
Yeah.
I don't know, I've always been afraid, well, what is the best way to be? Is it above ground? Is it below ground? Do you have your own private crypt? What is the best way to be disposed of?
Cremation. Simple.
Well, you already know Aaron's on my windowsill in his little urn. And I think I got the better half. Aaron's dad wouldn't give me the whole his whole ashes. He had to have half of it to be buried with him.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that something? And now he's going to be buried in Kentucky where his family's buried. But
Oh,
thing is, Yeah, he's got. See, when his mom was in the nursing home, he convinced the mom to transfer the family farms over to him. So he's got like 2 family farms and a house. And the state of Ohio was pissed because they transferred it over. So then they had to pay the bill after she ran out of money. Her savings was gone. But they wanted the Kentucky farms to continue. Well, when his mom died, they just transferred her body to Kentucky for burial. But she was like the Grand Matron of Eastern Star in Ohio for like 4 years, and Eastern Grand Star Matron of Kentucky. So she had like 2 big funerals for like several days, and it was a hassle. But Aaron and I, we went by train that day to the funeral in 2008, and then we drove down to Kentucky. It was an interesting thing. That was my first time I tried Sonic too. Remember going into this like AM PM type store. Dad's like, the guy's like, find everything, sir. He said, no, I need a cork. And he's like, why do you need a cork, sir? This lady here, pointing to me, had Sonic's foot-long chili dogs for dinner. He says, yeah, that'll do it every time, sir. Because I was like, even had the windows down, I was like, rip, 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 rip. Didn't know the Sonic chili dogs would do that to me.
Well, when I die, nothing will be in the newspapers, cremation. Put me on my little deal, that's it.
Yeah, is that how your family went to your mom and dad? You put them in like a little nook?
No, they're buried outside. I'm going to be buried inside.
How come you don't just tell them to put you in a casket, put you in like an inside vault? So you want to be cremated and put in like an inside nook?
Yeah.
I hope when your brother died, he was buried not cremated.
He was cremated.
Oh man, that was gonna be sad because I could see you after you put him in the ground, middle of the night, staggering out drunk, pissing on his grave, and say, "That's for all the times he screwed me over, son."
Yeah. Well, Rita, I'm gonna let you go.
Right. Thank you so much about the lessons in ham. Hopefully, we can do this again. I know you need a nap.
Yeah, I'm getting close to it. It's almost half as old folks to go take a nappy poo.
Yeah, well, with my supposed, what do you call that? Supposed chronic fatigue syndrome, I always try taking naps too, but usually I try to force myself, so.
Yeah.
I gotta wake Chloe up eventually anyways. It's almost noon. She shouldn't be sleeping all day anyways.
Ooh, that sounds so good right now.
Sleeping all day?
Try to catch up on my sleep.
Why don't you? I mean, literally, I remember you being up like 2 a.m, sleeping till 4, and then 4 a.m to like 4, and then I remember times, everyone, when Mike and I would be Skyping, and I'd be sitting there, hey, Mike, and you'd be like, dude, you don't sleep on me.
I never snore.
And then Aaron would walk by and be like, let Mike sleep. And then he'd turn off the camera, and we'd disconnect. And Mike would message me later, sorry, I fell asleep. Because Aaron used to joke, are we sure Mike is a narcoleptic? He sleeps.
I never snored. I never snored.
You probably snore now.
I don't. But
I've seen you fall asleep on me, man. You'd be like, and it was like no waking you, dude. Even with your headphones on, you'd be like, what happened back in the day? You're younger. Why were you sleeping? What were you doing? Manning the ham radio for 24 hours at a time?
Oh, sometimes, yeah.
It was between ham radio and Skype and the minister's site, and you're like typing in the chat boxes with people. I remember that. And you're like, One day, her name was Mother Mary.
Yes.
Mary. Can't remember her last name, though.
The witch.
Mary the witch, yeah. Yeah, I
wonder if Mary's Husband's still alive.
I was just going to say the same thing. He was African American and black and blind, so I don't know. In Philadelphia. And
Oh,
then
I
he
was
be,
trying to think of her
and
name.
then you nicknamed her Mary Magdalene, remember?
Mother Superior. She didn't like that at all. Mother Superior.
Yeah, I know. You used to poke her. You know, it's like Higgins poking me as the bear. You were poking her. I don't know what she was. A Wolverine. You were poking the Wolverine. Like,
I used to call her. I used to call her your royal assholeness. Yeah, I'm surprised the ULC put up with me though.
I had to intervene so many times. But I said, look, this is Mike, you know. But then again, this lady, Mother Mary, was causing trouble too. You know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember those days. But now it's like the ULC is dead, you know. I mean, I go there and it's like, you know, it's like, wow.
I don't know how many people are still there though.
I don't know. Most of them went on their merry way. A lot of them wanted to basically be universal and basically like preach Catholics and Mormons, and then they couldn't get the following, so they left.
True.
I mean, I remember the Muslim Islams. They basically left too. You know. I understand. What's her name? Deborah, I think it is. Reverend Carl's wife. Her name is Deborah, right? She's still running his account, supposedly. I think.
I'm surprised.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen her. I've seen her on Instagram from time to time. She posts from time to time.
Huh.
Always talking about how she misses Carl, and I'm like, yeah, I miss Aaron too. You know, fact of life.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, one of the things you should do when you get up from your nap is you might want to try to add a certain somebody on Skype as a friend and quell the situation. She shan't be angry for 4 years. It's starting to upset the wifey poo.
Oh yeah. Let me know.
Yeah, well, I already sent you the contact info. You just got to see if she'll, you know, you can be like, hey, you're a bad Annie. You're not talking to the wifey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, literally, you know, I miss her dearly, you know, it's just her sister messaged me the other day. I can't remember what it was. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know, it was like a connection from Facebook to Instagram messaging or something, but I couldn't reply back. So I was like, yeah, whatever, you know, but it is. But yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, you know, if that interests you, Mike, you might want to, you have the funding anyways. You might want to order several cases of tomato soup and have it shipped to you from Amazon, and then just get yourself some bread and cheese and make some grilled cheeses and dip it in your soup like I'm doing tonight.
Oh, sounds good.
I love tomato soup. You know, another good meal is mushroom soup.
I don't like mushrooms.
You don't like any type of mushrooms?
Nope.
Well,
But
you do. You, I
I
had I had chicken soup the other day, Campbell's, right? You do know they took away the salt content, so it doesn't taste right anymore.
no.
I mean, you have to literally crumple. I buy by the bulk those big things, those big milk jugs of goldfish crackers. You
Yeah.
got to literally crumble goldfish crackers to make it taste any good. The chicken soup,
Oh well.
you know how it is. It's like us old farts. You know, no offense, I'm getting up there in age too, where they're taking away everything that we like. Remember that old slogan, good? Well, soup isn't good. It's got too much salt, so they sued saying soup ain't healthy. The Campbell's got sued from it. It was in the like 90s. It's like, give me a break. Just give me my salt.
You could add just a little bit of salt in your dish, pinch or two, literal salt or kosher salt.
Yeah, well, Mike doesn't use that type of salt. I mean, he uses garlic salt. He'll just dip a little garlic in his soups. You
No, I
still
use,
use
huh?
you You still using the old garlic salt? And remember, 20 years ago, you're still talking about garlic salt.
Oh yeah, I still do once in a while.
What about lamb? Do you eat that any time? What, you don't like lamb? Well, what do you like? I like my bacon.
Like my pork?
Oh, you do know we have an online store, right? You can order from Wednesdays to Sunday nights at 11:59. All organic. They have organic chicken, organic turkeys, organic steaks, organic pork. Usually the bacon and the eggs go first for the organic stuff.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, I know. I mean, some of the farmers do like lamb, but it's so damn expensive. Yeah, look at his tongue. Is there anything you like to eat, or are you basically getting up there in age, Mike?
Yeah, I'm getting fussy now.
Oh yeah, so am I. I mean, literally, Chloe'd sit there and be like, "What do you want for dinner?" And I'd be like, "I don't know." Well, what do you mean you don't know? Well, I got mac and cheese, frozen Salisbury steak, pizza. She's like, "You're one of the pickiest eaters I know. Got to be in the mood for something." Well, last night I was like, "I'd really like a steak." You know, the other day she says, "You want me to cook you your grilled cheese and soup?" I said, "No." She says, "Why?" I said, "I'm out of my med, so it protects my stomach from the tomato acid." Oh, crap. So I went without dinner the night before. So last night I ate a big steak. I was like, oh, yeah, that hit the spot. Yeah, I mean, it was just tasty. You know, I just love steak,
Oh
but
yeah.
it's too damn expensive.
Uh huh.
So even though you're a wealthy man, Mike, you're still being frugal.
Yeah.
Why?
It's blood in me.
But you do know Chloe likes to spend my money and hoard hers.
I take the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution
Why?
under
You're
Donald
always
Trump.
waiting to fit. Oh, okay. I'm Donald Trump. Yeah.
So
Well. Anyways, you enjoy yourself. We should do this again. You know.
oh yeah. Take care
All
now.
right. You too.
Good night, everybody.
Sleep
Man,
well, Mikey.
I'm gonna go have breakfast. I haven't eaten since about 5 this morning. I'm hungry.
Hold on. What is breakfast? Bacon and eggs. I'm hungry.
No waffles.
You have real maple syrup, Mike?
I got to use sugar free. You know that.
I was talking real maple syrup, not sugar-free Mrs. Butterworth.
It's not Mrs. Butterworth anymore.
Fine, Aunt Jemima's.
They changed that also.
Fine, eat your Uncle Ben's rice.
They changed that also.
I know. That's why I was playing with Mikey about that. I know they changed it all, saying it's got racism in the boxes and bottles. What's it now called if it ain't Uncle Ben's or Aunt Jemima's or Mrs. Butterworth?
I haven't seen Mrs. Butterworth in years.
So you're gonna have waffles, huh, with sugar-free toppings. Do you even use anything with it, like blueberries or something? Frozen blueberries or something on it, or?
No, it is a plain old waffle.
Let me guess, sugar-free Eggos.
No, regular Eagles.
Are they gluten-free by any chance?
Yeah.
Because I have a gluten intolerance now, Mikey.
You have to read the instruction.
Yeah, figures. That's what I hate about gluten problems. You got to look at every label now. I mean, it's like Higgins. You sure you want to eat that ramen? It's got more salt in it than you can handle. I like my ramen. Leave it alone. Look at you. You eat 6 better cheddars a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner is better cheddars. He might have had eggs with his better technique, you know. So Zoe says, Lego my ego time.
Yeah.
And she says, I'm going to post this. Thanks for hanging out, Mike Allen. Well, Mike and I have been around for years, you know, but I wanted to get us a take on ham radios because, you know, I'm still new to this idea. And yes, it'd be about $700 in a cookie sheet. Hopefully, they make a cookie sheet so small that would fit on my windowsill.
Attention Cracker Barrel restaurants members, free food today.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I do like Cracker Barrel mac and cheese. The box stuff, that's pretty tasty.
It will cost you $115.32. Thank you for shopping Cracker Barrels. Woo-hoo.
Why? It cost me $12 for 4 boxes of mac and cheese from Amazon. Now they're sold out at Cracker Barrel.
Oh, well. As time goes by.
Attention Kmart shoppers. Today's special is Cracker Barrel mac and cheese.
Attention Kmart shoppers. Aisle 3. Ladies' underwear. Cracker Barrel mac and cheese. And free booze on aisle 3.
Free booze. Zoe would be doing that as fast as possible if it was free booze. I hear there's several Kmart's still alive. Sears is still around. Barely.
Barely, yeah.
Yeah, it says, yeah, I need a mic like that too, Zoe. Would you like to donate one? We just got to find out what brand it is, and I'll order it so I can have my own mic to do jokes too when Mike's not around.
It's an old Radio Shack broadcaster's mic. And then,
yeah, well, I need a real mic too. That's why, But I've also been trying to convince my viewers, Mike, that I don't like using a actual laptop camera. I think I need one of those nice digital DSLRs and a tripod that I can use for my YouTube streaming. That's for video blogs. It won't cost that much, $200, but it's a great generous donation for the Airy Sky Read Elite channel. Like the other day, this guy wanted to send me some money in a bank. I said, no. So the other day, Zoe convinced this person, he or she, Piper, to send me a gift card. So I got an Amazon gift card on hold right now that I haven't spent. So I'll take donations of gift cards, and that would help me buy, Mike's joking probably, get a laugh. That will help me get my other radios I need to test for you, and then I want to start the donation collection box for a ham radio.
attention Kmart shoppers. Watch Rita snap her girdle.
What was that? Watch Rita?
Snap her girdle. Uh-oh, too late.
On aisle Nancy Pelosi, free booze on aisle Nancy Pelosi. I heard she's a drunk, actually.
Her husband is.
Yeah, he got paid. Didn't he basically say he's guilty? Didn't he plead guilty for driving while drunk?
Yeah. Oh, Tony.
Clean up an aisle Pelosi.
Clean up on aisle 3. Donald Trump just took a dump. Boy, I can get myself in trouble now.
Oh, yeah, but you know what? It is fun.
Oh, yeah. You have to have some fun, doing that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people out there that I think I'm anti-Trump anyways. The thing is I really don't care, He's no longer president, so why bother, If he ends up in an orange jumper, big deal. Probably it'd be aisle 10, cleanup. Donald Trump pissed his pants while he's being put into an orange jumper. So you got to have a little fun sometime.
Oh, yeah.
So Tony just tuned in to watch the show. You'll have to go backwards, Tony, because we talked about ham radios. Mike's about to leave, and by the way, Tony, Mike is from England. He's across the pond.
Ah, hello, Tony.
So Tony, what was that definition you said that Higgins was last night? A Marty arse? A Marty arse. You know what a Marty arse is?
No, I don't.
Mike? Apparently, I looked it up. It means chronic complaining or chronic complainer or something.
What town are you from, Tony? What part of the UK?
Yeah. What part are you? Useless, ain't I? You're not useless. You're just 8 hours ahead, dude. So, time difference. What's this? Donald Trump took a dump cleanup on aisle GOP total clown show. Yeah,
Oh,
Zoe, you
I'm
got
gonna use
that
that.
one right.
I'm gonna use that on another line, in another podcast.
You might as well write it down before you leave or screen capture it with like the screen capture button to remember it.
Oh yeah, got it.
He's near Birmingham.
Okay, he's right in the middle of Yorkshire. No.
Wasn't it Mike a few years ago? I got to retell the story because this is funny. Him and Ray were on an Amtrak train going through D.C. and they decided to moon the White House. I don't know who was president at the time. Was that Obama?
Who knows? We just dropped our pants and just moved it.
See, Zoe, this is what you get for humor. Dropped his pants and mooned the White House.
Or else you go on a train going to the beginning of the Appalachians. Says Mike, what? Na 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 na. Da, na, 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 na. His wife's going, Marie's going, I'm going to kill both of you. Clean up, throw them out the door, watch them bounce. They get rid of the bodies that way.
You do know some of those people on Amtrak are funny. I remember going downstairs one night, and the conductor's looking at me, and I'm downstairs having a drink. And he looks at me, and she looks at me, and the conductor's like, "What's up?" This lady comes out from what's that U.S. territory, Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Black woman sitting there. Hey, man, what's up? And they're like sniffing the air. She just came out from the bathroom smoking a joint, and it was reeking. I'm like, oh God, I think I'm going upstairs. This stinks. And then she's like, wasn't me, man. Then all of a sudden later they go downstairs and they see her with the door open, with the security window open, where you hold your hand out with the lantern, and she's like, oh, hi, it wasn't me. I wasn't smoking in the bathroom, man. They threw her off in Browning, I think it was in Montana.
I remember I was a docent at the California State Railroad Museum. I had to lead a train in. And the signals are basically come forward, back up to me, go away, go forward, stop. And this one signal means, oh shit, we really fucked up this time. But we only use that occasionally.
What was that story you told me once a couple of years ago about the old bag lady that was at the station when you were station provisioner or whatever it was? The old lady, was giving you trouble or whatever.
Oh God, yes. Stinky. It was Stinky. No, it was an old guy. This guy, ladies and gentlemen, stunk so bad it make you puke. I walked in the bathroom to take a leak. He's standing next to me. I go, what the hell died in here? Throwing up the dead body in the stove. I go, it's you. The guy goes, I don't stink. It took 25 air fresheners and a fan just to get rid of that smell.
Oh, I mean, I remember you saying there was an old lady that was giving you hell and you threw her off the train or something. Remember, that's probably never do or something.
Oh, God. That lady, no, we didn't throw her off. We just put her back on the train. We neutralized her life-giving cheese.
So Zoe says, tell Mike about the Connor. So I got this neighbor, right? I give her my streaming service, HBO, Showtime, etc. And the other day I was outside and I told Chloe, I wonder if the Connors got sucked in the TV because she only messaged me. She's like, "Oh, do you have any news for me on the scanner? Did the neighbors get hauled off to jail again or this?" And I go into it. And I finally said, "You only message me like every 2 or 3 weeks now. What is it? When you watch everything from HBO, you come to me. Do you have Paramount? Yes, I do. After you finish that, you message me. Do you have Stars? Yes, I do." It's like, do you ever message me and say, "Hey, Rita, how are you feeling?" No, it's like, do you have Showtime? So Zoe's nicknamed her the Connors. And you know what's funny about her? She's a Jehovah's Witness.
Well, the funniest thing happened when I was an Amtrak station host volunteering. We had the DEA, the drug enforcement people. So they walk up to me. I know who the guys were. I'm not going to, let everybody know, hey, the drug enforcement guys are here. Well, the guy in Oakland was coming up, going back east. I forgot he had a whole suitcase full of drugs, pills, 2 pistols in the suitcase. And after they arrested the guy, carried the bag for the guy for the back seat. You say, "Mike, you want to take a look at something?" I go, "Happy birthday to me." Yeah, I also have a stack of money also.
Ducats of hundreds, yeah, they do that.
I go, "Happy birthday to me." The guy goes, "What? Why do you sing happy birthday to you? You want the drugs?" I was like, "Hell no. Give me the money."
They wouldn't give it government policies. They probably took it for themselves.
No. But we had two homeless guys. And I told them, you can sit there and don't swear because there's a lot of kids around. "Okay, Mike, no problem, no problem." All of a sudden he goes, "You did what, you son of a bitch?" All of a sudden they're looking at me and they go, "Oh shit, they're in trouble." And they're sitting there pointing at each other, blaming each other for it. I go, "Gentlemen, well, anyway, yeah. You know what the rules are. Remember, I told you can sit here." Yeah. Well, the guard called up the paddy wagon. It was a lady cop. I go, "Gentlemen, your limousine's here." That's our favorite lady cop, paddy wagon lady. She says, "Oh, our limousine." She just told the cop, she says, "Grab hold of my ass so you can pick me up that way." Toss me in. That's what she did with her clothes. Picked him up by the ass and shoved him in.
I remember going on the train once with Aaron, and we got into Spokane, and Aaron was saying this on YouTube. I'll have to send you the video somebody. He's like, "I went into Spokane. There's 2 security guards. They both looked like they had 13 dozen too many donuts." So Aaron's like, "Rita uses the clean word. I got to tinkle." So Rita goes and tinkles, comes out, says, "Oh, is there a problem?" And Aaron's telling the story, and Aaron says, "Yeah, I went into the men's room in Spokane train station, and there's a guy shooting up heroin. He looks at Aaron and he's like, 'Oh, sorry.' And he turns around and he's like, 'Well, the needle's already in your arm. Just keep injecting, you know.'" He's like, but we were on this train, and we were coming back from Portland, and there's this guy who's he's sitting there, and he's like, "Yo, motherfucker, I got it, black guy. I got to go and get my guns. I'm gonna go see my friend. He smokes meth. I bet I could lace his meth with rat poison and he'd smoke it." He was just talking like a thug, and then he's sitting there like, "Yo, baby, what's up?" And the guy comes in, conducts us, "Quiet time. Turn off your phone." He's like, "I got to go," and he's making passes. This lady's sitting in there like nothing. Aaron said, he's like, "If I see trannies or gays, I'm gonna bust cap in them." And Aaron's like, "Don't look at him." Well, anyways, me and Aaron's looking closely, and Aaron says, "Don't look." So then in the video, Aaron's like, then the guy's sitting here making passes at women. They keep moving chairs, and then he's by himself in the back corner of the lower seat of the train. No offense to any viewers watching this, jacking off through his pants, and Aaron's like, "Oh my God, I thought I saw everything on that trip. You had drug users. You had people snorting up coke in the bathroom, and then walking past the sheriff with police with white powder. He's like, Mike. He was like, I'm gonna have to get in touch with Reverend Mike one of these days. I said, why? He's a station master. Maybe he can tell us why the train stations and Amtrak is bringing in too many druggies. I mean, literally snorting
Really?
coke, shooting, I mean, literally in and out. He's like at the men's club, homeless bums coming into the station. He's like, oh my God. It was really, and then that same trip, we were in Portland, and this old lady comes up, and she's like, he's got Moppy with his coat. That looks like my dog. And Aaron's like, yeah. How long have you had your dog? Aaron says, about 3 years, 4 years. That's when my little Herbert ran away. And he's like, good for you. My little Herbert had his eye replaced with a glass eye. That looks like my Herbert. You stole him. And Aaron's like, okay. Well, the security finally picked her up and hauled her up to the mental hospital. He's like, oh my God, we got people there thinking that my dog is their dog. They're mentally ill. And then he's like, we went downtown Portland. There's homeless everywhere. And there's a guy that walks past us as a police officer in Portland carrying a bat with nails. Nails. Nothing happened. And then he says, I went around the corner and there's this shop called Voodoo Donut. He's like, there's a line 3 miles down the street. If there's a line 3 miles long, you might need to put in some more donut shops, not just one. I mean, Aaron had that. You remember his humor.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, put in more donut shops. This police officer looks like he had 13 too many dozen donuts. I mean, literally shooting up. Oh, don't worry about me, man. I mean, literally, it's like, oh my God, I thought I had it, same guy that walks behind the counter and he's like, your dog's skittish. And Aaron's like, Daddy, like, Moppy, Daddy, there's some crazy guy bothering us, getting into defensive mode. He's like, service dogs don't do that. But when he got on the train, Moppy went to sleep. So when he was getting off the train, the conductor said, I'm sorry, I didn't know that your dog was protecting you. Usually service dogs are not like that, but Moppy went to sleep. So when he got off, he's like, jackass. This was a guy named Mike. He was a conductor for the Seattle Spokane round. And then there's this guy that I talked to, me and Aaron talk to all the time, and Chloe. His name's Mike also. He looks like you, but he might be like 400 pounds. What he does at Seattle is he drives the red cap around. So it's like, here's $20. Make sure my luggage gets on the train. No problem. Hey, you look like my brother Mike. And he's like, oh, we probably have some genetics somewhere. I says, he's a Amtracker in Sacktown. It looks like you, but he's overweight and he drives this red cap. But he's, for an overweight guy, he can just lift up the luggage at 50 pounds and be like, wherever it needs to go, and it's like, here's $20.
I had a lady come off the train from Seattle. And this lady, quote unquote, says, I don't like Seattle because it rains too damn much. Too many earthquakes up there. Portland rained also. Sacramento's a dirty town. I go, ma'am. I go, okay, ma'am. Where are you from? Chicago. I go, okay. What's so good about Chicago? It has snow in the wintertime. You get the crazy weather off the lakes. And you got tornadoes. And Chicago's dirty also. Have a nice day. And I smiled at her right in front of the Amtrak one of the big supervisors, and my boss Bruce at the time. And he sat there and he goes, "Can I use that line and have a nice day?" And sure. There used to be an Amtrak cop. I loved him to death. I think he's retired now. It was, hey, Mike. He says, yeah, Mike. I am moving slowly. I think I'll be able to catch the train. The conductor goes, hey, Mike, you better move your butt because we're about ready to leave. I am moving quicker.
I remember once on a train, right? We got on this train going from Portland to Seattle, right? I got to tell you the story. So I just got out of the hospital from corrective surgery, and Chloe's sitting there. Chloe gets in the cab. Well, we got this like Armenian driver. It's pissed. He's like, "What do I look like? Taxi driver that puts suitcases in?" He's like, "This lady had surgery. You do it." Well, when we got out of the train station, out in front of the train station, the guy goes and gets me a wheelchair, pushes me in. Chloe's sitting there like, "Hey," I was like, "What are you looking at?" Chloe's like, "Aren't you bringing our bags in?" He says, "Do I look like bellhop? Here's cart, you do it." Chloe's like, "Son of a bitch," goes in, We get situated on the train going up to Seattle. This old guy sitting there and he says, "Hi." And we're talking, and I had surgery and he gives us like $100 each. So I took Chloe to dinner and I said, and coffee. And I said to Chloe, "Why don't you part with your money?" She's like, "Well, I don't have cash assistance and this 100's got to go for a long time." And that old guy was nice. Well, a couple of weeks later, Valentine's Day, I went back to Portland. So on my way back, I was going through Union Station in Portland. Old guy sitting there gave us money, says, "Can I buy you 4 hot dogs?" So I got on the train and I got on the lower car, right? The car I was in going from Portland to Spokane was completely empty all the way to Pigeon White Salmon. And then when we get in, we got a guy sitting there talking about RVs. He bought me like 12 or 16 of those little shooters and soda. Then he bought me dinner and stuff. Then we got into Spokane and I had to wait. Then I got, by the time I got done, all the way there was guys sitting there, right, from like Pigeon White Salmon to Pasco. Conductor says, "Can I see your ticket?" And I said, "Okay." And he said, "No, you." And this guy's sitting there and he's like this, "Hey, how are you?" And the guy's like, "You do know if you're drinking alcohol on the train, you gotta, unless you have a sleeping car, you can't drink your own beer." And he's like, "What's it to you?" So they threw the guy off in Pasco and he's like, "How do I get home?" And he's like, "Where are you going?" "Chicago. Stay in a hotel or sleep it off in the train station, buy a ticket, and take the next train tomorrow morning into Spokane because we're not letting you continue because you basically broke the rules." I've seen them throw off so many people. This one guy was like, "Well, since I'm getting thrown off at Pasco, I might have finished my other 9 pints of beer." I mean, literally, it was just funny as hell seeing like ladies sitting there, conductor ain't around, and it's like they're drinking their wine, and then the conductor says to me, "Can you go upstairs, across, and then down to the next car to use the bathroom? We got to clean the entryway up." I said, "Why?" "Someone drank wine illegally and threw up down below." I'm like, "Oh, God, thank God my suitcases are in the compartment, where I am, But I'm telling you, it was like, sometimes these Amtrak were wild rides. I mean, I remember Chloe and I, what was it? Me and Chloe were going to Portland, and it was like stop and go. So in the morning, we get up, and I washed up, and I was having some coffee and stuff. And Chloe says to me, "Oh, and the Valentine's Day, the conductor, I forgot to tell you, my car, was taking orders for food." I said, "Oh, I don't have any money, I'll just be fine until I get home in 20 hours. And she comes back with bagels, cream cheese filled Valentine. She said, "Happy Valentine's Day," and breakfast, this big breakfast tray, no charge for me. Everyone else is paying. But anyways, on this one trip, we had drove a witness. She broke out like cases and cases of cinnamon rolls. And Chloe's like, "Yes, please, I'll have some." She's like, "Hey, have you ever heard the word of God? I'm a minister." What are you preaching? Mormonism or Jehovah's Witness? Jehovah's Witness. I'll just take the cinnamon rolls, thank you, and I'll mind my own business. I mean, literally.
I tell you what, we were lucky. We had to go to Florida, and we got a second time we got a sleeper car, same conductor. Because hey, Mike and Ray says, "Yeah, we got 2 big rooms, and they're up for grabs. But there's the people cancel, both people cancel. Would you like them?" "Sure. Could we take a look before we can move?" "It's okay. It's okay. We'll move our back." He says, "How come those guys get the rooms? You don't ask anybody else." "You see those 3 right there?" He says, "Yeah. They work for Union Pacific Railroad." I thought, "Charlie, you're gonna get yourself in trouble with this." "Oh, what the hell?"
You know what? You know what I loved when I was traveling by myself. Chloe's in Moses Lake. Chloe'd be like, "How was your train trip?" I'd be like, "Well, I got on the train. Conductor looks at me and says, "Oh, there's a cancellation. Would you like the wheelchair accessible room for the Spokane?" I'd get off and I'd wait next to a guy come down and be like, "Hey, Rita, hey, Charlie, what's up?" Or Joe Bob or whoever's working. "We got a sleeping car for you." But I'd whisper, "But I didn't pay for it. And all these people are in line." "Well, don't worry. You got a service dog. That gives you permission. Wheelchair accessible. No one uses it anyway, so we might as well have you use it." In the morning, he'd be like, "Here's your food box, Rita." And he'd wake me up and be like, "Pasco, got to get Moppy out." Okay, so I'd get out. I remember one time I was at a sleeping car. Hospital paid for it. I was sitting there and I got on. And I closed the door, and the conductor knocks at 5, and I'm still up. I go, "Yeah, what is it?" He's like, "Oh, we're going to be late getting into Portland, but we're getting in now to Pasco." I said, "No wonder why the train's not moving." I said, "I was watching the snow, and everything, and I'm telling you, it was funny, And I'd get up and I'd go out, and the conductor, sweet guy, he's like, "Rita, are you drinking? Is there against the law to drink a half gallon of Canadian crap in my room?" "Nope. You're being cool." So afterwards, I went back to sleep, But, I remember one time they got me a sleeping car. We got into Spokane, and the train's really late. And they finally get me in, and he's like, guy comes down, he's like, "Hey, Rita, we got a sleeping car for you." "Okay, but I didn't pay for it." "Don't worry, I got the heater on. Your dog's going to be happy." So I get in, and the old people are complaining. So, finally, I get up, and, I had my booze and stuff, and I had the heater on, and the wheelchair accessible has your own toilet, so you don't have to even leave. So I tinkle, I drink, I tinkle, I take a nap, I get up, and finally we get into Pasco, like 10 hours later. It's like supposed to be 3, and I'm like, "Why are we late?" And he says, "The Union Pacific and Santa Fe is defrosting the tracks. Are frozen, so the train's got to stop." Well, it took us like 27 hours to go from Spokane to Portland. So when my family finally got me, my cousin, she was just coming over a hangover, and I was like, "Dude, stop and go." But I had a sleeping car, so it was interesting. I had food and everything, but they even came and said, "Oh, here's some more coffee. Here's some more coffee." I had like a few bucks, so I gave the conductor for a tip. But I'm telling you, when Chloe was with me, they were like, "Oh, coach, okay." But when Chloe wasn't with me, 90% of the time, it's like sleeping car. And then Chloe's like, "They must not like me." I don't know why, but it's pretty cool, get a sleeping car and everything else. And then
Oh
when I
yeah.
went by herself, I had gentlemen like, "Want to watch Casablanca, my 17-inch portable DVD player, and have whiskey and have lunch?" So it'd be like hot dogs and burgers, and it was Valentine's Day. So Valentine's Day, free breakfast, free lunch, free dinner. Didn't have to do anything. I just had to entertain some old farts for a while. I guess that's what the price is for being an older woman.
Well, the conductor though, you know, when I sat down in the dining car, the guy's real crazy. You think I was crazy? This guy's crazy. He got us our food and everything else. Just sign it, Mike. Just don't worry about it. Says, "I understand that you work for Union Pacific." I go, You must be talking to Charlie." He says, "Uh huh. Is he on board?" "Yeah." "I'm going to kill him." He goes, clean up, just throw him out the door. No evidence. Charlie heard that. He goes, "What?"
I have my old Amtrak menus. They haven't changed that much except for the pricing. The menu stayed the same on the Empire Builder.
That's one train I've never been on. Yeah, Empire.
That Empire Builder, Chloe, I brought Chloe out from Chicago. She went from Pittsburgh to Chicago, no trouble. Chicago, she called me, but then she couldn't contact me on her phone because there was black distortion from like halfway out of Fargo to almost to Spokane. It was like dead blackness, with Chloe. But the
Huh.
Builder was a really great train.
Never been on it. I've been on the one, the Zephyr. I've been on the Coast Starlight.
I heard one of the trains still has the old arcade still in there, but the old coin operated arcade. That would have been cool.
That would be neat.
They
But
don't even have arcades anymore or use them.
but the funny thing is, one of the ladies I know, the car attendant, he says, "Yeah, I know you, Mike." He just remember me from Seattle. He says, "Yeah." He says, "Grab that steps and throw it in. Close the door behind you." It's okay. Click. He says, "You got your ID?" He says, "Yeah." Put my ID on, just a station host on it. Look, professional. And there's nobody downstairs, in the handicap section. If you want to smoke, just roll down, just open up the windows, put your cigarette out, just throw it out. He says, "I'll never say who did it." I go, "Thank you." He says, "You're
You know,
welcome."
I was talking to Dad the other day, Poppy. I said, "How come you don't go to Kentucky anymore? Talk about all your favorite foods there." He said, "Because the damn country is forcing us smokers have to have a non-smoking room, so I'm not wasting my time and my money to go to a non-smoking room at the Super 8 in Owensboro, Kentucky. So F them." That's his exact words. It's like, us smokers are being discriminated against. He said he used to sit there on an airplane and smoke. You could have smoked at your seat on your train, but now it's no longer available.
Oh man, I tell you, it's fun though. Train ride's fun.
Oh, I love the train. I keep telling Zoe she needs to take the builder from Chicago. Have you been in the Chicago's Union Station, that underground thing when they pull the trains in and then you got
Yes,
those are cool, man.
yes, that is so neat though.
I
Yes.
love the train.
I went underground from one side of the station to the one across the street and back again.
When I was there the last time, I walked outside to have a smoke with Aaron. We were looking, and there was like an Amtrak motorhome. It was like Amtrak police SWAT type motorhome that was like 50 foot long, and I was like, "Oh my God, what's it doing parked out front of the train station?"
Yeah,
Seattle's nice too, for a point.
I've never took the train up to Seattle.
How far have you gone? I've been from Seattle or Mount Vernon to Portland, and I've been to Ephrata, Spokane, Portland, and then the circle. I've been from Ephrata to Cleveland, but that's.
Well, I've been down to Florida by train.
I took the train from Elyria to Johnstown. Me and Aaron were looking to buy a house in Johnstown. It was pretty cheap at one time.
But oh, I'll tell you, that was sort of that's when the ladies of the Baptist church, they're having their meeting and their husbands were with them. So it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, a lot of things are fun, with the train, you meet a lot of people. What I thought was interesting is going from Chicago to Seattle. We had Amish. I'd get off with there and have a smoke, and there were some Amish kids packing up their pipe. I said, "How old are you? 13? Yeah, you sure you're wanting to smoke that?" Well, our elder said it's okay, and the elder's like, "Don't worry about it. We have special permission. We're Amish." Dude, if I got caught smoking or drinking, my mom would be hauled off to the paddy wagon. Well, they're not Amish, my child. Whatever, dude.
They're Mennonites probably.
Well, whatever it is, they believe in their own rule and code of conduct, anyways.
Oh yeah.
You know
Well,
how it is.
ladies and gentlemen, I must say
Mike,
goodbye.
ladies and gentlemen, it's now becoming official that the Kmart Blue Special in aisle 6, Mike is leaving the room.
And
Thank you and have a
there,
nice day.
and there I go.
Oh, so everyone, I got to use the bathroom. So, is this the last show of the day? No, not really. I'm gonna have some lunch, and then I was gonna do a show before I talk to my sister. Give me a second. See, Chloe finally up. I need one glass. Oh, I need to talk to Chloe. So, Zoe and Tony and whoever else is with me today, I just want to ask, what do you think, Mike? Special guest. You can't smoke anywhere in England anywhere. You look like even shit if you smoke outside. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And good my Mike. Well, what do you guys think of Mike, Zoe? So what my plan is I was gonna play my game for a while, have lunch, which is leftover steak, and then I was gonna have grilled cheese and tomato soup for dinner and talk to my sister. So, oh, he was. He was saying it was fun, but he was getting tired anyways. But the thing about the ham radios is it's a lot of fun. I mean, literally, that's why I want to get into it. Now, jokingly, he is a minister. He could do our wedding. I had to throw that in there as a little fun because. Now, Mike has been a friend of mine, extended family since 2009. So he's got connections, friends in the FBI and Secret Service, and he's a Catholic, good Catholic. He's ordained. He knows monsignors and bishops and archbishops and cardinals and you name it. 80 years old. Wow, to be a cardinal. Still raining, not going out. Yeah, well. So you know how it is. Writing again 15. Well, if you write, I'm gonna be fine. If you want me to stay, I'll stay, but I do gotta cook lunch. I might grab my Nintendo Switch and play it while I'm online because I gotta finish up some business this morning on it. I've already missed my window for my turnips today. I didn't think it'd be this long for YouTube, but it was fun. I mean, literally, we learned a lot. Now, I don't know how to open tabs up in this browser. I wish I did. Let me see. I'm still trying to figure that out. But anyways, I gave you guys the link anyways, right? Let me see. So, can I actually use this share screen? No. I don't even know why it's not allowing me to share my screen. Nah, I mean, there is multiple tabs. I just don't. I don't know. See, I was hoping to, there. I was hoping to get rid of the share screen thing, but, you know, yeah, Mike is. He's good humor too, but he has a serious side too. I mean, the stories about ham radio and stuff, yeah, that's, we want to talk about prepping, pricing and, before prepping, pricing is going up. Oh, that reminds me, today is my order day. So I got to let Chloe know real quick while I'm still with you that I'm going to place an order on Amazon for some food. So let's go over to browsing history. I know what I want to get. So I want this, this, this for food, this. All right. So add to cart. Add to cart. Add to cart. Add to cart. All right, so I have $70 left. Manage and I'll buy again. I think this is fine. So I need the coffee. Okay. Look at my ramen. All right, so my order. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I will look at my food thing soon. Hold on. And that mic was great fun, you know. Yeah, well, I don't smoke even in my apartment. So great sense of humor, yes, he is. Good sense of humor and FX. Yeah, I like that microphone. I really want one of those, but I also want a better video camera for doing the videos for you. The wedding, yes, yes, yes. I know it was a joke. Seems to be a good bloke. He's always a good bloke. Oh yeah, 1934. Exactly. I don't mind if he smoked. He ain't in my house. Wow, that was a long. Well, it was an interesting thing because I wanted to have Mike on to talk about ham radios, and he was very knowledgeable. Then we talked. He said he might get in trouble with Donald Trump, thing. Yeah, but what's my channel? He can do. He is Tony, very knowledgeable about the. Yeah, and what's interesting is Zoe found out it's $680 plus a cookie sheet. So I'll gladly take that as a donation, Zoe. Chloe's in her room. She woke up. She was doing her tobacco in the chair. Um, yeah, I gotta let Chloe know I need to check my food stamp balance soon. So, anyways, Mike is a good bloke. He's a great bloke. All right, let's go down the list. I will go back and watch the whole thing after the show ends. They do say good news sleeps till noon, my favorite saying. Chloe's always sleepy. I do love lazy Sundays. Yeah, well, my Sunday was supposed to be sleep in, but I had to be up for you guys for the morning edition due to the fact, for you preppers out there, I'm checking my food balance real quick. And then once I know my food balance, I'm going to place an order for my prepper stuff today. That's good things. Oh, we never heard that one. You. All right. Afternoon, so true. Haha, very funny, guys. Okay. All right, so I'm almost done, everyone. Just placing my order. Processing. There we go. So I got 12, 20, 48. Let's see, 48, 60, 70. I got a stack of spam coming in. So my canned meats are completely stocked up. Yeah, there you go. So, Mr. Higgins, 10,000 a day in 1990. 680 plus a cookie sheet. Where do I send the cookie sheet? You mail it to my address. Same with the ham radio. I also am trying to talk about a new camera. I do wonder what would happen if I promoted Sexy Zoe voice on ham. 10 for good buddies probably make fortune. Is there a special tune in Tokyo cookie sheet for my ham? You might make a fortune. Why, Tanya? Tony? The Sexy Zoe voice. I've never heard her voice. She won't share it with us. So for some of you out there, the preppers thing, I just placed my preppers orders, so I got like cases of spam coming, making sure I have my protein, more rice, more oats, more. I didn't get any candy this month. I want to make sure that everything is stockpiled and ready to go. So, what do you guys think? What? I have the sexy Lauren Bacall voice. Lauren Bacall voice. You know, John Bernard. What is your name? What was her name again? It was something Rogers. Rogers. Yeah, it was in the. I can't remember the name. Bond. My name is Bond Rogers. Yes, I'm Bond Rogers. My name is Bond Rogers, Mr. Books. Let me grab your handle and I'll give you a yeah. Well, what handle? I don't have a handle right now. I'd like to get my license. That's what I'm working on. I am Bond Rogers, Mr. Books. Well, what does the JB stand for? John Bernard. Nice to meet you, John Bernard. And yours? My name is Bond Rogers. That's a crackerjack of a name. Bond. So, anyways, place my order. So I got protein coming. FedEx guy or UPS ain't gonna be happy with me. No, I didn't. I fell asleep. Remember? Mother Fanny put me to sleep last night. You already fell asleep on the couch, man. So I basically just went straight to my bed. And then I got up this morning, the alarm woke me up, and I made Italian coffee this morning. Italiano coffee, so I gotta watch it today. Of course, Zoe said to me, no, it was Fanny that said it last night. What are you doing on Labor Day? I don't know. Of course he is. He just explained where in the UK he's from. Didn't you pay attention? Mike even asked him where he was from. So $680 plus a cookie sheet. You can go lower if I wanted to basically get a lesser wattage, but what's a tubie? Have you guys seen? Has Zoe seen this? Let me see. Do I have my browsing history? Because I want to show Zoe something. Have you seen this? This is for cars, but you can probably hook it up with a base station. Or you can use this. Oh no, that's marine. You don't want that. Okay. I'll send this on Instagram for her, just to show her. I should show these to Zoe too. See if Zoe's interested in this on Instagram. Yeah, might be an interesting for her. It's on Amazon, but she might enjoy the pricing of it. I'll send her the 3 links. Show her the portability of the meats for prepping reasons. Zoe is a family. And the last one for Zoe to look at this. These 3 will help her out if she's interested. See what Zoe's got to say. So I'm hoping Zoe sees the link I sent for the Well, did you see the links on the canned meat, Zoe? Hmm? Whoops. It says, yeah, I can edit this real quick. There we go. And so you saw the link. I was hinting at if you needed some canned spam, you can get some affordable before it goes up in price. You know what's cool? Being ignored. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Sorry. Got sidetracked. What do you got? I mean, Zoe, you never told me what you thought of the price of the spam. I mean, I gave you 3 different prices, and I thought I sent you 3, Zoe. 3. Check your messages. You'll see I sent you 3. Scroll up. I sent you one on the 2 on armor and 1 on spam. You got the armor treat, the armor lunch meat, and the spam. Yeah. Those prices are damn good, I tell you. Fine. Let me show you something else, Zoe, that might be of an interest to you. Since she's picky on her food, we'll just give her this. I'm gonna show her a couple other dishes she can buy. There you go. Try this then, Zoe. Since you don't like spam, try these 2 items then. These are really good items for you. And then I gotta go change the batteries out in this and that. Here you go. Try these. You don't like spam. How about ham? Mm-hmm. I actually enjoyed the radio conversation today. Nope, I changed the scanner batteries out. So I enjoyed having that conversation with Mike, It's entertaining. I liked his microphone too, Zoe. So I picked up some more canned meats. It's going to be a hard time to get canned meats, by the way. And I have me a steak tune for lunch. I never eat Spam. Well, you don't have to eat Spam. Then there's other things you can eat. Try the canned ham I just sent you. Go ahead and make some, and then those Danish hams are pretty good if you get it in the bulk. Those hams will come in handy and for prepping purposes. Wonder who came up with the design for bullets. They kind of remind me of batteries, Mike is funny, I've known him for years. There we go. Let's see what comments we got. Ham in the apartment, clamp bags low. Oh, hey, Dan. Pretty much limited to, yeah, well, Zoe and I were talking about ham radios. It's only $680 plus a cookie sheet. I think he calls it a ground plane for the cookie sheet. That's what Mike was saying. That's what the radio guys are saying too over the forum. Yeah, well, I'll use whatever I want if I'm basically doing a ham. I wouldn't care if I'm pissing the neighbors off. We already got a couple of meth heads next door, so what's the point? No, Fumble Bum, she just needs the cookie sheet. No, I need the ham. I need the receiver, and I need the cookie sheet. Two mystery meaties. That spam I am. Yeah, let me just put it this way. When Aaron was alive, spam was called something posing as meat. Yeah, well, FRS sucks. GMRS, I got my license, so, So apparently I can use GSRM, so, I'm going to get a GSRM base station and then see if I can reach the FRS from the base station. If not, I'll have to increase the wattage from 5 watts to 15 watts for GSRM, and if that doesn't work, I'll have to get a 40 watter. Yeah, that's what Mike's got. He's got one of those little something zip sticks. If you were listening earlier, he's got this little zip stick programmed in Seattle that has like everything. But he's got his class 2 license, so he's up there. He doesn't have his advanced license, but he's got his class license. Yeah, the DMSR is like, yeah, but CB apparently, as Mike said, is dead. FRS is a piece of crap. I got a pair of FRS radios right here for my birthday. And then I want to see if I can pack it in with the GSRM and use them and see if the base station GSRM will reach it down to the harbor. Spam is the best creation. Yeah, well, I haven't sampled my spam yet. I got a can here that cost me $5. I just bought several cases of spam today. Spam with bacon. Yeah, I gotta try this sometime. Maybe I'll do that with mac and cheese tomorrow. That might be good. I like to sample my foods that I'm prepping with. What's this? The piggy thing, Zoe? Fuck the neighbors. Okay, by the way, Zoe said it's always 5 o'clock somewhere. Well, you know what? It might be 5 o'clock soon for me. So, Higgins, or not Higgins, Higgins is mad at me. Still mad at me. I wasn't thinking of Higgins. I was thinking of Mike. Mike's been in it like 40 plus years, like 1970 or something. Yeah, that's what I say right there. The hell the neighbors, The neighbor upstairs just stayed into a power chair and a van with a lift. If he can do that, I don't think the guys can complain if I'm using high frequency ham bands. But then again, as Mike said, high frequency I think requires a higher level of license too. Shit, I don't think you even need a radio. Probably do it with a computer. Yeah, but I want to communicate with Chloe. She's at the store. I don't like her taking my phone every time either. So. Yeah, well, you would go, right? Anyways, I guess I'll try some of that stuff. For some of you tuning in now, I'll tell you guys a story. So the other day, it took 3 times. Let's see, where's my ice? Took 3 times. Took 3 times, mind you. For Zoe's birthday present to come to me. And when it did come, Jane Walker, she also had some cognac sent too. So Jane Walker, since Zoe's telling me it's 5 o'clock somewhere, she's hinting at this. 1 drink before lunch. Then I got stuff to do anyways. There we go. 1 drink takes me a long time to drink it. Jane Walker. It came with glasses too, by the way. There you go, Zoe. You got it. You got your wish. You want to see me drink this, so here you go. So she supplied Jane Walker, and then she supplied cognac. I was a ham for 20 years. Yeah. 5 o'clock, it's back to writing from it. Mike is old school ham, cigarette in one hand, Mike in the other. Oh, the good old days. Oh, Mike is awesome. Guys from Sacktown, he used to work with Amtrak. He used to be a station host, I mean, the guy, he also owned his own fish company for a long time, too. Even though Mike he knows that I support freedom of speech, I let him speak while being neutral about President Trump. He's got his own opinion. Mike's gay, by the way, so he's married to a nice guy, and he traveled a lot. So that's why one time when Obama was in the White House, he doesn't like Obama, by the way. He mooned him. I think it was Obama who was in the White House when the train went past the White House. He moved him and his buddy, the Secret Service guy, mooned the White House. That would have been a show by itself. I'm surprised he didn't get hauled off to the gulag then. Mike is old school ham. Cigarette in one hand, Mike. Yeah, but Mike also knows what he's doing too. I mean, he's right about CV being dead. And with truckers using cell phones, Jane Walker came with glasses too, by the way, birthday present. I want to thank Piper again for the gift card on Amazon. Hold on. Oh, back later, Gator. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be around. I got to cook Zoe. He says, had I knew or Ham called the police on me because he didn't like my opinion. That's when I said, yeah, well, the thing is, people should basically accept the First Rights Amendment. It's okay if you basically say what you want. I'm open-minded. If someone says to me, oh, I must be a Democrat or a Republican or neutral, it's fine. It's their opinion. It's like Higgins last night. Dan, he basically got mad at me. Old Higgins, I've been helping, your wife and I were talking once about him, about his PUA, how he got it, and then he went to an administrative law judge and said, oh, computer error, so he didn't have to pay back $26,000. But, yesterday was a big ordeal because he got approved. See, what happened is he applied for disability, right? And the story goes like this, Dan. Higgins applies for disability and he gets denied. He says, well, I had this diesel fume and I had this and I had that. And he sent me a copy blotted out of his disability letter that, says, you could still work as an IT man, and yet he's got like back problems and walking problems and he's got shortness of breath mowing the lawn and he's all this. And then, one day he's talking to someone and he finds out Social Security credits, the retirement credit stays, but what do you call it? The disability credits expired. So it expired in 12/31 of 2018, right? The last day of the year for 2018. So he loses it, right? So then his letter says, look for a letter for SSI payments, right? Well, he thinks, he got mad and he's like, well, I'm not supporting him because he thinks he can win on his case. Credits shouldn't expire. Well, it shouldn't, but, government does what they want. It's a Social Security program. So he got mad and said, oh, I'll see you in 6 months. Well, I dug up some information from last night about getting his Social Security master record, which you're entitled to when you're denied, and find out why he was denied, what records that they're missing, because he claims, he's got all this. Well, I told Dad, Poppy, the story, Dan. And he's like, sounds like the guy's a con man. I mean, literally, when he was researching for food stamps the other day, apparently Higgins told me on the phone that the lady that morning was telling him his cash assistance went through. He got like $1,400 yesterday, 7 months back pay. And then said, how are you paying your bills? His taxes, his house taxes, his utilities. And Higgins like, oh, Uncle Joe and Uncle Don stimulus packages. So, I think the state's got some red flags. Pee Wee was talking about the red flags about 2 years ago with the PUA or whatever, at the time. But, the thing is, he got mad and said, oh, you think I talked to an adjuster yesterday, a friend of mine, works Social Security in Olympia. Read her the information. She says it sounds like the guy lost his credits and wants to challenge it and claims he's disabled since 5, but there's not enough medical records, So, moderator, what's his name? Tony, moderator Tony was saying, Tony and Fanny said, I'm just doing too much. I'm burned out. Dad thinks I have chronic fatigue syndrome, which means I'm always tired now. I don't know why. It could be cancer related for all we know. But anyways, the truth is, I tried to do so much for Higgins, and him. He got mad and said, "Oh, I'm going to be back in 6 months. You're not being supportive of me fighting to get on disability." Thing is, he's got 5 years till retirement. He appeals it. It could be 6 months to a year, and when they deny him, it's another 12 to 18 months. Then they deny him again. It's like 18 to 36 months. By the time he gets approved, if he gets approved, he's on retirement. So what's the point? Just take the SSI and run. But apparently I'm not a good supportive friend or little sister by saying fight this in court. I mean, so I burned myself out yesterday. You know what I mean, Dan? Yeah, mooning the White House, yeah. But no, that's the story, Dan. So, so Higgins is mad right now and upset and said he's irritating. I irritated him. But you know what? Tell you one thing, Dan. Everyone's nicknamed Higgins is the man that pokes the bear. My Native American totem is the bear. The polar bear is for anger. And I was telling you yesterday, oh man, I was getting kind of irritated and drawn out with the whole ordeal with trying to help him with Social Security. And Fanny, this was like 1 a.m. this morning, our time, you're in California. She finally put me to bed. She says, go to bed. You can't be falling asleep in the chair and trying to run a YouTube channel while talking about prepping and or, I just picked up my prepping things. More beans, more rice, more rolled oats, canned spams. Got Spam on sale because you can't get it anywhere. It's all pickup in Walmart, by the way, people. And what else did I buy? Spam, rolled oats, beans, rice. Yeah. So and then soups. I got lots of soup this time. So I don't want to pay $3 a freaking can for tomatoes. I bought tomato in the case. Was it tomatoes I got? Hope it's tomato. Yep. No, yeah. Like I hate this. It's like someone sent me spam mail, right? You guys could sit there and say, "What do you mean?" I get this thing from the Democrats. I didn't even sign up for it, saying, "Please submit money to the Democrats." And it's kind of upsetting. Let me see my order real quick because I don't remember what else I ordered. I think it was soups, rice, beans, rolled oats, tomato soup, cases of soup, more canned meats, more canned meats. See, I'm trying to get all the canned meats I can before they have a meat shortage. Mike says, "Oh, there's not going to be a meat shortage," but I'm not so sure. Oh, I forgot to get my coffee. Oh well, I guess it's one thing I could buy once the other cans run out. So, but I wanted to share that with you. So I got rolled oats by the buckets of oats, buckets of oats, buckets of rice, buckets of beans. Had a newer ham call the police. I mean, yeah, well, you know what? Freedom of speech is what the main thing is. You can't basically sit there, Dan, and say, oh, this guy was ass hurt because, he called the police on me because of my opinion, whether it be political or non-political. You know what? You shouldn't be ass hurt. Your freedom of speech is very important. Second Amendment protects the First Amendment. So to me, these jackasses want to sit there and say, "Oh, your political opinion." It's like the other day, someone called I was on the scanner the other day. Funny story, Dan. Zoe was there. EMS comes in, touches my computer, turns it off. Tell the lady, "Get the fuck out. You don't touch my computer. I'm live. Not drunk, not passed out, nothing." She leaves. Sheriff comes in, says, "Oh, we need you to." I'm like, "No, you don't touch my fucking computer." But the way I said it was, "How can I help you?" Being polite, to the sheriff and everything. I was like, "Who are you?" "Oh, you're fat and you got a mustache now. Wow, you've changed." So anyways, I was polite them. They leave. Then I had my health issues that night, not excessively drinking like Dinky thinks. Woke up being wheeled to an ambulance. Don't know what happened. Heart related. Woke up in the hospital. Decided, they can do whatever they want. Blood test, piss test, whatever. I was sleeping. And then all of a sudden, Dan, the next day I ended up testing myself for coronavirus. 24 hours. Yeah. Tells you right there what you need to know. Can't trust these bastards. So EMS basically, then the nurse said I was the nicest person in the last month that was there. Yeah, because I was sleeping. I dogged like eating my lap and I was in bed sleeping. Then I woke up. They didn't even mask me up in the hospital. Go figure. They knew probably I'd get it. So they're like, let's just give you coronavirus. Yeah, exactly. Have you noticed Higgins is still mad? Yeah, can you believe that? Tony is still angry. You were there yesterday. What did he say? He'll see me in 6 months after he's unirritated. I think he liked poking the bear. First, oh yeah, did you guys see the picture he posted? He shared with me the other day. That was funny. Shows a bear and it's me. Like bear. Anyways, it was like, don't poke the bear. So tonight at 7 o'clock my time, I have to be talking to my sister on the phone. So I don't need to be drunk. I don't need to be passed out. Chloe asked me yesterday, "You want me to get you some beer?" No, I'm good. I just hope my brain gets fixed soon, because it feels funny right here and it ain't alcohol related. So I don't know what's going on. Dad thinks it's chronic fatigue syndrome. I'm not getting enough sleep, or I'm spending too much time at YouTube, or spending too much time in front of my video game system. And he also says you're getting up there in age, Rita. Don't poke the bear. Let me just share that. Don't poke the bear. Yeah, well, Mike's one of those guys that he's got some good stories, for being a hammer, yeah, I like Mike, he's a great guy. I remember him and Donnie going at it a few times. I'm telling you, him and Donnie, get them on Skype. Oh man, I remember him and Donnie challenging a Jehovah's Witness trying to preach to me. At least the Jehovah's Witness gave me some books free of charge. Mike was awesome. I think it was fun, I mean, literally, he's gonna help me with my ham license, my basic, But he's right, I don't need to go any higher because it depends on how big a tower you need and how much repeaters you're gonna hit and where you're gonna talk. I mean, literally, Don't poke the bear. Yeah, pretty much. Mike is awesome. He was really awesome. So, some of you out there, we're gonna go over the prepping list real quick. We're gonna speed this up because it's almost lunchtime. So let's go over the prepping list I put together. I'm going to post the comments in the live chat. So if I'm missing anything, we have Dan. He's watching. Um, we'll post this if Dan or Tony has any links that I'm missing. Please let me know. This is the list. Don't buy it. It's just a model. Let's go down the list for pricing. Okay. Okay. Food's gone up again. Yeah, so we're going down the list real quick. Protein shakes went up in price. People are stockpiling protein shakes for whatever reason now. Trail mix went up in price again. Apparently, sardines, this one here went down in price. Just to let you know, sardines went down in price. Peanut butter went up in price. Vienna sausages went up in price. Canned chicken went up in price. Damn, it's gone up. I think some of it sold out. Some chicken went down in price. Vienna sausages went up in price. I won't eat them anyways. Pee Wee said something about Vienna's the other day. Some chicken breasts went up in price. Some went down in price. Tuna has gone up in price. By the way, canned tuna, so you better get your tuna when you can. Mackerel, smoked oysters, kippered snacks all went up in price. Baby clams went up in price. Sardines went up in price. The non-essential items like the portable TVs, compasses, first aid kits, and stuff stayed the same. Vitamins, which I think it was Zoe recommended vitamins or something. No, it may have been Gabby. Moderator Gabby might have done that. But anyways, this is sewing kit, same price. Non-essential items went down. Your yeast went up. Your sugar went up. Your real maple syrup went up. Your salt went up. Your bouillon went up. Some of it sold out. Batteries are the same. Your toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, body wash went up. Bar soap went up. Dish soap went up. Shaving cream went up. Razor blades went up. Ibuprofen, Tylenol, and naproxen, same price. Fishing lures went up. Fishing kits went up. Your canning jars and your canning pots for your canning went up. Your battery powered shortwave radio went up. Your books went down. Ramen went. Some ramen went up. Some ramen went down. Toilet paper, paper towels up. Your Dinty Moore stew went up. Your Beanie Weenies went up. Your Bush's baked beans and your B&M baked beans went up. Deck of cards went down. Remember, I said deck of cards, power how you play cards. Your bottled water went up. Your electric razors went up again. You know, your battery powered AA, Norelco's, Remingtons, and Braun travel razors went up. Coffee went up. Your cast iron skillet sets with the Dutch oven went down. Your rolled oats went down. Your tea went down. Your crackers went down. The crackers with cheese. Your evaporated milk and your condensed milk went up. Your club crackers went up. Your mac and cheese stayed the same. Your some of your mac and cheeses went down. That stuff there is sold out. Your coats went up. Your goldfish crackers went up. Your percolators went down. Your Coleman quick pot propane coffee pot went down. Your pet food went up. Dog food sold out pretty much. Beef jerky went up. Beef sticks went up. Your nuts went up. Scanner is the same price. Nuts. Canned meats stayed the same currently. I just ordered canned meats anyways. Your corned beef hash, your lunch meats, your hams, your spam, mac and cheese sold out. Some mac and cheese sold out. Ramen went up again. Other ramen went up again. Your suddenly salad went up. Coffee sold out. Your powdered milk and your butter powder went up. Your canned food in a bucket went down. Your dehydrated food went down. Flour went up. Your double sleeping bags, same price. Keep warm. Your Swiss Army knives and tools went down. Your tents, same price. I put those in case you live in Tornado Alley. Your lanterns went down. Your stoves went up. Camp stoves. Your military wool blankets went down. Your matches went down. Your other freeze dried foods went down in price. So, for you preppers out there, there you have it. Prep like your life depends on it. We ain't out of the woods yet. So, that said, now I'll go check the comments. Probably nothing. But I'm here to help you guys out. So, for you preppers out there, check that out. That list is the general list for you guys to look over everything. And if I miss something, let me know. I can't keep a list current without my moderators giving me a hand to tell me what's missing. Ian Higgins did that list in like 24 hours. So there you have it. Any questions? Any comments? Yeah, well, Mike always knows you don't poke the bear. He knows what the bear can do. Higgins, of course, I don't know, but we're not talking about Higgins. We're talking about prepping. So I got soups, rice, beans, ramen, everything else coming. I'll be placing another second order tonight for ramen, some more ramen. So, I'm glad. So, have you looked at the list, Tony? Am I missing anything? Dan, if you're still here, you should check that out too. It's good to have someone else on, ham radio. Mike, he likes his cigarettes. Let him do it. Freedom of speech. What he wants to talk about, let him speak. Me and Mike's been through a lot. Mother Mary, can't remember her last name, but man, she was a witch. Well, you jump in the shower. Zoe's gone. I'm still here. I might go game for a bit till dinner or lunch is heated. In the meantime, can't we see not? Can't see not we missed. It doesn't make sense. The main thing is the list is there. I posted the list in the Amazon thing. That's the entire list as a model for you preppers out there that still need to prep. Prep because we don't know what's going to happen around the world, whether World War III, power outage, natural disaster, civil war, you name it. There is talk of civil war in this country. So I keep telling you preppers to prep like your life depends on it. Can't we see what we missed? Yeah. When I end the thing, it'll start processing, and then you can go watch the beginning of it with Mike and I. He left at like what 3 hours, 4 hours. So we had a good time. Can't see anything. Yeah, well, let me just show you again. The list is right here in the chat. See, you click on that link I just highlighted, and I'll tell you exactly if I missed anything. All you got to do is go to Amazon and look at it. That list was made specifically for you preppers in mind. Took me a while to put it together, and I still add to it all the time. So, anyways, it is what it is. So, I wonder if Amazon sells those. Let me look. They should have one, right? Ah, here we go. So baking sheets, yeah, we're talking about cookie sheets in the window, so we can actually use it as a ground plane for the radio. Oh yeah, the list is okay. Thanks, because there's not much left to add to the list, So thanks for letting me know. I don't know if Dan's looked at the list, but I posted it for you all. I mean, the list is huge, but I don't think we're missing anything. I mean, literally, it's not a poor man's list by any means. I mean, personally, I wouldn't be buying a half the list. I mean, I could condense the list down, but I really don't want to start a new list until 2023, and that would be probably cutting out the tents and the bucket foods. I mean, food is going up, everyone. That's a guarantee. If there's no inflation, then I got a bridge to sell you to nowhere. Yep. Oh, poor little baby. A little Shih Tzu. Well, I love Shih Tzus, you know, they're just so cute. That's cute. Oh, look at the little baby husky. They're so cute, the little baby huskies. What's this? That's cute. I love Shih Tzus. They're just so cute, you know. Baby bunnies, per se kits. Anywho, what else, guys, huh? Everything you could ever need. Think you have thought of everything. Well, thanks. That's what me and Higgins is working towards, you know. We have other subfolders for preppers too, like radios, but I'm not going to put radios in the current list because as Dan said, you know, Fumblebum, that's his name, Dan. I've talked to him on StreamYards. The problem with the FRS and GMRS radios are more toy than anything, but with GSRM, you have to have a license. So, yeah, well, you know, the thing is I'm trying to make sure everyone gets what they need for prepping purposes. I mean, look, some people don't like spam like Zoe, you get ham. If you don't like ham, you eat sardines. If you are allergic to fish, you eat Vienners. If you don't like Vienners, well, go down the list to see what you can eat. When there's food for everyone. I mean, I put beans in, rice in, ramen in. I mean, man can live on a lot of different things. The problem is if you got the stomach for it. So, you know, anyways. There we go. One drink, I promise. No more for me today. Gotta stay clean and above so I can talk to my sister. Tonight's dinner is. What is my dinner again? Oh, yeah, grilled cheese tomato soup. Hey there, what's up? Got to log off and do other. Oh, make dinner too, I assume. Yeah, when dinner time comes, that's getting time. Do you like using my dirty clothes as a bed? Uh, yeah, well, you're my baby, aren't you? Yeah. I love you. Daddy got you 2012, was it? 2013, was it? Oh, yeah, but you know what? I'm still here. Your mama's still alive. My dog means the world to me, don't you? Good. I gotta do our prep. You're not telling me we need yeah, look at it. I already got something to try. We cook it tomorrow with my mac and cheese, buddy. Spam with bacon. Yeah, I want to try spam with bacon. Boop, 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 boop. Anyways, I gotta get going soon, peeps. 4 people watching, no comments. We already talked about prepping. For the radio enthused out there, me and Chloe's gonna be picking up a couple radios this month to test out for you guys. If it doesn't work, then we will try another higher banded radio next month. So every month will be radio month until we get the radios. Now, every month you need to be prepped. Oh, wow. Hey, Chloe, check this out. This made front page news this morning. The chief executive financial officer of Bed Bath and Beyond is dead after days of layoffs and foreclosures were announced. Jumped from the high rise in Manhattan. Believe that? All right, people. There's an article about someone killing themselves by suicide. If you feel suicidal, please always get help. Don't think about committing suicide. It ain't worth it. So, anyways, I, of course, am about to leave you guys for a couple hours. I need to send Zoe a quick message before I do. So, tonight's dinner is grilled cheese and soup, Chloe. Just like that. Awesome. Or tomato. Okay, peeps, here's the plan. I am going to log off for a bit, but I got to talk to Zoe first. So here's the plan for you all, okay? I want you guys to pay attention. Whoever's with us, because we got 5 viewers and no one commenting, so my rule is I leave, okay? Before I leave, I got to send a message to Zoe real quick. The message is, you guys might like this damn fucking bugs. Alright, so while we wait for Zoe, I will tell you guys again, my orders have been placed. I'm prepping. Well, you weren't around. That's the thing. I just sent you a message. There's no comments, Zoe. My motto is no comments, I leave. Look, I just said that since no one's commenting, Zoe, I could be back between 4 p.m. and to 7 p.m. or 5 to 7. The main thing is, you're writing. You said goodbye. Dan said goodbye to you and left. And Mike left. And Tony, he wants to watch this entire video from scratch to finish, which is 5 hours. And I was going to game because, well, there are no comments. But since you're commenting, I mean, I was trying to talk about prepping, and radios and other things, but you left. Yeah, we know you're not writing. So here's the thing, Zoe. I know you're listening probably on TV at home while it rains, but you got to remember, I do got a life besides prepping videos. I got to study for my ham license. What, you're afraid I'm going to leave you for the ham radio? I already gave you a message on Instagram about it. I was waiting for you to call it. I can be back from 4 to 7. 4 to 7. Or 5 to 7. It's your call. I just wanted some game time. What the hell is this? So apparently they're now basically making it. I don't understand the story here, but it says the GOP is now trying to pass bills making it harder for you enough petitions to get on the ballot to whatever. So basically, say Zoe wants a petition. Everyone should write a book. And again, they're not trying to shoot it down. So apparently, the Democrats are saying put this on the ballot, push for same-sex marriage, push for sex changes, legal pot, etc. Things that matters to the Democrats, and yet the Republicans are trying to pass bills saying that any voter initiatives will be suppressed. Voter initiative suppression now, supposedly. It sounds pretty crappy in my opinion. Yeah, well, you can do what you're writing you want. Just remember, I already did the stand-up joke about having Mike do the wedding on YouTube. So you have to throw that out there for fun. So he's funny, anyways. Anyways, I thought I'd spend some time with Animal Crossing, wait for lunch, wait for dinner, and then go from there. Yeah, well, I will. Tony wants to watch something. There's 7 people watching, and not one of them is commenting. Look. You guys want to watch, that's fine. If you guys don't want to watch, that's fine. It's probably people that tuned in and went backwards to see the video from the beginning. It's fine by me. I, on the other hand, think it's great anyways, So, my coffee cup. I've had my drink for the day. Still got the cognac left, so let's just have some coffee. Gotta take Chloe out for milk, I think, later. Milk's running a little low, it seems. Finish this coffee and I'll leave too for a couple hours. Like I said, Chloe wants to finish doing her cleaning and then she wants to do something else. I, of course, wanted to game for a bit, There's not, I'll send Zoe the links to the radios. I'll send her 3 or 4 ham radio links. She was already saying $680 plus a cookie sheet sold, so yes, that'll be my birthday present from the lovely Zoe. See, I'm waiting to see if Zoe throws something back in my face. Also, I can always put in on the Airy Sky Rita Lee channel, I can put together a donation bin where you can donate gift cards or get the camera equipment we need to keep making you high quality videos. We'll take a Canon Vixia camera, which I can hook to the computer, or I'll take a Canon or Nikon DSLR, which Higgins says is dead. Do not burn myself out. I'm already burned out, dear. Why do you think, no one cares? I mean, look at it. Dad thinks I have chronic fatigue syndrome. Why do you think I'm drinking this coffee to stay awake? I will see. She's gonna log into Instagram later, even though I said I was gonna post radios to her. I'm not gonna post the radios. It was a joke to see if she would budge. Not that it matters. I'm not a mooch. I just figured I would share that with her anyways. So, anyways, I'm gonna game soon for a couple hours. Sorry, 5 to 7 is cool. Yeah, well, that's a good time then. See, she even said it 5 to 7. I'll send the frequent radios out when I take a break from my game. Do not wear yourself out, woman. Well, at least she considers me a woman, but I should be nicknamed wifey. See, I'm really poking at if Higgins is a badger and Mike's a wolverine and I'm the bear. What is Zoe, a wolf? No, Zoe. I also have the snow leopard on my side, so I don't think Zoe's a cougar, a bobcat, or a lynx. So let's see. She would be not a wolverine. Zoe is sly as a fox. So even though I have a fox on my totem pole, I say Zoe sly as a fox. Green. Later Gator. Okay, well. So, Tony, you still with me? Dan, you still with me? Because once the coffee's done, I'm out. So I want to know if you guys have any questions, concerns for me. That was a great episode today with Mike. He wants to come back, I bet. So we'll do another episode maybe next week. Maybe we'll do a weekly episode with Mike talking about Ham. So in the meantime, she just did the Gator sign. I will log in Instagram later. That's fine. So poking the fox. Well, if you're not a fox, what are you? You don't look like a wolf. Chloe's the wolf. Mike's the Wolverine. Higgins is the badger, and I'm the bear. So what am I poking this time? If you're not the fox, what are you? Oh, I get the joke. Foxy lady. Yeah. Well, let's just see that. If you're not a fox, you're can't poke the eagle. You don't look like an eagle. You don't look like a falcon. The eagle and falcon's on my pole, anyways. Eagle, falcon, heron, rabbit, bear. You are fox only because you think you're hot. You see, if I need to find a Native American animal for you, yeah, Can't be. It's got to be a Native American thing. You don't look like a fish. I thought you were a wolf. A wolf or a wolverine myself, because you're kind of aggressive when you have to be. I don't know. Maybe. See, on my pole, I have the moose, the caribou, the elk, the deer. I got so many on my. I have all these animals. Couldn't Well, yeah, okay. Hey, I'm Tony the Tiger. Eat my cereal. Yeah, I will. Poking the fox. I am the fox. No, you're not the fox. Hey, Tony, what is she? Fox? Wolf? I know Mike's the Wolverine. I think she can't be a big animal. She's from Chicago. You know what? Zoe acts more like the duck, and I know they got ducks out there, and they have what do you call those little seagulls? So she's got the duck and seagull probably in there. You see, the problem with Native American animals is you are your animal in the area you live. Like here, I have the deer. I also have the pronghorn, the antelope. But you know what? I'll tell you one thing for all you listening in before I leave. Coffee time again. Is the bear is being riled more and more for an animal like agitation. I'm not a snake, so Chloe's the viper. I am the fox. No, you're not the fox, foxy lady. Frosties. The fox is perfect. Yeah, well, I have the snow fox on me, so you can be wolfish. Well, there's the wolf. Chloe's got the wolf on her. Let's see. Down to earth people with cheerful, easygoing personality. See, I had a sense she's the duck. Cheerful, easygoing personality. Ducks are sociable, friendly, and fill their environments with essential natural beauty and balance. See? Then there's the wolf. Let's look at the wolf. Represents loyalty, strong family ties, good communications, education, understanding, and intelligence. Well, that's the case. I should be marrying her. See? She says she's the wolf. Chloe's got good ties with me only because I'm like the bear mama. About the fox. Foxes exist many. Okay, this fox is. Fox hunty, okay, tricksters. In most cases, fox is slain by the pack of hounds. On a similar foxhole, yeah, I get it. So let's just. Fox plays many different roles in Native American myths. Trickster, own interests, and acts on his whims with little regard to others. Nope, you're not a fox. You don't have any little regard to others. The fox ain't you. So sorry, you might be what's that other animal I said? Oh yeah, the duck. That's Zoe, definitely. She's the duck. The seagull, American Indian sign seagull. Just want to see. So she lives out there. The seagull. Seagull is similar negative traits such as gluttony, thievery, gossip, crowd mentality. Okay. She's not the seagull. No, she is not the seagull. She is the duck. Definitely, I can sense the duck in her, being Native American. I'll show you the other one for me. See, I have a lot, right? So for me, the snow leopard. Snow leopard means can hunt in total darkness, sensing and seeing things that other creatures cannot. The world of spirit animal and the Nebalinese, light workers, suggest snow leopard medicine. When the snow, what the fuck? Did my people unplug my battery again? Let's see, is it charging again? My battery keeps failing for some damn reason. Yep, it's charging again. 110% plugged in. Okay. When the snow leopard comes into your life, it's all from Earth Mother Aswar. Open yourself to intuitive nature. Snow leopard's keeper, the ancient wisdom. The more receptive you are, the more you will absorb the insights and lessons. Yeah. And then, add the polar bear too for anger. Polar bear. Polar bear, grizzly bear, brown bear. Polar bear symbol and meaning. King of the bears. Polar bear was recognized as a distinct species in northern polar bears. Okay. Polar bear spirit animals come to aid when you feel faint of heart. The challenge in life can often overwhelm. Polar bear saturates your aura with renewed courage and self-determination. Nothing intimidates the polar bear. See, I just swatted at Higgins. If everything in your life seems chaotic, Polar Bear reminds you to find a quiet haven. Silence is great healer. This time out, also grounding force when you hear your feet under you again. Yep, so the polar bear is the grizzly bear is for polar bear is for my main thing. That's why my nickname is Chief Angry Polar Bear. Then there's Chief Angry Grizzly Bear, Chief Angry Kodiak Bear, Chief Angry Snow Leopard, and then the rest of my balances is certain insights like the fox, the heron, the elk, the deer, the moose, the caribou, snow leopard, Chief Snow Leopard, the cougar, the bobcat, the rabbit, so, the eagle, the falcon. So all my animals, I know my animals pretty by heart. And Aaron and the Native Americans talked about it. What the hell? Zoe keeps talking and saying, go to bed, have some gaming time. I just showered. Okay, I can be Wolfish, Frosties, Fox Lady. I ain't being nasty, but have you seen the Wolfish? My God, they're ugly. Yeah, Chloe can be brutal as a wolf. She's got the wolf in her. But me, Chloe knows I'm basically one of those that I wait patiently. I'm not a trickster. The snow leopard is part of me, yes. I can work in the shadows without anyone knowing. Yeah, and the polar bear is what I have in me. Polar bear radiates through me. I mean, literally, I can swat anything. I'm so damn determined to get the prepping done, and I'm also damn determined to survive. Quack, quack. No, 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 no. That's what the rubber duck said in the movie Convoy at the end. He's sitting on the bus, after his truck was shot, and Ernest Borgnine is sitting there, and all of a sudden he's like, quack, quack. I'm not a trickster. No, you're not. You're the duck. But you also have to look at your other totem animals. I mean, literally, each totem represents a set of traits. I have all the traits. I have the fox, the eagle, the falcon, the leopard, or the snow leopard, the bobcat, the lynx, the jaguar, the fox, the polar bear, the grizzly bear, the Kodiak bear, the brown bear, the black bear, the heron, the deer, the elk, the moose, the caribou, the pronghorn, the trout, even though I don't like talking about fish. Each Native American has their own way of doing things. Talks like a duck. Snow leopard. The snow leopard is good because we work in the shadows. Snow leopard is an awesome animal. We all know what duck rhymes with. Quack, quack. From duck to butt. No, duck to gator. No, that ain't it. Yeah, okay. All we know what duck rhymes with? I don't know. Polar bear is the biggest predator on the earth. That's true. I even have the tiger and the lion in me. From duck to gator. See you at 5. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go for 3 hours a game. Tony says gator eats duck. Yeah, well, maybe you're a gator then. You know, she's always saying later gator. And so you got duck, nut, cut, yeah, suck, duck. Yeah, so you're like 4 or 5 words that rhymes with it. Unless she's talking about being perverted, saying the duck fought and sucked and nuts. It's pretty damn funny in my opinion, you know. But you know, see you at 5. Yeah. So, Tony, you're gonna let me go so I can after this coffee and I finish up so I can prepare for our 5 o'clock session, which would be 1 o'clock your time. Damn bugs! Get the fuck out of my coffee, you little bastards! I'm gonna have to talk to Chloe. Today's the day while I'm working on your prepping stuff for Chloe. By the way, everyone, since what's his name? Sorry, Tony. We're talking about animals. Let me tell you a story real quick before I go. When I ground myself, it's into my games, which is my quiet time. That's how I ground myself for you preppers out there. So anyways, with that said, think about it from that point of view. I ground myself. Excuse me. I ground myself. So, because I ground myself, because of the Native American side of me, I need to have some quiet time with, with it. So, you know. So, I'm going to be logging out so we can talk. So, before we log off, I have 2 things to share with you, okay? For some of you out there that's going to get through this video, pretty good interview today, is I'm going to share this with you. If you guys want to donate an Amazon gift card to keep the testing going for prepping gear, you can post it here. San Juan Island Preppers at Yahoo. You can post it here. San Juan Island Preppers at AOL. One of those 2, we'll take the gift cards and we'll put it towards whatever you want us to test. So you don't have to buy the stuff if you find it might be junk. So you can donate gift cards there. You can also add stuff or buy whatever is on the prepping list. The preppers list I'll give you real quick. And then I'm going to tune out so I can go and watch not watch, game my thing. So what we're gonna do is go over here to the preppers list, and I'm gonna post it for y'all so you guys can have it once more, so you can actually look it over, buy what you want. Please don't buy for me because I frankly don't need it. This is just a master list for you all. So if you have any questions or concerns, please send me an email at sanjuanprepper@yahoo.com or sanjuanprepper@AOL. I will get back to you in a timely manner. In the meantime, for all of you out there tuning in today, thanks for watching. And stay tuned for a second video without Zoe present. Jokingly, of course, she will be moderating. Without Zoe tuning into StreamYard. We could have Mike. Too bad we couldn't have Mike and Dan duke it out. Talk about old school, versus new school. That would have been a good interesting thing. Dan, if you're watching this, maybe you should think about that. So for the rest of you out there, please, hold on. Please, keep us informed.
All right, we're almost done with the video.
Oh yeah, I almost am until 5. By then, the place should be clean. Chloe will have her bath. She'll work on her thing. She knows when I game.
I was saying that I'm going to take a shower, run up to King's, and then come back and start cleaning.
Yes, well, that's good. I was gonna say something too, but Chloe wasn't talking to me. Let me see if my birthday wish list. Here you go. I'll just send something to Chloe real quick if I can find it. There we go. So you can choose any denominations. So, anyways, what I was gonna say is Chloe's cool. By the way, right now she's being nice, aren't you, Chloe? Here we go. So I'm gonna take this, send it off to Instagram real quick for Chloe, and then I am going to tell you. Chloe's nice, by the way. That I'm going to let you guys know because it is almost 6 hours in, and I get 20 hours free. By the way, he said, "I hope you slept well."
I did.
Was Reverend Mike.
Cool.
He actually trimmed his beard for this video.
Wow.
Remember the last time we saw him, it looked like a hobo? See, I get to make fun of Mike from time to time. Chloe's, Anyway, so let me just tell you this. I'm in a game. I got 2 things coming down the pipe. Dinner time tonight. I'm going to freeze this leftover steak I made. I got to clean the fridge out sometime today or tomorrow. If we can get the place clean, because tomorrow's a holiday, I might help Chloe clean. Otherwise, if I don't, her present that's supposed to be coming is going to be, I'm hoping she earns it. So, but we're not talking about presents right now. So, one of the things I wanted to say before I go is that when I game, Chloe knows the polar bear needs that alone time for grounding themselves. So, however, I'm going to tell Chloe something. Mama Bear's running low on milk.
I will take my shower, go to King's, and then go get it for you.
You do know when we did an animal check test, she's the wolf. She's ravenous. She foams at the mouth. She's like, "Rah, rah, 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 rah." I haven't seen her attack any trannies lately. I got like 6 you can do on Instagram if you want entertainment.
But yeah, I am a wolf. I'm a canine. I'm a puppy dog.
You don't look like a female Shih Tzu.
Even that's it.
You don't look like a male Lopsopso either. And you're not a male Labrador either. You're Shih Tzu. You are a Shiatsu. You're a Shih Tzu. Fine, you know what? If you want to argue with me every day, Moppy, no treats. You've already lost it for 3 weeks. Here's the deal. See, I'm getting irritated. The bear's getting irritated. Here's the deal, Moppy. Either accepting a loss of ops or a Shih Tzu, or you did. Or you can accept being a Shiatsu.
I wish I was a wolf.
Then I'd swat you anyways.
Why you vote for a wolf?
So, I'm going to leave you guys for a while. I need to open the window to cool down the place anyway. So please add and subscribe. Look for us in 3 hours. So please add and subscribe. Please post comments, leave feedback, suggestions, hit the like, subscribe buttons. Those are funny for your family, including your dog's cats, bunnies, service dogs, service bunnies. Hit the bell notification bell. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. And if you do leave a comment after this video is done, please leave a comment nicely is all we ask. Thank you so much for tuning in. And this polar bear says, toodles, and enjoy your day till 5 p.m. And then by 5 p.m., I should give you an update on my gift cards that Chloe's supposed to send me so I can do the prepping. 2 is, she's a good girl. 2 is, she gets the milk. And 3 is, we talk about dinner. So with that said, everyone, thanks for watching, and God bless you in everything you do.